Chapter 451, Sasuke's Desire for Senjutsu. Uzumaki clan was almost dead. Naruto was very clear about this. Nagato seemed to be a descendant of Uzumaki, but he definitely did not know anything about corpse ghost seal. Who else could it be? If we can't find Uzumaki clan's descendant, could it be that we have to sneak back to the village to search for information? Naruto frowned. No matter how conceited he was, he still felt that this was too crazy. Right now, even if Akatsuki and Konoha fought with all their might, they might not necessarily win. In terms of the number of top experts, it was definitely Akatsuki's side that had the advantage. Nagato could stall Yuuji, Mito could use violence, adding on Su, Obito, and himself. Oh, now he also had to include Hirako. But the problem was that Konoha's people had many forbidden techniques. If they were really desperate, Yondaime would send a corpse ghost to seal them all, and he did not know how many people he would take with him. Naruto suddenly felt a bit regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have been in such a hurry to defect. It would not have been too late to act after collecting enough information from Konoha. Hinata did not know how to comfort him. She just looked at him quietly. After a long time, Naruto summoned a white Zetsu. Tell me, who else is the descendant of Uzumaki in this world besides me and Nagato? Naruto ordered in an unquestionable tone. White Zetsu looked at him innocently. It's not my task to gather information about Uzumaki's descendants. Why don't you ask the leader? Do you want to die? Ah, so fierce. Forget it, forget it. I'll help you find out. But if Nagato and the others ask, I won't hide it. White Zetsu agreed and disappeared into the ground again. Not long after, White Zetsu did not turn back. Instead, a person that Naruto did not want to see came. Let's talk, Kyuubi. Obito appeared from a whirlpool and casually sat on the window platform. You actually dare to appear in front of me alone? Naruto raised his hand and threw a big jade raise nan, but it penetrated Obito's body and smashed a wall. Don't do such a futile action. I will look down on you. Obito met Hinata and Naruto's eyes. He casually pulled a chair over and sat down. I heard that you are looking for Uzumaki clan's descendants. Although I don't know what you are going to do, I happen to know one. Speak. Naruto spat out one word. Uzumaki Karin, from Kyuzagakure. Karin? Moreover, Kyuzagakure is already gone, right? Naruto stared coldly at Obito. He had never heard of it. Moreover, she was born in Kyuzagakure. It was obvious that she was not very old. This made Naruto very disappointed. What he wanted was the older descendants, and the information about the corpse ghost. If she was very young, what did she know about the corpse ghost seal? Not satisfied? I am even more curious about the purpose of you searching for the descendants of Uzumaki. However, this has nothing to do with me. I just came to tell you this information. Where is she? I don't know. After that war, she disappeared. The initial suspicion was that she was taken away by Ryozetsu. Obito said, she is really popular. At that time, I took a fancy to her, and Otsutsuki Ishiki also took a fancy to her. In order to compete for her, both of us fought fiercely, but we did not get what we wanted. Naruto was silent. With that said, Naruto vaguely remembered. Kyuzagakure was destroyed a few years ago. In that battle, Nagato brought Obito and Su to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki and shocked Ninja World. Although there were rumors that Ishiki was in a very strange state, at first, he appeared in the form of a bear and knocked out the ninjas of Kyuzagakure. So the fuse for this battle was to fight for Uzumaki Karin? What do you want from me by telling me all this? Naruto said coldly. Obito said, it's just sharing some worthless information. We are all from the same organization. Why are you so cautious about it? Be clear about it. Fortunately, I didn't have any psychological burden when I killed you, Naruto said. Ah, so that's how it is. I like you a little, Kyuubi. But you can't kill me or even touch me. Obito raised his head. In the mask of spiral, red color was slowly rotating. Naruto stared at him coldly, watching Obito leave calmly. Naruto, just now was a good time to make a move. There must be a time limit to his technique. Otherwise, Lord Yondaime would not have blinded one of his eyes back then. Hinata looked at Naruto in confusion. Nagato won't allow us to make a move. If we really want to fight, we can't fight in a Megakure's territory. Naruto said in a low voice. Hinata nodded silently. Let's think of a way to find this Karin first. This is mainly up to White Zetsu. But if White Zetsu knows, then Obito will definitely know. We are very passive. Naruto was a little agitated. But there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he wanted to find his sensei because of this matter? Su had always been unable to found by anyone. Only Nagato could contact him through Akatsuki's ring. Other than that, perhaps only Obito knew how to find him. The other members of the organization had no chance of finding Su's whereabouts. At this time, Karin, who Naruto had been longing for, was sitting on a cliff, staring blankly at the scenery in front of her. Apart from this, she did not know what she should do. You have been sitting there for an hour. Ryozetsu stood behind her like a loyal guard. However, Karin knew that this person was not loyal to her, but another her. Does Ishiki have any new instructions? Karin asked casually. Ryozetsu shook her head. No, Lord Ishiki has been sleeping recently. Karin knew about the matter of becoming Atsutsuki's vessel, and Ishiki and Ryozetsu had never concealed it from her. If you want to ask what Karin thinks about this, the answer is that she don't have any feelings. Whether it was a vessel or not, Karin did not care. Even if she was free, she had no idea what she should do. She only vaguely knew that she should be loyal to a certain person, but until today, that person did not give her an order. It was actually one of the few things she could do right now. Lord Karin, it's time for you to cultivate. You have to dig out your potential as much as you can so that you can become a better vessel, Ryozetsu reminded. Karin was very depressed. I know. Other than training, it's more training. It's true. I can already use part of the power of the karma, but I still have to do such boring things. There was nothing else in her gloomy life. Ryozetsu lowered her head and remained silent. Time continued to pass like this. Karin was trying to increase her strength. At the same time, the frequency of her use of the karma was also steadily increasing. By now, she could even change the structure of her body. For example, the axe blade that grew on her arm was very easy for her to do. But as the karma was continuously unsealed, Ishiki's invasion of her body was also intensifying. When the time was right, it would be the day that Ishiki would be completely resurrected. No one knew when this day would come. During this period of time, the entire ninja world gradually quieted down. Just like a period of time in the past, from intense changes to sudden silence, it made people panic. Konoha Gakure, Akatsuki, and the I organization, these three forces that could affect the entire ninja world, did not make any big moves. However, everyone knew that the more it was like this, the more it meant that there would be greater terror brewing. Not to mention anything else, Yandame's son had destroyed Mount Mayuboku, and as the Hokage Yandame, could it be that he had fallen silent and did nothing? No one will believe it. Around Naruto, Konoha Gakure, and Akatsuki would have a fierce conflict sooner or later. Only the winner could continue to live. Konoha Gakure. Sasuke persisted in bitter cultivation day after day, putting all his attention on chasing back to Naruto. Especially after knowing that Naruto had done something crazy to destroy Mount Mayuboku, Sasuke also became more and more crazy in his cultivation. Little Sasuke, take a break. It's too late. Shima, please don't worry about me. Naruto has already far surpassed me. I must work harder. Sasuke panted heavily. His muscles were exhausted and his instincts drove him to close his eyes and sleep. However, Sasuke gritted his teeth and persevered, desperately digging out his own potential. Shima was carrying a basket. It was obvious that she had just returned from buying groceries. At this time, she was sitting on a rock, looking at Sasuke with a complicated expression. Since the destruction of Mount Mayuboku, the fleeing toads gradually gathered together with Konoha Gakure, which could barely preserve a trace of vitality for Mount Mayuboku's lineage. These toads lived near Konoha Gakure, and some of the larger ones simply ran into the vast Konoha forest. Although the original forest occupied a large area of the Fire Country and was seriously damaged in recent years, it still had the area that was the best for the survival of the large toads. Shima lived in Konoha Gakure, thinking about the possibility of rebuilding Mount Mayuboku. The hope was very slim. It didn't dare to return to Mount Mayuboku now. At least Konoha could protect them now. If they left Konoha and encountered any difficulties, Mount Mayuboku would be completely dead. During the time it stayed with Konoha, it had been paying attention to Sasuke. The characteristics of this youth attracted it. Isn't your sensei that person? Why don't you go to him? Shima could not help but ask. Sasuke ran out of chakra again, put on a mask of pain, lay on the ground panting heavily, as if he was about to die, and responded after hearing the words, "Teacher has been busy all the time, and I don't see him with anyone often. He is probably working hard to improve his strength. He has helped me a lot, I can't always bother him." Shima was somewhat puzzled. Yuuji is already so powerful, what is he busy with? At this level, it is already very difficult to improve his strength, right? Moreover, Yuuji also had a powerful clone technique, so he could split up a few clones to teach Sasuke. Sasuke dragged his tired body and slowly left the training ground. "Idiot, what do you know? Sasuke's strength is far beyond his peers. A genius like him doesn't need to receive too much guidance." A little white snake crawled over at some point and stood next to Shima, snarking some provocative word. Shima looked at the little white snake with apprehension, and said sarcastically, "He is willing to let you out for activities? It's really rare to see you." Tagorium sneered, "Old toad, what are you proud of? No matter how bad I am, I still face my defeat. It is not shameful. What about you? Your husband is dead, and the Holy Land is completely gone. But you can't even see the face of your enemy." Shima narrowed her eyes. "Is Ryuka Cave in a better condition than Mount Mayuboku? Is snake species half as large as when it was not at his peak? At least I won't be content with the current situation. I will try to find a way to salvage the situation." The toad and the white snake quarreled. If not for Konoha here, they would have already fought. The relationship between Mount Mayuboku and Ryuka Cave had always been bad. Tagorium warned, "I can roughly guess what you are thinking. The son of the fourth generation returned everything to you. It is normal for you to be a little worried about the position of the fourth generation. But if you put your mind on Sasuke, I advise you to give up your heart." Shima had a gloomy face and did not speak. For a drowning person, they naturally had to instinctively seize everything they could. Uchiha Sasuke, a talented young man with a background, naturally fell into Shima's field of vision. Sometimes, Shima even felt that the big toad sage made a mistake. This Sasuke was obviously more like a prophesied child with affinity and potential. Shima no longer paid attention to Tagorium, but skipped after Sasuke. "Little Sasuke, you don't seem to have mastered Senjutsu." "Senjutsu? Indeed not." Sasuke was startled. Shima said, "Naruto has QB. This means that he has a huge amount of chakra reserves. Even if you have Mangekyo Sharingan, you may not be able to defeat him. However, if you learn Senjutsu, you will have a chance to turn around." Sasuke felt that what Shima said made a lot of sense. But sensei did not mention teaching me Senjutsu. He probably thought that the time was not right. If he doesn't teach, I can teach him. Why are you so keen on me? I hope that you can obtain greater power and avenge Mount Mayuboku. Only you can do it, Shima said. Although it had not experienced Rikudo Sennin's era, it at least knew that Rikudo Sennin had two sons. From the big toad sage, it vaguely knew that the two of them had been entangled. However, after thinking about it, Shima still felt that Sasuke was more like Ashura, and Naruto was because of Indra. This was wrong. It could no longer care so much, and it urgently wanted to kill Naruto. "I am from the sacred land of Godzilla. How can I learn from Mount Mayuboku's Senjutsu?" Sasuke shook his head. Shima said, "But your sensei has never revealed Senjutsu from Godzilla's sacred land. Whether it is killing White Snake Sage or defeating Nagato and Otsutsuki Urashiki, he has never used Senjutsu, right? Maybe their Senjutsu system is too special and is not suitable to be taught to humans." There was no sign of using Senjutsu even in the battle at the Super Cage level, and Shima hoped that Yuuji did not know Senjutsu at all. Even if you learn from Mount Mayuboku's Senjutsu, it won't affect you learning from Godzilla Sacred Land's Senjutsu in the future. We will impart our Senjutsu to you as a reward in advance. Shima was very impatient. Sasuke was not stupid. "I want to pay a visit to Sensei. I can't decide on this matter myself." Saying goodbye to Shima, Sasuke returned to the clan to revise, planning to visit his teacher tomorrow. To be honest, he was quite moved. After all, this is Senjutsu. After mastering the existence of Senjutsu, he can already be honored as a sage. The moment Sasuke returned to the clan grounds, he met Kazue and Izumi, who had cold expressions on their faces. "Senior Kazue, Sister Izumi, are you going out on a mission?" "Yes. Sasuke, you have worked hard. Kazue, Izumi, and Sasuke brushed past each other. The intelligence showed that in the north of the Wind Country, in the west of Omegakure, there was a trace of Naruto. He seemed to be looking for something. In this operation, Yandere made up his mind and sent a strong team led by Jiraiya. Chapter 452, Collision. The next day, Sasuke paid his respects to his sensei. Is that so? That old toad wants you to learn senjutsu? She still refuses to give up even at a time like this. Yuuji's voice was relaxed, as if he did not take this matter to heart. Sasuke was perturbed in his heart. Sensei, Shima have obviously been blinded by hatred. They have been paying attention to me all this time. What should I do? Do you want to learn senjutsu? Yuuji asked back. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Actually, I don't know much about senjutsu. I don't know how much power senjutsu can bring me, but as long as I can become stronger, I want to learn it. Then go and learn from that old toad. Yuuji smiled. Sasuke suddenly raised his head, a little surprised and confused. I am the disciple of Godzilla's Holy Land. If I went to learn senjutsu from Mount Mayuboku, will that be okay? It doesn't matter, anyway, they won't be jumping for long, just wait. Yuuji's voice became smaller and smaller, and there seemed to be some deep meaning in it. Sasuke was stunned, and he could not understand what his sensei meant. Could it be that the village had a plan to completely annex Mount Mayuboku and wanted to keep these toads forever in Konoha, to accommodate them as a member of the village? If that was the case, it would be easy to understand. Sasuke was enlightened. This was indeed a good method. But in reality, what he understood was completely different from what Yuuji said. Sasuke looked up and saw that Yuuji's figure was faintly discernible on the seat in front of him. It was unknown whether the current sensei was his real body or his avatar. Sensei was already so strong, yet he was still so busy. It was difficult to meet him normally. It was really amazing. Sasuke thought. In the entire ninja world, the ones who were willing to spread the news about senjutsu were actually Mount Mayuboku and Ryuuka Cave. These two holy lands had things that they wanted to compete for. As for the Shikotsu forest, it was more casual. That sage's temper was surprisingly good, as if she was lying flat. She didn't care about anything. Whoever summoned it, it will fight for whoever. The smaller the slug produced by the psychic, the more the slug sage can put itself in a low posture. As we all know, all slugs are independent clones of the slug sage. But the little slugs, in the face of human beings who are stronger than their clone and have a noble status, can even bite an adult one at a time, without any psychological burden at all, and don't care at all. This was very interesting. Yuuji felt that the slug sage was the biggest obstacle that Hirako faced. This one would definitely be earth-shattering when it flared up. After all, it had single-handedly contained the natural energy of the ocean, unlike the other two sage, who shared the natural energy of the sky and earth to their clansmen. So, we, Godzilla, are actually not interested in teaching senjutsu to the outside world. Sasuke suddenly realized. Yuuji nodded with a smile. Even if he did, Sasuke would not be able to play with it for the time being. The senjutsu he developed was a genuine unorthodox method that extracted life force to refine natural energy. For Yuuji to be able to play with this senjutsu system without any restraint, what he didn't care about the most was the consumption of his life force. However, Sasuke couldn't do it. Wouldn't he have to whip himself to death? If he didn't kill the enemy, he would have become a dried corpse first. If you want to learn it, go ahead and learn it. Although it is very dangerous to learn senjutsu, the old toad will definitely not let you in trouble. She wants you to master senjutsu more than you do. Yuuji said, when the time is ripe in the future and you want to learn from our senjutsu, come find me. Can't I directly learn from our senjutsu? No, if you touch this now, you will die a terrible death. Alright, you can leave. Yuuji replied. Sasuke was very respectful. The first thing he did after leaving was to find Shima and propose to study senjutsu. After Sasuke left. In the secret room next to him, Kabuto walked out and pushed up his glasses out of habit. Senjutsu, don't we have better methods? The curse mark left by Orochimaru is a kind of inferior sage mode. We just need to plant it on Sasuke. Sasuke will not be satisfied with such a degree of strengthening. That kid is an ambitious guy. Yuuji shook his head with a smile. Naruto had already become so powerful. To be able to defeat a holy land, How could Sasuke not be anxious? Kabuto said, speaking of which, Senior Kazue was sent out by the Hokage to carry out a mission. The condition of her eyes is terrible. Kazue knows what she should do. I also sent Yamanaka-fu and a bear-maid Torun to help him. If it is really necessary, I will personally take action and save Kazue's life. Yuuji said. Yandere did not know that Kazue's eyes were on the verge of blindness. As long as she used Mangekyo Sharingan again, he was afraid that she would be blind. The team that sent Jiraiya, Kazue, Izumi, Fu, and Torun was aimed at controlling Naruto. When it was impossible, they could also kill Naruto. I'm afraid that Jiraiya will hate Naruto to the core, this kind of thing. Yuuji shook his head. Jiraiya and the others quickly moved toward Bird Country. Jiraiya, if we meet Naruto, what exactly should we do? Capture him alive or kill him? Did Yandere give you the bottom line for this mission? Kazue caught up with Jiraiya and asked. Jiraiya's face darkened. If you can catch him, then capture him. If you can't catch him, then kill him. This is our mission. This is what you are looking forward to, right? Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in Naruto's life or death. It's just that I simply hate him without a specific standard, Kazue replied. Izumi saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was a little stiff, and she said gently, Lord Jiraiya, when the time comes, I will try to control Naruto and Kyuubi with illusion techniques. You can use the sealing technique. Yamanaka-fu also volunteered, I can also use the turning technique to interfere with the cooperation of Naruto and Kyuubi. As long as there is a chance, I can create a chance for the two lords to use illusion techniques. A bear-maid Torun wore a mask and did not speak. The only thing he could do was to close his mouth tightly, because he was a bear-maid Torun's clone, not a normal life, and the purpose of his existence was to serve Lord Yuuji to death. They were all very strong, and in a little more than a day, they arrived in the Kingdom of Birds. After meeting with the local spies, they searched for traces of Naruto on the spot. Torun. Jiraiya looked at a bear-maid Torun. Torun took out a scroll, summoned a bug jar, and summoned the bug to spread in all directions. The insects I have mastered are mainly nano-poisonous insects. This is the only way to control these insects for investigation. Torun explained. Right now, I just don't know what Naruto wants to do in such a remote small country. If he leaves, it will be troublesome. Izumi was a little worried. The others did not say a word and began to search the bird country. Just as Jiraiya and the others were moving. Bang! A ninja from bird country was thrown out and slammed into the wall. You are Akatsuki's Naruto. The rumors are true. You really came to our country. The ninja was frightened. The young man in front of him was very fierce, he even slaughtered a holy land like Mount Mayuboku, and now he suddenly came to a small country like theirs. Everyone who knew this news was at disbelief at first. What kind of place was Bird Country? It was located in the western part of the continent, and its existence was zero. After Ninja World's great battle, Bird Country didn't even have the qualifications to be reduced to the battlefield of a large country. At most, it only existed as a buffer zone. The three great powers of wind, earth, and fire are more likely to place their battlefields in a megakure, which is more geographically important. It seemed that the Kingdom of Bird was somewhat similar to the Kingdom of Iron at the eastern end of the continent. However, not being involved in the Great War did not mean that the citizens of the Kingdom of Bird were living a good life. In recent years, the Great War had been going on frequently. Mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. There were endless natural disasters. The Kingdom of Birds near the sea had been repeatedly attacked by tsunamis. Their economy had collapsed and they suffered heavy casualties. The moment the local ninjas saw Naruto, they were so scared that they almost went crazy. Have you seen a woman with red hair? She is probably in her teens. Hinata asked. The ninjas present shook their heads crazily. Tisk, we still haven't found it. The information White Zetsu gave us isn't good enough. It's just vaguely said that it's in the west. We have to find out the specifics ourselves. It seems that she really isn't here. Naruto was a little impatient. He had already wasted many days in Bird Country and didn't want to waste any more time. Hinata thought for a moment and took out Ryozetsu's photo again. This photo was taken after White Zetsu turned into her. What about this person? Have you seen her before? I have. A ninja raised his hand. Speak. Naruto immediately looked over. Tell me, can you exchange it for the lives of us? If you don't tell me, I will kill you all right now. This person came to our village to buy food, but from her age, she seems to be a bit older than the one in your photo. Then where did she go after she bought the things? If I say it, can you exchange it for our lives? Naruto's eyes showed a trace of hostility. He kicked the man on the shoulder and slowly exerted force, stepping on the other person's bones. I don't know. We won't pay attention to the whereabouts of this kind of person. What they bought are all daily necessities. It is obvious that they don't have much money. However, judging from her dressing, she is probably in the wind country. Because the other party is carrying a headscarf, which is something to block the wind and sand. Is it in the wind country in the south? Will Ryozetsu take Karin to that kind of place? Naruto withdrew his feet with a gloomy face and fell into deep thought. The east of the kingdom of Bird was Omegakure, the earth country was to the north, and the wind country was to the south. Naruto-kun, are you going to sneak into the kingdom of wind? Once the news of our appearance is leaked, we might be surrounded and intercepted by Suna ninja. Hinata said in a low voice. Then don't worry, I don't care about Suna ninja's threat. They are now relying on Cho and Raza to support them. Naruto ignored the people on the ground and took the lead to walk out of the house. Hinata followed closely behind Naruto. The two were planning to enter the territory of the Wind Country and join forces with White Zetsu to find Karin. At this time, White Zetsu poked his head out and said with a strange smile, "You guys are in trouble. Konoha has a group of people who have their eyes on you. They came so quickly." Naruto didn't mind. This time, there are two Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that they have made up their minds to deal with you. 2. Only then did Naruto's expression slightly change. Mangekyo Sharingan and Mokuton were the ones who restrained Bijuu the most. Yes, now there was also Godzilla. These three had a very strong suppressive force on Bijuu. Who are those two? Naruto asked. It seems to be Kazue and Izumi. Then there is no problem. But if it's not Uchiha Shisui, I wouldn't need to worry about anything. Naruto's expression was indifferent. It was rumored that Shisui's pupil art was an illusion-type pupil art. This was precisely what Naruto did not want to face the most. The news has arrived. I want to retreat as soon as possible. I will die if I am caught in the battle between you two. White Zetsu was about to burrow underground and leave. Naruto scolded, if you have time, why don't you bring your clones to the Wind Country and conduct a carpet search? You can't even find a single person. How disappointing. It's easy for you to say it. Do you know how many people there are in this world? Do you know how difficult it is to find two deliberately disguised fellows from so many people? White Zetsu complained. However, Naruto did not care about this. You two should take care of yourselves. I will come back after the battle ends. I hope that the two of you will not die. White Zetsu sneaked into the ground. Hinata, you stay by my side. Your strength is relatively weak and you are likely to be targeted by the other party. Naruto said. Hinata agreed, raised her hand, and smashed a bug in the air. To be able to see a bug meant that the other party was not far away. Naruto and Hinata ignored them. Instead, they headed south, entering the Wind Country, and stepping into the yellow sand. More and more evil bugs gradually flew over, and then Jiraiya and the others arrived one after another, catching up with Naruto in the vast and boundless desert. We finally meet, Uzumaki Naruto. When Jiraiya saw Naruto, his face sank. Kazue, Izumi, and the others surrounded Naruto and Hinata from different directions. Ninja World knows that you have destroyed Mount Mayuboku's evil deeds. It is time for you to pay the price. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. His fate changed because of MT Mayuboku. With the help of the toads on MT Mayuboku, he caught up with Tsunade and Orochimaru step by step from the tail of a crane. Later, he learned Senjutsu and became sage. But now, Mount Mayuboku was destroyed by Naruto. No matter how many trash there are, they can't compare to me. Can you defeat me who has completely transformed into Bijuu, or can you destroy my wood golem? Naruto looked coldly at these people. How will you know if you don't try? It's rare to encounter such an opportunity. Surrender immediately, otherwise, you will die with Hinata. Jiraiya bit his finger and used the psychic skill. With a bang, the smoke dissipated. Shima stood on Jiraiya's shoulder and looked at Naruto with hatred. It turns out that the fish that slipped through the net under came here specially to die. Naruto smiled contemptuously. Brat, you can only take advantage of this opportunity to be arrogant. Shima gritted her teeth in hatred. Naruto took a step forward. Since that's the case, I'll capture you alive and interrogate you about senjutsu training method. So you also have your eyes on senjutsu? Impossible, I've already taught senjutsu to Sasuke. He promised that he would kill you. Shima said in a gloomy voice. What did you say? Sasuke is learning from you. Naruto was stunned and immediately lost interest in senjutsu. If Sasuke tried hard to master something, he would not bother to learn it. Chapter 453, Jiraiya's Moment. So you wanted to take revenge on me through Sasuke. Unfortunately, you don't know him at all, and you actually tried to use him to kill me. Naruto sneered. He knew Sasuke too well. Sasuke was very interesting. He clearly had a deep level of cruelty in his heart, but he always faced the world with a sunny attitude. He really didn't know what that guy was doing. Moreover, Sasuke said that he would kill him. Shima was obviously deceived by Sasuke. Even if Sasuke possessed formidable strength, he would absolutely not be able to surpass me. Moreover, he could never kill me. Naruto had a look of contempt on his face. Little brat, I can't think of anything that you can think of. But there are always two things. The further you go on the path of the fallen, the more you will commit countless sins. At that time, failure will be death. Shima stood on Jiraiya's shoulder and put her palms together to help Jiraiya enter Sage Mode. Without Fukasaku, it would take some time for Shima to help Jiraiya control the natural energy. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, Everyone, be careful. This brat Naruto can already use true several thousand hands, but with so many of us working together, it's not like there is no chance of victory. After all, Naruto was not Madara, nor was he Shoude Hokage, or even Obito. Relying on Kyuubi's strength to use such a terrifying technique like true several thousand hands, although it was terrifying, it was not invincible, and it was not at the level of Super Cage level. After all, the one who used it was Little Thousand Hand, and he was not like Obito and Madara, who had a strong resistance to illusions. They had two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, Yamanaka who was good at heart turning, Shima who was good at sound-type illusions, and a Barame Torun who had mastered nano-poisonous insects. As he spoke, the shape of Jiraiya's face changed, becoming like a toad, successfully entering Sage Mode. It's really ugly. This is the form of a sage? It's completely different from my father's form. You, who claim to be a toad sage, are nothing more than so-so. Naruto looked at it and immediately understood what it was. It seemed that the higher the level of mastery of senjutsu, the less toad characteristics he had on his face. Hurry up and get rid of him. We'll go and report back. Kazue said coldly, but she didn't use Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead, she only used 3 Tomo. Izumi opened Mangekyo Sharingan. He stared at Naruto's every move. Attack! Jiraiya shouted in a low voice. The few of them immediately rushed towards Naruto. Naruto unhurriedly formed a seal. Mokuton, the tree realm descended. One by one, the black trees broke through the surface of the earth, breaking through the deep layers of the desert, standing tall in this endless wilderness. Facing the yellow sand that filled the sky, this sudden appearance of the forest was extremely visual impact. Everyone fell into the sea of trees. The dense branches and leaves were all killing weapons, making it impossible to look straight at them. It's up to you guys. Jiraiya said. Izumi nodded, and with a glare, she activated Susanoo to open up a path. Bang! 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 Numerous trees attacked, but they were blocked by Izumi at the first moment, but the price was that her Susanoo was entangled. Thick branches slid in succession, using leaves to cut her Susanoo, consuming her strength. Of course I will use fire release to deal with Mokuton. Sage Art, Gomen. Jiraiya and Shima shot out fire, and the other sprayed oil, creating a huge sea of fire. Moreover, with the support of Senjutsu's chakra, the power of this fire release far exceeded the ordinary fire release technique. As expected of Lord Jiraiya. Izumi exclaimed in shock. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth curled up. Before he could say anything, he was rudely interrupted by Kazue. Don't embarrass yourself with this level of technique. There may be no problem dealing with Mokuton, but against this black Mokuton who is known for his hardness, it has no use at all. I can use this to deal with Bijuu. Jiraiya muttered. The last time he used this technique, it was in the Ninja World War, and he fiercely attacked the three-tailed Jinchuriki. The raging fire gradually dispersed. At most, it could contain the attack speed of many branches, but it didn't really burn down this large forest. Several people looked at Jiraiya one after another. Bang! At this time, Izumi's Susanoo was tightly entangled, making a low sound, faintly showing signs of being unable to bear the burden. Izumi said, "I can further increase the strength of Susanoo, and rush over in one breath." "No need, then I will use that." Jiraiya laughed and patted the ground in front of him, summoning technique. A large amount of terrifying flames were continuously channeled out by Jiraiya, and all of them were thrown forward. The intensity of this flame was shocking, and even Kazue couldn't help but look over. This was the legendary fire of the mountain? It was said to be the strongest flame in the natural world. Just summoning this flame normally would be dangerous. A large number of black trees were burned, and under the opening of the flames, they forcibly burned to white ashes. Not bad for a fire release. I have never seen it before. Naruto was also very surprised. Hinata reminded, "Naruto, this flame is not made of chakra, nor ninjutsu, but natural. This means that the other side can continuously channel it, and it will be disadvantageous for us if we continue to waste it." "Well, this thing can only deal with ordinary flames." Naruto nodded. In the face of the few people rushing over, a layer of Bijuu's outer clothing immediately appeared on Naruto's body. He also patted Hinata and added a layer of Bijuu's outer clothing to Hinata. At this time, Yamanaka threw out a few puppet dolls. Hinata shouted and used 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven to split these dolls. She did not know what Yamanaka wanted to do, but she definitely could not let this succeed. Shima took the opportunity to open his mouth and let out a sound of sage art croak, not letting go of any opportunity to interfere with Naruto's will. Even if it could only hinder Naruto for 0.01 seconds, it was worth it for Naruto to be distracted and work with Kyuubi to break the illusion. "Are you trying to use illusion to deal with me? You can't let these guys get close to me so easily." Naruto frowned slightly. The other side had 2 ninjas, Mangekyo Sharingan, not to mention anything else. If one controlled him and the other controlled Kyuubi, then it would be troublesome. Moreover, it was Yamanaka clan and Shima Sage. If these guys attacked together, then Naruto and Kyuubi might really lose. An even larger scale flame mountain appeared. It was clear that they did not care about this level of chakra consumption. According to the spread of the flames, it was going to surround Naruto and Hinata, shrinking the space bit by bit, and at the end of the day, they would be completely blocked. At that time, whether they burned to death or created an opportunity to cast an illusion, they would be vulnerable. However, Naruto would not give the enemy this opportunity. "Mokuton, wood dragon art!" Naruto shouted. In the next moment, the black wooden dragon rushed out of the ground, showing off its might. The flames of the mountain of flames could not destroy the black wooden dragon in a short period of time. The art of the wood dragon. The art that the first generation used to protect the village was used by this rebellious brat. How ironic! Jiraiya had a complicated expression. Naruto should have become the new generation of Konohagakure's Senju Hashirama. The wooden dragon lowered its head and rushed down with a loud bang. Izumi gritted her teeth and controlled the third stage Susanoo to directly confront it. He crossed his arms and forcibly blocked the sinister dragon head of the black wooden dragon. The two sides fell into a temporary stalemate. "Well done, now it's up to me." Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he praised that Susanoo was really useful. After mastering this technique, it was naturally a powerful cage-level ninja. He changed his hands into a seal, and it seemed that he was preparing a new technique. But Naruto obviously would not give him this time. When the black wooden dragon collided with Susanoo, Naruto sneered and suddenly stretched out his hand. The black wooden dragon opened its mouth wide, and powerful chakra was brewing in its mouth, transforming into a visible wind cyclone. Whoosh! A Rai's Nan was condensing from nothing into a black wooden dragon in its mouth. "Isn't this? It's actually Rai's Nan. Be careful, that little brat is very good at using Mokuton's technique to execute Rai's Nan." The last one was shouted by Shima. The Mount Mayuboku she was in was blasted away by Naruto's little true several thousand hands and Rai's Nan. Now seeing this tactic again, Shima subconsciously trembled all over. Boom! The black wooden dragon conjured ultra big ball Rai's Nan, ruthlessly smashing against Izumi's Susanoo. This terrifying attack was slowly crushing the armor of Susanoo. It seemed that Rai's Nan was about to pierce through Susanoo and kill these people. Kazue hesitated for a moment, intending to forcefully open Mangekyo Sharingan. Even now, she had not used Mangekyo Sharingan, nor had Jiraiya mentioned it. He probably guessed something. However, Jiraiya shouted, "Don't panic, leave it to me." Sage Art, Fire Release, True Fire of Samadhi. Jiraiya suddenly pointed forward. He saw that Rei's Nan, who was close to him, suddenly began to burn and dissipate at a fast speed. Moreover, this fierce flame quickly spread to the body of the black wooden dragon, quickly destroying the body of the wooden dragon in an astonishing manner. "You actually broke my wooden dragon. What kind of flame is this?" Naruto was moved. He knew very well how strong the black wooden dragon was, but in the face of this flame, he had suffered such a heavy injury in such a short time? "Lord Jiraiya!" Izumi could not help but exclaim. Jiraiya laughed loudly. "This is the legendary True Fire of Samadhi. It is almost the most destructive flame of Ninja World. It is famous for its ferocity. It is best to destroy indestructible things." "Stronger than Amaterasu?" Kazue asked. "Amaterasu's characteristic is that it will never extinguish. It can burn forever. Once it spreads out, it will create a terrible disaster. And my True Fire of Samadhi's main characteristic is that it can be destructive for a short period of time." In his words, Jiraiya was more interested in his True Fire of Samadhi. After all, although Amaterasu's fire was powerful and could be ignited quickly, it was not as destructive as True Fire of Samadhi's. Yamanaka-fu and Aberme Torun quietly watched the scene in front of them. In this kind of battle, the two elites Jonin could only be a foil and support, but because they came from Roots Department, they were fortunate enough to have come into contact with a lot of secret information. True Fire of Samadhi, they really do have some understanding. It is said that the information was personally written by Lord Yuuji and sealed in the archives room. According to legend, this kind of flame is the most effective counter to the person with amazing self-healing ability. Even if they have the same self-healing speed as Shao De Hokage, if they are ignited by True Fire of Samadhi, they will be burned to death without the use of self-healing, not even a single cell will be left. Torun whispered. Jiraiya looked at Torun with admiration in his eyes. Although this kind of remarks was very disrespectful to Shao De Hokage, he did not refute it. Obviously, he was extremely proud of his flame. Since he got True Fire of Samadhi, he only used it a few times. These two people knew each other so well, it was obvious that they got the information through Yuuji. After a few words, the head of the black wooden dragon had already been burned, and the flame was still spreading, burning everything it passed. Naruto's face was gloomy. Originally, he wanted to create a wood golem, but after hesitating to look at the miserable wooden dragon, he did not do this in the end. Instead, he directly entered Bijuyu form and protected himself with huge Bijuyu chakra. "Very good, the opportunity has come." Jiraiya winked. The few of them immediately began to move, taking advantage of the short gap between Naruto and Bijuyu's transformation to rush over. Sage Art, Frog Cry. An imperceptible tremor ran through Naruto's body, and he subconsciously looked over. Yamanaka-fu made his move. He stood in front of a puppet doll. This was the one that had been sent flying by Hinata. Ninjutsu, Heart-Turn Puppet Curse Technique. Yamanaka-fu aimed at doll. Then, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Aberme Torun seized the opportunity to grab him. A strange suction force immediately came from the puppet doll under his feet. It consciously aimed at Naruto and pulled his soul. The Heart-Turn Puppet spell was the top secret technique of Yamanaka's clan. It could use the puppet doll as a medium to transfer the soul of the user into the doll and transfer the soul of the user into the body of the user through the doll. Soul-type secret technique? Too naive. My soul is also something you can't move. Naruto's face sank. When his soul was shaken by this suction, only his body shook. Relying on the huge amount of chakra his own Kyuubi had transformed, he forcibly blocked the other party's pulling. Yamanaka-fu failed to cast the spell. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth, but his goal of creating an opportunity had been achieved. Yamanaka-fu knew that it was impossible for him to control Naruto's body. Even if the conversion of soul was successful, Kyuubi would not allow his spirit to enter Naruto's brain. Izumi rode the Susanoo to the front of Naruto. Mangekyo Sharingan. With a glare, all of Naruto's actions came to a standstill. Very good, the strategy is very successful. This way, there will be no problem. This kid is finished. Jiraiya was very happy. Just before the Konoha people fought against Naruto, Black Zetsu and Orochimaru once again summoned Uchiha Madara. Why did it take so long this time? Madara said coldly. Black Zetsu said, in order to confirm some things, we have to do this. We found a special descendant of Uzumaki, suspected to be related to Otsutsuki. Chapter 454, Mere Otsutsuki. Uzumaki's descendant? Madara said coldly, what is so special about this Uzumaki's descendant? What does it have to do with Otsutsuki's haki? Black Zetsu said, according to the information that I obtained, if I'm not wrong, Otsutsuki's haki should not have died. Instead, he used another method to survive through Karin. To be honest, Black Zetsu himself did not have absolute confidence. However, the scene of his haki snatching Karin at all costs was still vivid in his mind, so much so that Obito and the false sniper finally attracted Nagato, who was forcibly killed by Nagato. Over the years, Otsutsuki appeared one after another, causing great waves in Ninja World. Fortunately, Nagato, Yuuji, and the others were there to keep watch and kill these Otsutsuki one after another, so the tragedy did not occur. Sometimes, Black Zetsu really felt that Ninja World could have this kind of expert guarding him. Although it delayed his resurrection speed, it undoubtedly bought him precious time. If not for them, his mother wouldn't have been resurrected, but Otsutsuki's clansmen came first. Black Zetsu didn't even dare to imagine what kind of child this world would become. Perhaps his mother would never have a chance to escape, and she would even be discovered and killed by her clansmen in the sealed state. There would be no future to speak of. Because of this, Black Zetsu had the opportunity to gather information about Otsutsuki's clansmen. The core top-secret information was definitely in Yuuji's hands. Black Zetsu knew this, but he could not get it. However, from the information he could gather, combined with his own situation, Black Zetsu speculated about the abilities of Otsutsuki's clan. Why do you say that? Madara asked. Orochimaru also looked at him with great interest. Black Zetsu pointed at Orochimaru, Madara-sama, the guy next to you has been killed several times, but every time he can be revived by the soul fragment that has been separated in advance. Madara glanced at Orochimaru, and his eyes revealed a deep disdain. This kind of resurrection is simply meaningless. Your soul is already broken. Every time you revive, you will always lose a part of it. This method of continuation was very novel, but the proud and arrogant Madara would not use it even if he was beaten to death. This method of survival that was close to self-mutilation which permanently reduced his own potential and strength. He was crazy to use this method. Hehe, I don't have your strength. It is very difficult to live in this dangerous ninja world. I can only use this method to prolong my life. Orochimaru's face was extremely ugly as he spoke. He clearly knew that he didn't have many opportunities to make mistakes. If he died one or two more times, his soul would probably completely collapse. At that time, he would really die. Splitting the soul fragments again and again, dismembering the soul again and again, this was a crazy and dangerous move. Black Zetsu continued, if Orochimaru can resurrect in this way, then other Otsutsuki, who are on the same level as Rikuta Sennin, will probably be like Rikuta Sennin, surpassing the boundary of life and death, and can also be resurrected with soul fragments. In fact, Black Zetsu mainly thought of himself. His mother was Otsutsuki, who had eaten the chakra fruit. In theory, she should be a bit stronger than most of her peers. She had created him at the last moment and was sealed. In addition, as long as he stuffed Kyuubi Bijuu into the Gedo statue and resurrected J-Bai, he could control a body as a vessel and his mother could be resurrected. J-Bai plus Black Zetsu plus vessel, J-Bai Jinchuriki, equals Otsutsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu also began to think. What the hell was he? To some extent, he was also his mother's soul fragment? Or some kind of imprint? If his mother could create him, then would the other Otsutsuki not have this kind of method? That was a clan that even his mother feared. They should have powerful strength. Madara fell into deep thought. He had never come into contact with Otsutsuki, but according to the information provided by Black Zetsu and Orochimaru, these people did not have the concept of magic. They were born with 7 types of chakra attributes, and they did not need to form seals. All attack tactics could be instant cast, and they could directly use chakra energy. Truly an enviable ability, worthy of being the source of the bloodline of the ancient ninja clan. A desire arose in Madara's heart, and he really wanted to see Otsutsuki, and like Nagato and Yuuji, kill Otsutsuki with his own hands, and truly understand this clan. I understand. The Otsutsuki clan might have a type of resurrection method, and maybe like Orochimaru, they need to find a suitable container. Where is the descendant of Uzumaki? Madara's entire heart was restless, and this was a feeling of excitement. Wind Country, Naruto has already gone there first. Now, he might have fought with Konoha's pursuing troops. Then let's move. Madara ordered in an unquestionable tone, ignoring Orochimaru and leaving. Orochimaru silently relaxed his control over Madara. In fact, there was nothing he could do if he did not relax it. Madara really had a way to kill him, but there was no need to do so. Aren't you going? Black Zetsu looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his head, and said in a hoarse voice, this time, it involves Otsutsuki's clan. With Madara and you here, I can't get what I want, and it's very likely that I will attract those terrible guys. Even though his heart was aching to death, how good would it be if he could get a corpse of Otsutsuki? This was the source bloodline of many ninja clan members, and it was extremely precious. Black Zetsu gave Orochimaru a deep look, then quickly followed Madara and headed straight for the Wind Country. Not long after, they arrived at the Wind Country, and they sensed that in the depths of the desert, the aftermath of the battle was spreading. There are outsiders fighting, but there is no movement from Suna Ninja Village. Madara flew in the air and casually glanced at Suna Ninja Village in the distance. Many Suna ninja only hid in the cliff walls around the village and waited, but they did not send the ninja army into the desert to kill the intruders immediately. This kind of behavior, Madara did not like it, and felt that Suna Ninja Village was as useless as before. He looked into the sky. On the side of Suna Ninja Village, the nervous ninjas naturally saw him through the binoculars. Who is that person? He can actually fly. He has long hair that reaches his waist, wearing States Period's armor, and his entire body is covered in cracks. This is Uchiha Madara. It's Uchiha Madara. Quickly report to Lord Kazekage. Raza and Cho, who had learned of the news, rushed over and carefully sized him up. They hurriedly retracted their gazes and looked at each other, somewhat suspicious. Even Madara was attracted over. It seems that our method of contracting troops is correct. If we rashly participate in an unknown event, it will only cause trouble. Raza said in a low voice. Cho also slowly nodded and looked at the ninjas around him. These ninjas originally had sullen looks on their faces. They felt that there was an enemy fighting in their own territory. They could not send people to investigate immediately. They only dared to shrink back. They were too cowardly. But when they saw Uchiha Madara, this feeling disappeared. Everyone felt that Kazekage was wise. Who was Uchiha Madara? The terrifying man who had single-handedly defeated 5-Cage Summit. Just a group of wooden clones had beaten the 5-Cage into fleeing like rats. The experience of that terrifying battle had already spread throughout Ninja World. The world could not imagine how terrifying the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, who had Rinnegan, Mokuton, and the immortal body, was. Just sending out a group of clones was enough to make Cage Level lose their wit. And how terrifying would Hitomi, who could defeat Madara, be? Lord Kazekage, thank you for making a prompt decision this time. After Madara flew away, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Maki took the initiative to compliment Raza. Raza solemnly said, this kind of distance is not safe. To be able to attract the battle between Orochimaru and Madara, it is absolutely unusual. Gaara also showed signs of agitation just now, probably because Shikaku sensed the other Bijuu. With Bijuu, maybe a series of Bijuudama would fly over at any time. Raza solemnly issued an order, requesting to open all the barriers to the maximum. All the villagers immediately took refuge in the underground shelter, waiting for the battle to end. After all the ninjas got busy, Raza and Cho looked at each other with incomparable worry. Cho said, I only hope that it has nothing to do with Otsutsuki's clan. The matter of us being controlled by Otsutsuki Urashiki cannot be exposed. At that time, Urashiki had never come to the world to travel to this world that was more dangerous than the future. He was crippled by Yuuji with a nuclear bomb and barely escaped. The two blue Rinnegan were both dug up by Yuuji. After that, Urashiki dragged his incomplete body and ran to Suna Ninja Village. He ordered Cho to create a puppet body for him and secretly controlled Suna Ninja Village. Before he could do anything, Urashiki could not wait to use time-space, Hitomi to go to the Fire Country. He wanted to take advantage of Chunin exam to dig out a pair of superior eyes. In the end, he was surrounded by Tonari, Hoito, Izumi, and Kazue. And the corpse, it was also devoured by Yuuji. After Urashiki died, Raza and Cho heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Ebizo, who had been in seclusion for a long time, walked behind the two of them and said with a frown, "Our Suna ninja village has already fallen to this extent. There are enemies invading, but we don't even have the confidence to fight back. You actually came out from that small fish pond. How rare." Cho looked at his younger brother. So what if he was dissatisfied? Only strength would not lie, and they just did not have strength in their hands. Otsutsuki, Yuuji, Nagato, Hitomi, and now, including Orochimaru who had mastered Edo Tensei, these people could all step on the head of Suna Ninja Village. Let's wait a bit longer. Ebizo looked into the distance and said. The battle between Naruto and Jiraiya became more and more intense. Naruto was successfully controlled by Jiraiya and the others using the tactics that they had prepared beforehand, revealing a flaw. Izumi seized the opportunity and sent an illusion into Naruto's spiritual world. Can it succeed? Jiraiya was very worried and gave Aberame Torun a look. Torun immediately rushed up and pressed his palm on the tree, letting his nanobug gradually spread to Naruto. At this moment, Naruto seemed to have no way to escape. Very good, quickly kill this little brat. Shima said happily. Jiraiya did not move, only frowning and staring. 2 to 3 seconds later. Beads of sweat appeared on Izumi's forehead. She anxiously said, "He and Kyuubi are working together to break my illusion. I can't control them." Jiraiya's heart sank. He shouted, "Attack, kill him." The few of them rushed forward, looking for an opportunity to kill Naruto. However, Hinata, who had been keeping a low profile from beginning to end, moved at this time. She walked out from behind Naruto, took a standard soft fist form, and struck out 2 palms in succession through the air. 2 false divine void strike. Boom! Boom! 2 palm prints shot out and blocked in front of Naruto, stopping the enemy's attack. When the palm print hit the Susanoo, it could even produce a shocking roar. Its power was not ordinary. This little girl has also grown up. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with killing intent. If he could not do it, then he could only kill. The more outstanding the enemy was, the more he had to kill them. He could only explain to Minato later after he returned. But in the next moment, Naruto forcefully raised his head, his expression ferocious. However, at this level, there is no way to control me. His Bijuu's transformation was further deepened, and the number of tails behind him increased sharply, growing a 9th tail. At this moment, Naruto finally achieved complete Bijuu transformation for the first time. The first thing Naruto did was to grab Hinata and swallow him into his stomach, lest Hinata was killed. My nanobug was killed by Kyuubi's chakra, Aberame Torun said dryly. No matter how strong the nanobug was, it would still be unable to complete the invasion when facing layers of Kyuubi's chakra. This is troublesome. Bijuu has 9 tails. Naruto has never entered this complete form in the past. Jiraiya stared at the huge Kyuubi in front of him, thinking about whether he could create another opportunity to use true fire of Samadhi to completely kill Naruto. Even if the price was for Kyuubi to escape, he had no choice but to do so. With Konoha's strength, he could completely capture Kyuubi back. Come on, if this is the case, let me, Sage Toad, end the enemy. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Naruto opened his mouth and spat out a full Bijuudama, aiming at Jiraiya who was right in front of him. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted, raising a cloud of dust in the sky. After the aftermath dispersed, it revealed the Susanoo of Izumi. At the critical moment, Izumi used Susanoo to block this attack. Fortunately, this attack of Bijuudama was released by Naruto at the last minute, so it was not very powerful. Just when Jiraiya was about to use true fire of Samadhi to burn Naruto to death, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Lord Jiraiya? Izumi's eyes were bloodshot, and she asked anxiously. The few of them followed Jiraiya's stiff gaze and looked in a certain direction. An uninvited guest has arrived. How could he be here? Jiraiya's expression froze as he stared at the sky. In the air, Uchiha Madara had his arms crossed as he coldly overlooked the farce below. I couldn't find the descendants of Uzumaki who I wanted to find, but I found you. Madara said. Madara. This guy has been summoned by Orochimaru again? This time, he might have come for Kyuubi. Yamanakafu and Aberame Torun's faces were numb, and their expressions did not change. The expressions of Jiraiya and the others changed. It seems that we have no way to bring back or kill Naruto. Jiraiya said bitterly. No, there's still a chance. A hint of determination appeared in Izumi's eyes. Kazue frowned and shouted, "Stop, do you still want to use that? The price is too heavy, you will become the next me. If I don't do this, you won't be able to complete the task, right?" Izumi replied. She looked at Naruto and slowly opened his eyes, displaying Mangekyo pupil technique. Izanami. Chapter 455, Switching Eyes. Izumi was forced into a corner and chose to use her Mangekyo pupil art on Naruto. Originally, Izumi did not plan to use this because the price was too high and the damage to her eyes was astonishing. In fact, Kazue's Izanaga had also consumed an astonishing amount of energy. This was a technique that could change fate and break the boundaries of life and death within a certain range, but at least she had one eye that could repair the other eye. But what about Izumi? Izumi's eyes were both Izanami, similar to Shisui's Kota Amatsukami. Moreover, it was irreversible. After using it once, the speed at which her vision slipped far surpassed that of Kazue. However, even though Izumi knew this was the case, she still did it. She used the art of destiny, Izanami, on Naruto. Whoosh! Naruto fell into the spell of fate, undergoing reincarnation. His body was stiff and motionless. "Naruto, Naruto, wake up!" Kyuubi shouted in frustration. Uchiha Madara was glaring at him from the sky, but Naruto could not move. Kyuubi couldn't endure this explosive temper of his. Even if he failed, he had to fight fiercely with Madara before he lost. What was this now? It was already over before the fight even began. "Damn Uchiha, none of these people are good." Kyuubi cursed, continuously throwing out his chakra, trying to break through Izanami, but of course it was useless. It was not so easy for Izanami to break. "Who's there?" Kyuubi suddenly turned his head and looked at the dark personality slowly walking out from the corner of the sewer. "It's me, don't you know me?" The whites of this Naruto's eyes turned red and black, which was extremely strange. The so-called technique to decide fate only allows me to truly recognize me. Dark Naruto's voice was ice-cold. Kyuubi frowned as he looked at Naruto. "I originally thought that you two had already merged into one, but you never did." "We were originally one," the dark personality said. "Where did this fusion come from?" "It's just that I can use this opportunity to completely wash away a portion of the old. Izanami's technique of changing one's understanding is suitable for me to use. It's a blessing in disguise." "You really are lucky." Kyuubi looked at the guy in front of him with fear. All these years, it had watched the appearance and growth of the dark Naruto, and it had become the host step by step. Under the influence of an unknown power, it quickly grew stronger. Step by step, it ate and assimilated the thoughts of the main personality, and finally gained the upper hand. In the past, Kyuubi had thought that if Naruto wanted to truly become strong and become perfect, sooner or later, he would have to choose one in the light and darkness of the main personality and the second personality, and he would wholeheartedly walk the path. Now it seemed that the intervention of external forces had made Naruto completely recognize himself and choose to be led by the dark personality. "You won't be able to come back in the past. When you were 3 or 4 years old, you used to be gentle, sunny, and friendly." Kyuubi revealed a cruel smile. For a dark personality to be able to grow to such an extent, Kyuubi, who was good at sensing the evil in his heart, had used a lot of strength. Dark Naruto's expression was incomparably cold. The gaze he looked at Kyuubi with was as cold as ever, completely like he was looking at a beast or a tool. Kyuubi was not angry. It had long been used to it. Ever since the dark personality gradually became the master of the body, the dark side of the mind expanded. In the past few years, Naruto had always looked at it like this. Now, it was just like completely solidifying the original rhythm. Izanami was cracked by Naruto himself, and in return, Naruto was completely perfect. In the outside world, Naruto's huge body began to melt, and he returned to normal. When Hinata appeared next to Naruto, she quickly looked around, especially when she noticed Uchiha Madara in the air. She asked anxiously and fearfully, "Naruto, are you all right?" Just as Jiraiya and the others were racking their brains thinking about whether there was still a chance, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. How could something have happened? There was no change in his gaze at all. How could that be? Those who have been hit by Izanami will not be able to escape from the illusion before they have a clear understanding of themselves. Even with Kyuubi's help, it won't work. Why do you know how to break my spell? Izumi was the first to notice it. She covered her eyes in pain and stared with disbelief. Naruto stood on a black tree and said coldly, because my nature is like this. I don't need to recognize myself. Although this technique is powerful, it has no effect on me. Jiraiya and the others were all stunned. The person who ignored this technique last time was Uchiha Madara in the sky. Swoosh! Madara smashed into the ground like a cannonball. He slowly walked in front of Naruto and sized him up for a while. He praised, yes, you are really similar to me. If you were born from Uchiha's clan, I would really think that you are another me. Being very similar to you. It is an insult to me, not an honor. Naruto retorted without hesitation. Madara sneered again. Another resurrection. It seems that your eyes have been restored. What are you doing here? Are you here for me again? Naruto asked. Madara shook his head. Don't overestimate yourself. If I want to kill you, I can do it at any time. Last time in a Megakure's battle, it was just a passing opportunity. When the time is right, when that brat Nagato starts to lead Akatsuki into action, you will naturally welcome your own end. Naruto's expression was not good, but he also knew that what Madara said was the truth. Just Limbo Border Jail, made Naruto helpless. The only response Naruto could think of was to use true several thousand hands to carry out a ground-washing attack in order to destroy Madara's body before he was killed by the shadow. Madara said, I am here for the descendants of Uzumaki. Naruto frowned. Are you trying to steal my prey? I don't know what you want to do with the descendants of that clan. I don't care, but if I'm not wrong, you might not be a match for that guy, and you might even die miserably. Madara said. Naruto didn't believe it at all. In the entire ninja world, there were only a few people who could make him die tragically. What did they have to do with a descendant of Uzumaki? Although this descendant of Uzumaki was very special, he had caused a great battle between Nagato and Otsutsuki back then. Perhaps it was related to Otsutsuki? That fellow called Otsutsuki as Heike was not dead yet? Naruto's expression changed slightly. Madara looked directly at Jiraiya and the others. Konoha's gravel, do you also want to dance? Jiraiya's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. They're going to die. If Naruto and Madara fought, they still had a chance to escape, but now, how could they fight? Retreat? I'll stay behind, Kazue said in a deep voice. What are you going to do? I can use my pupil to revive. Can you? But there's something wrong with your eyes, you can't use it. Otherwise, according to your character, you would have already defeated Naruto with Susanoo. Jiraiya said. Kazue didn't respond, she just pulled out 2 Kusanagi sword on her back, showing her attitude. Izumi, you follow Jiraiya and retreat. I will buy you time. With my strength, delaying for a while is not a problem. Even if the other party is Uchiha Madara, I will make him pay the price. Kazue held Kusanagi sword in one hand and pointed it at Madara. Including the Totsuka sword, it seems that all 3 artifacts have fallen into your hands. Madara coldly looked at Kazue, unfortunately, your eyes will die before you, and you can't exert the power of these 3 artifacts well. The Totsuka sword can seal the soul, and the other 2 physical Kusanagi sword, one is extremely hard, can be used as a shield to support Susanoo to resist the powerful attack of the enemy. Even if Madara wants to destroy this Kusanagi sword, it will take a lot of time. The last Kusanagi sword could freely stretch and shrink, and it was extremely flexible. It was a very good auxiliary divine artifact. If it was added to Susanoo, as long as Hitomi had enough strength, he could easily stretch for hundreds of thousands of meters. It was very easy for him to cut down a mountain range with one slash. Unfortunately, Kazue did not have this ability now. Sister, I will go with you. What are you staying for? Kazue scolded. I am stronger than my current sister, and I can be resurrected, Izumi said stubbornly. Kazue stared coldly at Izumi. What an enviable feeling. I once had a brother like this. Unfortunately, he died in the war. This is the mistake of this world. Madara was touched. But he still had to kill. A purple light shot out of Madara's eyes. A powerful force of gravity erupted and rushed into the atmosphere, forcefully pulling down a meteorite from outer space. Don't leave. Let's die here together. Who? The terrible meteorite crashed down, including everything nearby, and came straight to the surface with great momentum. Damn it, my true fire of samadhi can't burn such a huge meteorite, do I have to burn a hole? Jiraiya's eyes almost split open, thinking about the possibility of survival. Use the flame to burn a piece of the meteorite, then rely on Izumi's Susanoo to resist. Senior Jiraiya, you take the two of them and leave, we will block this meteorite, we can definitely buy some time. After Izumi shouted, her eyes were bloodshot, and she seemed to have exerted the strength of this pair of eyes to the extreme, doing her best to strengthen her Susanoo. Understood, I will survive. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, suppressing the shock in his heart, he quickly fled with Shima and the two of them. In an emergency situation, it was very easy for some people to die, but it was very difficult to endure the consciousness of dying. How stupid! For those guys to do this. Kazue raised her head and looked at the ground that blocked the sunlight and seemed to fill the entire sky. If not for Izumi, Kazue would not care about the lives of Jiraiya and the others. If all these people were dead, Kazue could also use Izanagi to resurrect them. Don't say that, sister, after all, they are our companion. You are almost brainwashed by the village. You are really stupid. Kazue was very dissatisfied. Since Yuuji taught the ninja school, Konoha had improved to a new level in terms of ideological construction. However, Yuuji and Kazue did not take these brand new theories seriously. They also very critical. But some people can't help but believe, especially Izumi, who don't necessarily believe in the theory itself, but will believe in Yuuji, who is like a god. She really felt that Lord Yuuji thought so. Then, she did not doubt Lord Yuuji's words. This made Kazue, who knew the truth, feel a headache. She felt that her sister still had too little experience and was easy to deceive. When the meteorite crashed down. Hey, are you trying to kill me as well? Naruto looked up at the sky. You deserve it. It only shows that you are incompetent. Madara did not make any defensive moves. He had an Edo body, so it did not matter if he was smashed to pieces. At this time, he was watching Kazue and Izumi's every move. His focused eyes seemed to be waiting for something. Finally, the meteorite hit the ground. It seemed to be very slow, but it was also because the meteorite was extremely huge. The moment it touched the ground, it was earth-shattering. At the center of the impact, a huge depression appeared. The ground seemed to be divided into many layers. At this moment, layer after layer was opened, sweeping in all directions. The sound lost its meaning, as if a long time later, there was a roar. A long time passed. When the smoke and dust dispersed, only traces of destruction could be seen everywhere. Most of the meteorites in this boundless desert had been shattered. Looking up, there was even an endless desert formed by impact that wreaked havoc throughout the wind country. Madara was calmly repairing his body. Surrounded by many black trees, Naruto slowly floated up. He stepped on the branches and watched the scene in front of him with a cold face. Just in case, he even added a layer of Bijuu's coat to protect himself. Even so, he was also amazed by the power of Tengai Shinsei. This thing is very fancy. It can be destroyed by Bijuudama in a few rounds. Naruto said. Madara glanced at Naruto. Not everyone is like you. Not everyone is as strong as Kyuubi. Even if it was just half Kyuubi, it could still blow up the other 8 Bijuu. Naruto looked at the light in Madara's eyes. Crack crack. A blurry Susanoo was waving a Kusanagi sword and rushing out of the meteorite. But the condition of these two people was clearly very bad. As soon as they landed on the meteorite fragment, they almost lost their footing. That barely maintained Susanoo also immediately disappeared. Kazue and Izumi raised their heads, revealing their own eyes. Yep, each of you is blind on one eye for casting Izanagi. Naruto observed. Madara said, however, there is a time limit to Izanagi's resurrection. As soon as the user dies, they will immediately revive from nearby. The destructive power caused by meteorites is sustainable and will not disappear immediately. After resurrection, the two of them will have to try their best to resist the remaining impact. One of Izumi's eyes was blind, she was really blind. Kazue's blind eye could have been repaired with the other eye, but just now he used Susanoo for self-protection and loaded a Kusanagi sword, exhausting the few pupil power left of the other eye. In other words, Kazue was now close to losing his sight. Only one of Izumi's right eye, her vision was greatly reduced, and she could barely use it, but maybe she would lose her sight at some time. Despicable fellow. Kazue gritted her teeth. Izumi spat out a mouthful of blood and said hoarsely, Sister, you are stronger than me and you should live. I will give you my eyes. Chapter 456, Cancer Clone vs Wood Clone. Madara was observing Kazuo and Izumi's every move. In Rinnegan field of vision, he saw the changes in their mouths when they talked, so he naturally understood what they were talking about. What an enviable feeling! In this desperate situation, you want to sacrifice yourself to let the other party escape? You don't hesitate to hand over your eyes. Madara watched this scene. When Naruto heard this, he also looked over from afar and said disapprovingly, "No matter how you struggle, you will only die. Didn't you come from Warring States periods era? There should be many things like this. What is there to be touched about? You are like a long-winded old man. Little brat, let me remind you. From my age, I am already an old man. When I completely died 17 years ago, I was already 103 years old." Madara crossed his arms and said coldly, "Moreover, you, Root, do not know what they are doing, nor do you understand why I pay so much attention to them. The relationship between these two people is very similar to the relationship between him and Izuna. They can sacrifice themselves for each other, even if they know that sacrificing themselves will not give the other party a real chance to escape." And this was only one aspect. What Madara paid more attention to was the two people changing their eyes. One was blind, the other was blind. If they wanted to reverse this situation, they could only use that method. "I just didn't know if that guy told them," Madara said to himself. It was not easy for Madara to return to the human world, and he even met a little kid that suited his taste, so he did not mind revealing more information. Naruto did not understand and said impatiently, "What are you talking about? What is that method? Could it be that there is a way to repair the blind eyes? Uchiha Kazuo can do it, her pupil technique can repair the eyes, but her eyes are now blind. That's why I said that you don't know anything. Just watch obediently. Things won't end so easily." Madara snorted coldly. He saw that Izumi ignored Kazuo's obstruction and directly dug out her right eye, which still had some vision left. It was stained with blood and handed to Kazuo. Madara looked at Kazuo's reaction with interest. Based on the relationship between this woman and that person, she might know a little about that method. "I just don't know if they will use it right now. Moreover, it will take time to recover her eyesight." Madara was very interested in this. This was related to that guy's plan of action. Madara remembered. That guy, the little brat named Shiranui Yuuji, had boldly stood in front of him back then and boasted shamelessly about Infinite Izanagi's plan, even saying that Infinite Tsukuyomi was an incomplete plan. In Madara's opinion, Infinite Izanagi was actually even less feasible, and it was even more difficult. How crazy was it to modify reality infinitely and crazily correct every move of every person at a frequency of hundreds of millions of times? In any case, Infinite Tsukuyomi was pulling human beings into the illusion, relying on the psychological tendency of the individual to make up for it and create a dream. In other words, every month of dream reading, to some extent, the person who fell into the illusion created himself. But what is Infinite Izanagi? Playing microplay? He treats everyone as a living puppet. Once there is any sign, he will immediately erase what has happened and restore the matter to what has happened before it happened. Until now, Madara was also very appreciative of this idea, but he was not expecting Yuuji to succeed in carrying out this plan in the end. Kazuo stared at Izumi's face. The blood that flowed out of her eyes had already split her face apart and flowed freely. "Sister, don't hesitate. This is your only chance. If you get my eyes, you might be able to use your own pupil technique," Izumi urged. Kazuo shook her head with a complicated expression. "No, changing eyes in the state of Mangekyo, the pupil technique I can use is your Izanami, not my Izanagi." Izumi was a little disappointed. "If that's the case, then you have this eye, and you can also have a chance to escape. Just like how Hyuga Hoito dug out Hyuga Hayashi's eyes back then, I guess that changing eyes should be able to restore pupil strength." Kazuo sighed. How could there be a chance to escape? The opponent was Uchiha Madara. Just now, when the two of them had not lost their sight, they had not been able to successfully escape, let alone now. Of course, even though they were blind, their eyes could still vaguely see some outlines, but with this level of vision, even daily life was a problem, let alone use it to fight. Hoito's situation is rather special. I can't explain it to you clearly. Moreover, as far as I know, the exchange of eyes between Mangekyo Sharingan is more complicated. Right now, this little bit of time is not enough for me to recover my eyesight and escape calmly," Kazuo said. She had long known from Yuuji how to obtain the eternal eyes, but the problem was that there was not enough time now. The Eternal Eyes demands to fuse 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, this definitely could not be done in one simple move. Madara leaped and landed in front of the 2 of them. Kazue held Izumi's right eye in her hand and looked at Madara coldly. It seems that you already know some things. It's a pity that the time is not right now. If you have the Eternal Mangekyo, you might be able to make me happy if you use your full strength. Madara suddenly kicked out and sent Izumi flying. This heavy blow knocked out the exhausted Izumi. You bastard! Kazue picked up Kusanagi's sword and fiercely slashed at Madara, but Madara easily caught it with 2 fingers. You can't do anything now. Don't do useless things. Madara reached out his hand and grabbed Kazue's neck, slowly tightening it. Naruto did not come over, but looked at them coldly from afar. Once these 2 people died, the only ones left were him and Uchiha Madara. In order to fight for Karin, the 2 would definitely have a conflict. Naruto was already thinking about what to do. Should he kill Madara or escape? Naruto, I will block him later, and then you. Hinata whispered. Naruto interrupted, don't say any more, I have my plan. Hinata was silent. She drove Byakugan and observed the conversation between Madara and Kazue, silently remembering useful information. The Eternal Mangekyo? So there was the Eternal Mangekyo above Mangekyo? Just by looking, Madara was about to slowly strangle Kazue to death. At this time, Kazue's body suddenly squirmed and erupted with a chaotic and violent instinct. Oh? There is indeed something wrong with this woman's body. Madara's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of realization. The cells went berserk. Kazue's body was originally made from Yuuji's cells. At this time, as Kazue exhausted her chakra, even her consciousness showed a vague sign. These cells that she had been painstakingly restraining naturally began to go out of control. A large number of meatballs of unknown significance squirmed. Just as Madara was sizing them up, one of the meatballs suddenly extended out a sharp blade formed from flesh and blood, piercing through Madara's neck. If a normal person was injured like this, they would quickly die. However, the impure world Madara had an indifferent look on his face. Rustle. A dense crack appeared on his neck, and a large amount of powder flew about, filling the wound bit by bit. Madara released his hand and grabbed the flesh blade with a backhand. He said calmly, since you are here, don't hide. Come out. So you discovered it long ago. Well, a person like you will not let such an excellent tool die. She is the key to your plan. You will definitely stop me. Madara said. A lump of flesh and blood squirmed on Kazue's body for a while and gradually grew out, condensing into the appearance of Yuuji. Just like that, a Yuuji grew out of Kazue's body and finally left Kazue's body, standing firmly on the ground. Moreover, Yuuji grabbed Kazue's shoulder and stabilized her almost falling body. He also suppressed the violent cancer cells and stabilized Kazue's collapsed body. Madara looked up and down at the person in front of him, revealing a satisfied expression. Humph, that's more like it. Although it's only a clone, it's at least much more pleasing to the eye than the last time we met. He was referring to Akatsuki's Su, not revealing himself or revealing his tail. This time, it was the official meeting between the 2 of them after 17 years. Naruto and Hinata widened their eyes, awed by the sight in front of them. Naruto-kun, isn't that Lord Yuuji? How did he come out from Kazue? This guy has known Madara for a long time? When did this happen? Oh right, I remember that Obito was good friends with this Yuuji back then. Could it be that from then on, he actually... Naruto and Hinata were a little confused. This was outrageous. This was the first time they had seen Yuuji appear in such a manner. It was too strange, and he actually had a connection with Madara. Why didn't you appear earlier? You had to be tested to this extent by me before you stopped pretending to be dead. Madara asked. Yuuji said, I have seen the actions of Kazue and Izumi. I will never interfere with their own decisions. If not for the fact that I have to deal with them, I wouldn't have appeared. Kazue staggered and stabilized himself. She panted heavily and said in a low voice, Yuuji-san, my sister, she's fine. She's just a little seriously injured. But the action of her dug her eyes for you can't be considered wrong. Yuuji glanced at her and said lightly. Kazue said in a low voice, I understand. If I had enough strength, she would not have been forced into such a desperate situation. There were many things that need not be explained in detail. Kazue held Izumi's eye. It was time to make up her mind. After returning this time, she will begin to merge her eyes and obtain an eternal pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The next time we meet, Uchiha Madara. Kazue gritted her teeth. This was the first time she had lost so miserably. From the time she was 10 years old, her fate had taken a turn for the better and she had soared into the sky. She had never been forced to such a desperate path. No matter what kind of enemy she faced, even if she was no match for them, she could still rely on her eyes, Mangekyo Dijutsu, to be incomparably calm. In any case, she would not die. She could lose many times, but the enemy would be finished if she lost once. However, the premise of this calmness and strength was that her eyes were not blind. Eternal Eye will have eternal pupil power. As long as you have enough chakra, you can convert it into endless pupil power to consume. Yuuji said in a calm tone. The biggest shortcoming of Kazue was precisely the power of the eyes, not chakra. Kazue's body had been modified by Yuuji. As early as in the Third Ninja World War, she could fight with the young Hoshigaki Kisame, and the chakra reserve she showed was equal to the Tailless Bijuu. If she had eternal eyes, with huge chakra and endless pupil power, the last shortcoming would be fixed. At that time, Kazue would basically not be killed, and she could use her eyes unscrupulously. She could do the same as the original Suzuki in history. When Mangekyo had just opened the six-pointed star pattern, Suzuki wished he could use Susanoo to lift his pants when he went to the gutter. After transplanting Itachi's eyes and obtaining the eternal eye that had fused two patterns, Suzuki used the third stage of Susanoo and Amaterasu's fire as a draw. He killed a few white Zetsu and used all three of Mangekyo's Hitomi techniques. It was too extravagant to the point of being shameful. Kazue made up her mind. This time, if not for Yuuji saving the scene at the last moment, everything would be over. Kazue, who was chasing power, recognized the reality and naturally would not blame Yuuji for appearing this late. Yuuji had never really interfered with her actions. This time, there was no reason to intervene in advance. Being able to come out and save her in the end was already the limit. When I get the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I will come back and kill you completely. Kazue fixed her eyes on Madara, her hair was loose, her figure was in a sorry state, but her face was full of hostility. This time, it is far from my full strength. Her true full strength was actually Sage Susanoo. But the problem was, that state consumed even more terrifying energy to the eyes. Under the premise of activating Susanoo, natural energy was injected into the body of Susanoo, thus creating a black Sage Susanoo. This form, Kazue had only used it once when she was acting as an immortal. That form of Sage Susanoo, if it was opened to the complete form, coupled with the three divine artifacts in his hands, coupled with Izanaga's forbidden pupil technique that could alter herself and others. At that time, Kazue was not qualified to fight with Madara. Anyway, it didn't matter if she lost, as long as she wouldn't die. Rounding up, it was equal to being able to fight Madara 50-50. Madara did not mind. Do you think you'll be safe just because this guy is here? Without my permission, you won't be able to leave. There won't be a next time. Yuuji said, without my permission, you want to kill her right in front of me. Since I have already been resurrected, I will take over the Tsukuyomi project and correct your mistakes. Madara said. As long as Madara wanted to, he could break through Orochimaru's control in a matter of minutes and reverse the seal of Edo Tensei. In addition, with Black Zetsu's Rinnegan, the basic condition for him to be completely resurrected had been achieved. It seems that you really want to fight with me. Yuuji smiled. Madara sneered. Brat, who do you think you are? Hitomi? I have a general understanding of the strength you have. It is absolutely impossible to defeat me even if you can defeat Nagato. You should recognize the reality and obey my orders honestly. The pupil technique that Nagato used was something that he had used up. Every ability could not reach his peak level, and it was still far from enough. To be able to defeat Nagato, that means nothing. However, you are now a clone, so it is very boring. I will use clones to deal with you, so that you can realize the difference between us. Madara's body squirmed, and several wooden clones immediately emerged. Chapter 457, Is this the fight of clone? Madara was definitely not going to let Yuuji off. To a certain extent, Yuuji had become an uncertain factor in the Moon Eye plan. If Yuuji was the same as the current Obito, he would not care and would even generously forgive all the mistakes that Yuuji had made in the past. But in reality, it was not like this. Yuuji had already left Obito behind, standing on the same level as him and Hashirama in the past. This kind of expert, what he did at the critical moment would make Madara very uncomfortable. I know that your clone technique is very special. It is the power that you are so proud of. Take out your true strength to cheer me up. If you can send out more clone now, I can wait for you. Madara used Rinnegan to coldly stare at Yuuji's clone. There is no need for that. It is just a group of worthless clone. Yuuji's body trembled, and the body of this clone immediately bulged out one after another. As Madara was slightly moved, Yuuji's clone was created one after another. A clone could create a clone? What an evil clone technique! Madara carefully observed. With Rinnegan's vision, he could clearly see the changes in every cell in Yuuji's body. Therefore, he saw that many strange cells were splitting and multiplying at a crazy speed, finally condensing into clones. This was ridiculous. Even though Madara was experienced and knowledgeable, he had some understanding and psychological expectations of this perfect clone technique that was known by the people of today as surpassing the wood clone technique. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt that it was ridiculous. Can the clones created by the main body continuously create more clones? This clone has too much chakra, and it looks like it can recover quickly? Interesting. A clone that surpasses the wood clone technique is a bit interesting, Madara commented. Yuuji said, since you want to test me, there is no need to hide it. These numbers of wooden clones can't let me enjoy myself. Arrogant brat, you are even more arrogant than you were back then. Madara did not hesitate and immediately split out more than 30 clones. Together, the number of wooden clones was close to 50. Yuuji also divided out equal numbers of clones. In the yellow sand that filled the sky, there were only a few scattered, and over 100 figures were clearly divided. So many, this is too much. In the distance, Naruto's expression had already changed. Little brat, you better be careful. Even if it's just a clone, it has very strong power. Kyuubi sensed the situation outside and was very worried. I know. 5-Cage Summit, that fellow Madara only used a pile of wood clones to defeat the 5 Great Village Cage. Naruto's mood was heavy. He knew that every single one of these wooden clones possessed the combat strength to activate the Susanoo, moreover it was the 4th stage Susanoo. The 4th stage Susanoo was a level that even ordinary Mangekyo could not reach. Although it did not possess the heavy armor of the 3rd stage and was somewhat lacking in defense, it had grown legs, which had super mobility and even greater destructive power. Thinking carefully, the strength that Madara possessed was enough to completely crush all the enemies below Super Cage level. Just a random wooden clone with Susanoo could fight Cage level. What's more, there were still many wooden clones, so strong that it was suffocating. The other Super Cage level was nothing more than using a powerful tactic to wash the ground crazily and deter the whole world. As for Madara, he did not rely on a powerful tactic. He just casually threw out a pile of wooden clones, which could make people doubt their lives. To a certain extent, it was even more terrifying. Hinata looked down at the battlefield with Byakugan from all directions. She could feel the pressure coming at her, and her voice was trembling. Naruto-kun, although Lord Yuuji's clone is powerful, it may not be able to fight against Madara's wooden clones. I know that no matter how much that person's clone technique is praised, it is at most strange and difficult to kill. One-on-one, he is definitely not a match for Madara. Naruto said irritably. How could that kind of peculiar physical clone compare to Madara's wooden clone that could use Susanoo or Rinnegan? Naruto only saw the number of wooden clones, but he did not think that Yuuji could win. It just depended on how long the other party could hold on. No matter which side wins, it is not something we can participate in. That guy can create so many clones with just one clone. At least he can hold Madara back. We will take the opportunity to leave in a while. Naruto said in a low voice. His goal was to find Uzumaki Karin. Then, it is time to go. Yuuji's clone opened his arms and said indifferently. In the next moment, the 50 clones suddenly moved and quickly rushed out towards Madara who was facing them. Humph, let me see it. Madara flew in the air and looked down at the battlefield. Many wooden clones also moved at the same time. Shua, Shua, Shua. Hundreds of figures transformed into ghost-like existences the moment they moved. They simply ran and moved, leaving behind after images that were difficult to see in the air. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the many clones of the two sides had collided and engaged in close combat. As soon as they came into contact with each other, it was extremely intense. Even if it was only physical combat, each punch could easily shatter rocks. Every time they fell to the ground, a deep pit would be created. Madara and Yuuji were carefully observing the battle situation. Every second, a large number of clones were sent flying, but they quickly stood up as if nothing had happened and continued to join the battle. Hiss! A wooden clone turned around and saw all the actions of the other side. The opponent's clone staggered with a backhand kick. In the next moment, the wooden clone next to him took the opportunity to rush over and grab the neck of the clone from behind. The two wooden clones exerted force and directly tore the clone in half. But then, the wooden clone that was approaching him was stabbed in the back by the opponent he was chasing after. He pierced his chest with one hand and raised it high. Although the situation seems to be 50-50, the scales of victory are already tilting towards me. Every clone of mine has Rinnegan, but your clone has nothing. The longer it takes, the more deaths you will have over there, Madara said slowly. Yuuji also nodded slightly. Indeed, if they were to fight head-on, his clones would not be able to defeat Madara's wooden clone. These wooden clones, which were active and rampaging all over the place, all had Rinnegan's ability to see clearly and had the advantage in physical combat. I have never seen Senju Hashirama in person, but now I can be sure that your wood clone has definitely surpassed his wood clone, Yuuji said. Humph, of course. I have everything that Hashirama has. I know all the techniques that he knows. I have long surpassed him. Madara was qualified to be conceited. Even if it was Mokutan's ultimate forbidden technique, true several thousand hands, Madara could use it to a certain extent. Tobi, who he created through the Gedo statue, could use it. As long as he could provide Tobi with chakra and the body of Mokutan Kekii, Tobi could easily create a small version of true several thousand hands. Originally, the timeline was created by Tobi controlling the unconscious Yamato. Now, it was created by Obito wearing Tobi. Hashirama knew it, Madara basically wouldn't say it. He also had Mangekyo Sharingan's Hitomi technique, and Limbo, Border Jail, who was below Rikuta Senin level, killing indiscriminately. If your ability is only at this level, it will disappoint me. Madara looked at Yuuji coldly. One after another, his cancer clone was killed and fell to the ground. The situation of the battle was changing bit by bit. But Yuuji was not flustered at all. He casually said, "Of course, it's not just this level. The one who should show his true strength is you." Madara frowned. Soon, he saw that the corpses of all the cancer clones that had been killed were wriggling non-stop. The cancer clone that had been torn into two by the two wooden clones suddenly jumped up and quickly grew the missing parts. One of the clones that had been torn apart had now become two, and they once again entered the battle as if nothing had happened. They won't die? He can still do this. Madara was stunned. In this way, wouldn't this clone impossible to kill? Even if it was torn into pieces, it could still split into dozens of health clones in minutes. Just like this, the number of cancer clones died more and more. In the end, a wooden clone had to face the siege of at least two cancer clones and was at a disadvantage. Madara couldn't bear to watch this scene happen. Susanoo! Whoosh! Blue ribs immediately gushed out from the bodies of all the wooden clones, and blue giants quickly extended out one after another, starting a massacre. Dozens of Susanoo stretched across the desert, charging forward, sweeping through everything in its path. Every action was like a madly rushing mountain, shaking the earth, making people incomparably shocked. What kind of concept was dozens of Susanoo? In the past, it was a power that could sweep through the entire ninja world, and even ordinary cage level would instantly fall under this kind of horizontal push. Boom! 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 One after another, Susanoo held blue-colored chakra longsword and slashed horizontally, and any casual attack could take away a lot of cancer clones. However, this was useless, continuously attacking, and instead caused more and more clones of Yuuji to appear. Killing clones will only cause more clones to appear, and their strength will not decrease because of splitting. Seeing his many wooden clones killing randomly, Madara was somewhat moved. Yuuji's cells were too strange. Madara could only watch as these cells changed from 1 to 2 to 4. As if they had self-awareness, they could either repair the wounds of the clones, grow the body tissues that had been cut off, or simply turn into a brand new and complete clone. Madara was somewhat dumbfounded. Theoretically speaking, as long as there was a cell in this world alive, Yuuji would be immortal. Moreover, there would be many Yuuji. How did he do this? Ordinary shadow clones use chakra as the medium to make clones, but this kid used his own cells as the link, and the chakra only played an auxiliary role? Madara stared with Rinnegan and carefully observed him. He thought crazily, and as he watched, he roughly understood something. It should be connected to every cell through chakra, and thus achieve the aim of precise control. But this shows that cells are the key. He had never heard of such cells, it was simply too much. Looking at it, Yuuji's clones were multiplying more and more, from 50 to more than 100. Separating the clones requires chakra, and it will cause a lot of pressure on the mind. The number of clones that each person can control is limited. Unbelievable, you have no limits. Madara's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yuuji said coldly, do you want to use a killing method to make my mind collapse? Or let my clone lose control? Don't think about it. Before you see me collapse, you will go crazy first. To be honest, Yuuji did not know how many clones he could control at the same time. It was not the time to try this. When he did this, it would be the time to clean up Ninja World and recover all the chakra he had, reconstructing the ecological environment of the entire planet. The time was not ripe yet, so there was no reason for him to do this. However, if he really wanted to say a vague number, well, the number of clones that Naruto could create on the original timeline would only be less than what Yuuji could create. Anyway, mental breakdown is impossible. Each clone is controlled by his own consciousness. Even if he really collapses, he can just find another cell to resplit and proliferate to form a new self. By then, though, planet Godzilla will most likely be out of trouble. More and more clones of Yuuji attacked the numerous wooden clones. They even opened their mouths to spit out numerous balls of flesh, bombarding them with these super miniature nuclear bombs. One after another, they broke through the defense of Susanoo and killed a batch of wooden clones. There is no point in continuing like this. Let's end it. Yuuji suddenly made a seal. A powerful chakra burst out. At this time, every single one of his clones underwent a transformation. Their bodies suddenly swelled up, and sharp claws grew out from their hands. A long tail also extended out from behind them. Godzilla Coat. It had been a long time since Yuuji had used this initial Godzilla mode. And this was only the beginning. The seal in Yuuji's hand quickly changed. The cancer clones also pulled away at the same time and quickly formed seals. Barrier technique, 4 red sun formation. One by one, the 4 red sun formation isolated the wooden clones. For a time, this boundless desert seemed to be divided into a single piece by a terrifying power. Strange red-colored light beams continuously emerged, shooting straight into the sky. In the next second, another group of clones rushed into the seal, their bodies like a steamer, floating around in crimson. Nuclear release, multiple white-hot light. Super high-temperature beams shot out one after another, from different directions, surrounding numerous wooden clones who were controlling Susanoo in the middle, hitting them on the spot, firmly locking them in place. This astonishing high temperature continuously burned the outer shell of Susanoo. As time passed, the wooden clones gradually became unable to resist, one after another, they were burned through their defense, defeated and killed. In the end, they became pitch-black charcoal, and many of them couldn't even leave charcoal. That should be enough. Madara, your wood clone can't even fight, Yuuji said lightly. Madara's expression was dark as he looked down coldly at this scene. My wood clone is very strong. It's just that your cancer clone is too disgusting and hard to kill. At the same time, controlling such a large number of cells in your brain can still remain normal is what surprises me the most, he said. Chapter 458, You Think You Might Do. A large number of powerful clones engaged in a chaotic battle. Just the commotion caused by this battle alone shook the entire country. The entire Wind Kingdom fell into a great panic. Some people looked into the distance with their binoculars, barely managing to see the entire battle situation. They were so scared that they couldn't control themselves. That fellow Madara can create even more wooden clones, and simultaneously control dozens of Susanoo to fight. How could there be such a monster? No wonder 5-Cage Summit and the other cage were powerless to fight back. A few years ago, Ninja World had even rarely seen a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and seeing Susanoo was already shocking enough, but now. It was clearly that Shiranui Yuuji who was even more terrifying, although I don't know how he appeared here, but he was actually able to create so many clones. The key is that he won, Madara's wooden clone was actually defeated by that person's clone. This battle had opened the eyes of the ninjas of Suna Ninja Village, and they were both sad and happy. Madara, a resurrected Edo ninja, had the strength to casually abuse a great ninja village. Fortunately, Shiranui Yuuji was here, but it was a pity that Shiranui Yuuji was one of Konoha's people. In their Suna ninja village, there would be a day when they would actually feel gratified for Konoha to have such a powerful existence. Madara was extremely disgusted. This kind of clone was extremely disgusting. Not only was he strong, he was also so disgusting. The more he killed, the stronger he became. At this time, the way Madara looked at Yuuji changed. He thought that it would take a lot of effort to kill this kid. At least he had to use the soul-type pupil technique to extract Yuuji's soul in order to have a chance to kill him. The path of Naraka. Madara thought for a while. Yuuji said, "Looks like you won't be able to kill this clone of mine." He sent out a few clones, bringing Kazue and Izumi with him as he quickly left. "I was just playing with you just now. I can kill you at any time." A flash of hostility flashed in Madara's eyes, but he ignored Kazue and Izumi, and took action himself, sucking all the clones of the mysterious cancer, including every single cancer cell. With Rinnegan's strength, he used the ability of the human world and forcibly destroyed the spiritual link of all the cells. He also used the ability of the hungry ghost to absorb all the chakra. "Madara, you've fallen. You need to personally attack even one of my clones. When my main body comes, what will you use to block it?" Yuuji's clone was not completely dead yet. Before he died, he looked at Madara mockingly. Madara's face was gloomy as he killed him completely. He was still worried. He glared with Rinnegan and carefully swept his eyes around. Only after confirming that there was no cell in the desert did he let out a sigh of relief. There was a cell, and Yuuji pulled out an army every minute. It was very tricky. After a while, Black Zetsu came out of the desert. "They have gone far away. Don't you want to find a way to interfere? That is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Madara was expressionless. "It's just a spare. Even if there really is a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan now, it doesn't mean much to me. The main body of the Moon Eye plan was him, Uchiha Madara. He would use the body of Jinchuriki and the moon as the medium to cast spells on Ninja World. At that time, the eternal Mangekyo was nothing. It didn't even have the value of a spare." Madara looked in a certain direction. That little brat Naruto escaped very quickly. Did he rely on that Hyuga clansman to discover the whereabouts of Uzumaki descendants? Black Zetsu said. White Zetsu told Naruto a lot of information. This is enough for him to split up from east and west. The reason why Naruto is looking for Uzumaki descendants should be to find clues to break the seal of the corpse ghost. He knows nothing about Otsutsuki. That won't do. I am very interested in Otsutsuki. I can't let that little brat get ahead of me. Madara stared at a direction and slowly flew. He was not in a hurry at all. Naruto, who did not know the truth, rushed to the front. Madara was also happy to enjoy the struggle of small people with the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. Naruto and Hinata rushed to a cliff first. "Come out, don't force me to erase this place with Bijuudama," Naruto shouted. "We have already hid in the desert, but you still found us." Ryozetsu was forced to have no choice but to come out, looking at Naruto cautiously. "Konoha's S-rank rebellious ninja, Naruto of Akatsuki, you are responsible for the movement in the distance. Are you fighting Sand Ninja? Why did you come to this kind of place? I don't remember any times where I offended you." The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up, and he said disdainfully, "You don't even have the qualifications to offend me. What I want is not you. Step down, I want my clansman, Uzumaki Karin." Ryozetsu's heart sank. The worst situation had appeared. Was it really for Karin? No, it might be because of Lord Ishiki. Ryozetsu paused and said, "Why are you looking for Miss Karin?" Naruto was too lazy to talk nonsense. "I need to find a way to break the corpse ghost seal. Since Uzumaki clan created this technique, she must know how to break it." "The corpse ghost seal." Ryozetsu opened her mouth wide. "Just because of that? To break a technique?" In an instant, Ryozetsu felt that she was at a loss. Next to him, Hinata swept her gaze and immediately took action. She immediately rushed forward and pulled out the other person. Ryozetsu took out Kunao and stood in front of Hinata. Hinata did not waste words and directly attacked 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, sending Ryozetsu flying at close range. "Damn it, you!" Ryozetsu stood up shakily and was about to block the other person again. "That's enough, Ryozetsu. That's it. If they want me, I can come out. Karin finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked out. But, Miss Karin, you can't follow this kind of person. Ryozetsu was very excited. Karin herself was not important. The one who lived in Karin's body, is. This fire-red hair, which symbolized exuberant vitality, is indeed a descendant of Uzumaki. When Naruto saw Karin first glance, he was very disappointed. She was so young, about the same age as him. This is obviously the orphan left behind by the people who escaped after the destruction of the country of Maelstrom. How much does this kind of person know about this forbidden art called ghost corpse sealing? I'm afraid she knows nothing about sealing arts. Karin was also sizing up Naruto, and subconsciously shivered. This person's chakra is so cold. Naruto. Let's go, Hinata. This is not the person I am looking for. Naruto turned around and completely lost interest in Karin. Hinata also agreed and was about to leave with Naruto. Karin took the initiative and said, even if your target is not me, you have already come here and are still standing in front of that person. She pointed to the sky. Madara had already flown over, and a black dot was growing bigger and bigger. Naruto's face changed. What a lingering bastard. Hey, red-haired girl, I'm looking for you for the corpse ghost seal, why is he looking for you? Karin was silent. Swoosh. Madara arrived in the sky and landed directly. His gaze passed Naruto and the others and landed on Karin. He looked at her repeatedly and was somewhat puzzled. It's you? The one related to Otsutsuki is Hiki? Madara asked. Naruto and Hinata were stunned. Ryozetsu's expression changed. Madara nodded. Looks like it's true. Nagato has made a mistake. He didn't kill Ishiki completely. Little girl, get Ishiki to come out and see me. Karin bit her lips and remained silent. Madara was already impatient. He reached out his hand and grabbed Karin with an unavoidable posture. Swish! Karin subconsciously waved her hand, and one of her arms squirmed into a weapon that looked like an axe. With one strike, she cut off one of Madara's hands. This kind of accident made everyone stunned. Madara looked at her broken hand that was being repaired bit by bit. Not only was he not angry, he said coldly, is this Otsutsuki's power? Controlling flesh to create a weapon. It is somewhat similar to that guy's ability. Karin looked at her own changes in bewilderment. She took a deep breath and her eyes became sharp. I still have my own things to do. I won't go with you. Madara raised his hand and shot Banch Ten in, forcefully pulling Karin over. I don't care what you think. I only want Otsutsuki. He had never seen a real Otsutsuki, so of course he was very curious. Miss Karin. Ryozetsu yelled, and was about to rush up with red eyes, but was kicked by Madara and fell to the ground with serious injuries. It looked like Karin was about to fall into Madara's hands. Just as Madara was about to grab Karin, Karin suddenly raised her head and grabbed Madara's wrist with a backhand. Let's call it a day. Low-level creature. Karin slowly raised her head. Her face was still the same, but her eyes clearly changed. She became cold and ruthless. Even when facing Madara, she was naturally looking down on him. Looks like it's true. I thought I would make a wasted trip. Madara's expression changed slightly as he looked down at the other party. Bang! Karin slowly floated up and kicked Madara in the chest, sending him flying. In this gap, strange patterns appeared on Karin's body. This was a sign that the data in the karma had been unsealed. A huge aura exploded, blowing Karin's hair into a mess. Lord Ishiki! Ryozetsu had a happy expression. Ishiki, who had taken over Karin's body, turned to look at Ryozetsu. You did very well. Ryozetsu, this exposed matter has nothing to do with you. Leave the rest to me. Madara sneered. Is Otsutsuki as conceited as you? He is just a trash who survived by relying on luck. He can't even win against a trash like Nagato. Ishiki said, it seems that you don't understand me at all, and don't know how I was defeated that time. This time is different. Feeling the huge amount of chakra crazily surging out from Ishiki, Madara raised his eyebrows, and his eyes revealed a trace of caution. Very strong, this Otsutsuki who occupied the body of Uzumaki descendant was very strong. Madara had analyzed the situation of the previous Otsutsuki, and knew that the weakest of these Otsutsuki was super cage level. In other words, they were at least on par with him. Ishiki shifted his gaze and looked at Naruto. There's actually Kyuubi here, but it's a pity that the time is not right. He was a little regretful. It was just QB. It was not very useful to begin with. It was a pity. Hinata, let's retreat. Naruto slowly retreated with Hinata. At this time, no one cared about Naruto, whether it was Madara or Izhiki. Izhiki raised his hand, instantly creating a large amount of step stones that shot towards Madara. Madara snorted coldly, casually creating countless black sticks that he threw out. The first time the two sides exchanged blows, they used yin-yang escape to create a collision. Dense sounds rang out in succession, and the collision between the step stones and black sticks brought about a violent loss. This guy's control of yin-yang escape is no less than mine. As expected of Otsutsuki. Madara frowned slightly as he watched the other's figure change slightly. This was the result of the further unsealing of karma. When Izhiki raised his head again, his eyes had already changed. Byakugan? You have Byakugan, why isn't it Sharingan? Madara asked thoughtfully. Would you be ashamed to tell me about the incomplete and inferior blood of Sharingan? After all, you are just an inferior creature. Even if you barely make up the Rinnegan by means of patchwork, it will not change the inferiority in your bones. Izhiki flew into the sky, holding the same position as Madara, and then he looked over with his right eye. Sukuna Hakona. Among the many sputtered prongs, those as small as needles suddenly became larger and returned to normal size, hitting Madara at close range. Bang! 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 Madara was nailed into his body by the numerous prongs. This is your pupil technique? The ability to magnify things. Madara lowered his head to look at his own body. He didn't care about the horns. In essence, it was the same as the black stick. What he really cared about was Izhiki's eyes. The right eye with a mesh pattern. Was this Tensagen or Rinnegan? Madara felt that it should be Tensagen. He had never seen this kind of eye. Was it the same as Hitomi's eyes? This kind of eyes is worthy of me. Madara waved his hand and roughly cut off the step on his body. You self-proclaimed noble guy, you should be honored to be able to provide me with eyes. All of you, Otsutsuki, are counted as one. Didn't you all die in Ninja World's hands? Izhiki frowned. This was the most irritating thing to him. It was fine if Tonari died, since he was a descendant of a branch family and could be considered half a native. It doesn't matter if he loses one after another, after all, there is still no qualified container that can allow him to display his full strength. However, Urashiki, who came from the future, was killed, which made Izhiki speechless. This guy was defeated by Shiranui Yuuji and the future Uchiha Sasuke in a head-on battle. At that moment, Izhiki stopped talking nonsense and entered the second stage of the karma. A horn began to grow on his head, and Otsutsuki's characteristics were extremely conspicuous. Let me remind you first. This time, I am different from the previous me. This time, I found a qualified container and have been nurtured for such a long time. I can release a part of my strength. It is not like before. Izhiki clenched his fist. It was a feeling of strength that he had not felt for a long time. He had been sullen for too long. He had been killed twice by Yuuji and Nagato, which was a great insult to him. This time, he could unleash his full potential. It's a pity that you are a dead man. Yet, a mere indigenous planet like yours still has to create a pure land. What an unnecessary move! Izhiki said in a low voice. Before Madara could say anything, Izhiki suddenly moved. Boom! As if shattering the space, Izhiki repeatedly broke through the sound barrier, arriving in front of Madara. But Madara was also not slow, opening the full-body Susanoo at the first time. Come, Otsutsuki, let me see what kind of ability you have. Feeling the heavy aura coming towards him, Madara became somewhat excited. In the vision of Rinnegan, the figure of Izhiki had already rapidly approached. Not only did he not slow down, in the face of his full-body Susanoo, Izhiki instead kicked out. It seemed that he actually wanted to use his flesh and blood to fight against his full-body Susanoo. Stupid, do you think you are might do? There was ridicule in the eyes of Madara. Chapter 459, Madara begins to doubt. In terms of physical skills, Madara had never submitted to anyone other than Might Do. To be able to rely purely on physical skills to break the powerful defense of Susanoo, there was only Might Do in the ninja world. Even an Otsutsuki was absolutely impossible. Madara sneered again. In his vision, Izhiki's figure was getting closer and closer. Even when facing Susanoo, he didn't change the attack section at all. He just used physical skills to kick over. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Izhiki kicked the armor of Susanoo. Kaboom! A crisp sound rang out. The black Tengu heavy armor instantly shattered. Madara was stunned. And this was obviously just the beginning. Izhiki's physical skill was not just at this level. His momentum did not decrease. After shattering the outermost layer of the heavy armor of Susanoo, the remaining strength continued to exert strength, and then shattered the thin armor of Susanoo, and then shattered the muscles and bones. In just an instant, the complete body Susanoo that Madara was so proud of, this nearly godlike strength, was forcibly kicked through by a figure. For a moment, Madara thought that Might-Do had returned, so he opened 7 doors and kicked him. How is this possible? Madara watched helplessly as Izhiki broke through the defense of Susanoo and rushed in. Nothing is impossible, even if your Susanoo is very powerful, and is the strongest I have ever seen, it is probably strengthened by Rinnegan. Izhiki calmly restrained his movements, flying in the air, and looking at Madara closely from within the Susanoo. Madara had an incredulous expression on his face, and immediately sent out a Shinra Tensei, brazenly smashing towards Izhiki. However, Izhiki's movements were even more swift. He raised his leg, and swept towards the waist of Madara. Relying on brute force, he tore apart Shinra Tensei's repulsive force, and with a loud bang, he kicked Madara several hundred meters away. This was an extremely horrifying scene. Madara's Susanoo seemed as if it didn't exist, and easily broke through. He, who was in absolute defense, was easily kicked out. Full-body Susanoo dissipated. Boom! Madara turned into a black shadow and smashed into the ground, forcibly moving through the ground for several meters before stopping. The scene was dead silent. After a long time, Madara slowly stood up. He first looked ahead and looked at the gully that he had plowed out with his body. He was silent and then patted the heavy soil on his body. Bang! 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 Amazing fellow, the pressure you give me is actually stronger than Hitomi. Madara said. Izhiki looked down coldly. If you feel fear, get back to the ground. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a dead person like you again. Fear. Madara clenched his hands. His expression gradually became ferocious, with a kind of morbid madness. I was excited. I thought that other than Hitomi, there was no one else in this world who could make me experience the joy of fighting. I didn't expect that there would still be a guy like you. Shua. Madara stomped on the ground, his eyes tyrannical as he charged at Izhiki. Izhiki was still expressionless. From beginning to end, his expression did not change at all as he welcomed him. His arm suddenly extended, transforming into a flesh and blood blade that stabbed out. Madara merely lowered his head slightly to accurately dodge, and with a backhand slap, he deflected this flesh and blood blade. Immediately afterwards, Madara seized the opportunity to grab Izhiki's neck, and Izhiki lightly pinched, shattering Madara's arm. Hoo! The complete Susanoo reappeared, and a huge Megatama was condensed by Madara, almost pressing against Izhiki's body. The terrifying impact sent Izhiki flying with a loud bang. From a distance, the blue Megatama carried destructive power. It pushed Izhiki's body to the ground at an extremely high speed, causing an earth-shattering explosion. And this was just the beginning. Madara brandished the blue katana that was over 100 meters long and slashed down with a heavy force, as if it was going to split the entire continent into two and cut Izhiki. After the ground violently trembled, a terrifying depression appeared, extending from the ground all the way to the ocean. No one knew how many people would die after this attack. Madara obviously did not care about this kind of boring thing. He just stared ahead excitedly, watching this different opponent. Sure enough, Izhiki slowly flew back. Although he was covered in dust, he did not suffer too much damage. I should pull out your soul, not tangle with a lowly creature like you. Izhiki flew to a place not far from Madara and said slowly. His mood became a lot worse. It was not easy for him to have such a good vessel, so he could not waste it here. If he used up Kairin's vessel, just like the previous two vessels, Izhiki felt that he would probably be finished, and there would be no better vessels for him to choose from. I have to kill this guy as soon as possible. Since he is already a dead man, then even his soul will be destroyed. Izhiki murmured. He had no time to waste. Every second he maintained this state, Kairin's state would become a little worse. Izhiki was only temporarily revived now, and it was not yet time for him to completely lift the seal, once the seal was completely lifted, most of his strength before his death would be revived, and all of it would be pressed onto Karin. Karin's current body could not withstand it. Even if Ishiki succeeded in forcefully reincarnating, he wouldn't be able to live for long. He had to quickly find a new container. You want to kill me? I'm only in the state of impure world right now. My body is in a very poor state, and I can't completely unleash all of my strength. However, just this level is enough to kill you. Madara pointed at his own Rinnegan. With a sneer, he quietly activated Limbo Border Jail, splitting 2 shadows. He could only create 2 shadows. This number should be far from his limit. As for why, it was because Madara did not know how many shadows he could create with his full strength. After all, when he got Rinnegan, he was already old and senile, relying on the Gedo statue to survive. Now, relying on White Zetsu's body to revive with the body of the impure world, it was the strongest time in his life. Madara was not satisfied with the strength he could exert now. Madara said, "You who can be killed by Nagato, there is nothing worth noting except body skills and peculiar pupil skills. Do you think that the strength that I have displayed is all my strength? Last time was an accident. The body that I found was already unable to support my full strength. Just a bit of strength and my body would collapse. Speaking of which, it has been 1,000 years since I returned to my peak." Ishiki said indifferently. Madara immediately responded, "What a coincidence, I have never returned to the peak in my life. I don't even know how strong I am, killing you is easy." Ishiki felt offended, he stretched out his hand and pointed, the other pupil technique in his right eye, Daikokyuden, was activated. Above Susanoo, huge black cubes appeared one after another, smashing down like a mountain, pressing down on Susanoo. And as if there was no end, one black box after another smashed down, layer after layer. "What is this?" Susanoo raised its hand, carrying this strange black box that appeared in succession. Madara was somewhat confused. "What the hell is this thing? Is it also the exclusive pupil technique of that strange eye? It seems that this black square has the power to interfere with the circulation of chakra, but unfortunately it is useless to me. Otsutsuki, you don't want to use this thing to crush me to death, right?" Madara said with a cold smile. Ishiki nodded seriously, "I really think so. After Daikokyuden, it will be Sukuna Hakona." He raised his hand and pointed again. His right eye suddenly switched to another Hitomi technique. The size of those numerous black boxes began to rapidly expand. 1 or 2 becoming bigger was nothing, but with so many increasing in size, the weight also rapidly rose, pressing down until full body Susanoo couldn't lift its head, struggling to hold on. There is such a technique. Madara felt that it was very interesting. Sukuna Hakona, who can freely change the size of things, and Daikokyuden, who throws black cubes. Madara felt that these 2 pupil techniques were really interesting, as if they were playing a game. Children will like your pupil technique very much. It is too suitable for playing ninja games. Madara waved his hand, and Susanoo picked up the katana and hacked it upwards, sending all the black boxes flying. "Compared to my eyes, your eyes are completely useless. Compared to that guy, Hitomi, they are far inferior. Your eyes? Your eyes came from our bloodline. In essence, they are the eyes of Otsutsuki clan. You are just lucky to have obtained a bit of our clan's incomplete bloodline. The strong one is us, Otsutsuki, not a mixed blood native like you. For someone like you to be born, it is just a major mistake made by that woman." "That woman?" Madara sneered, "You just said that you lived for more than 1,000 years. That was Rikuta Sennin's era, right? Why is there another woman? You don't know anything and know nothing about the truth of this world." Ishiki was dull. He still had a common topic with Yuuji or Hitomi, both of them came from the other universe and were not native to the planet. Madara didn't waste any more words. No matter what secrets Otsutsuki had, killing this guy would be enough to investigate calmly. Silently, his 2 limbo shadows began to move. They surrounded Ishiki from different directions and attacked at the same time. The 3 Madara attacked from 3 directions. The 2 shadows were 1 step faster. Seeing that they were about to heavily injure Ishiki, Ishiki suddenly moved. He suddenly leaped up and kicked 2 shadows accurately, sending them flying. "As expected, you can see it." Madara's face darkened. Ishiki said coldly, "The power that you displayed with your eyes, with the pure bloodline of Otsutsuki, of course I can see it." Madara frowned, but did not retreat. He still controlled his two shadows to rush forward. 3 against 1, no matter what, there was an advantage. The two sides fought again, and a shocking confrontation broke out. Every collision shook the earth. But along with the passage of time, Madara faintly fell into a disadvantageous position. His two shadows were sent flying one after another, and in terms of physical skills, they didn't possess the ability to injure Ishiki. As for the main body, although Susanoo was strong, it still couldn't stop Ishiki, and could only interfere with him to the maximum. Even worse, Madara's limbo shadow couldn't be placed outside for a long time, and it would return to his body every once in a while, and it would only be released after a while. Crash! Another attack, and half of Madara's body was smashed by the black box that fell from the sky. Despicable fellow! Madara's face was extremely ugly. Half of his body flew in the air, and a large amount of powder flew in the air, repairing his body. In terms of physical skills, he couldn't win. In terms of pupil technique, he had no advantage at all. Even Limbo, who could be said to be his trump card, couldn't do anything to him. In the face of an enemy who could see the shadow, this technique was at most a super clone technique. When he used it, it didn't hurt or itch at all. In terms of ninjutsu, it was needless to say that he could easily break 5 common attribute escape techniques. It was completely useless to him. Ishiki swung his hand and sent out a large amount of chakra attacks. He didn't need to form seals to begin with. He could use the simplest and crudest energy usage of chakra. All the attacks he had were instantaneous. Using illusion techniques? At this level, illusion techniques were useless, because he was unable to control the circulation of chakra within the body of the opposite party. Madara was sitting in wax, and his entire body was trembling with anger. Even when facing Hitomi, he was not so passive, all methods were useless. Madara was forced to the point of being unable to do anything, and continuously retreated. Mokuton, Flower Tree World, descend. A large sea of trees emerged from the desert, and a large number of giant flowers bloomed and sprinkled poison. You actually used God Tree's power to deal with me. Ishiki felt that this was ridiculous. Rumble. A large number of trees came crashing down, surrounding Ishiki. In the next moment, Madara quickly formed a seal, fire release, dragon flame song art. 4 fire dragons shot out and rushed towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki quickly turned his eyes and saw the shadow Madara who was following the 4 fire dragons. He wanted to use this method to deceive others and then take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Ishiki used ordinary punches and kicks to shatter the 4 fire dragons. Facing the shadow Madara who was rushing over, he moved expressionlessly and disappeared from where he was. Surprisingly, he had drilled into the spatial tunnel and appeared in front of Madara. With one stroke and one wave of his hand, many needle-like prongs were scattered, and with Sukuna Hakona, the many prongs were about to nail Madara. I won't let you off this time, Ishiki said. If Madara was nailed by these things, the chakra in his body would fall into a brief chaos. However, Madara revealed a cold smile. He was waiting for this opportunity. Swish! He switched positions with one of his shadows. The shadow Madara was hit, while Madara appeared behind Ishiki. Naraka's path. King of Hell suddenly appeared, his mouth wide open. More than 10 wet hands reached out and grabbed Ishiki's soul. You want to extract my soul, and I think so too. You can't escape. Madara's eyes revealed an excited expression, and he immediately exerted strength to extract Ishiki's soul. However, he didn't even budge an inch. Instead, he was destroyed by Ishiki's chakra cannon. Don't use such inferior methods. They are useless against a pure Otsutsuki like me. The big head you created is essentially a passageway that connects to the Pure Land. The Pure Land of an indigenous planet is not qualified to accommodate my soul. Ishiki said coldly. Chapter 460, Thoughts of the Pure Land. Yuuji, who had already fled far away, turned around to take a look. Even though there was such a long distance between them, he could still feel the shockwaves that spread over, and even the air was faintly trembling. Although that fellow Madara is not bad, against Otsutsuki Ishiki, he can barely survive. Yuuji shook his head. This time, Madara was going to suffer a great loss. Ishiki's physical skills were definitely above that of Guy, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had crippled Susanoo. Speaking of which, Ishiki and Kaguya, this pair of partners, both of their physical skills were strong enough, and Kagaya's 8 Gods airstrike could definitely destroy all of the Susanoo. So Uzumaki descendant is Ishaiki's vessel? Will Madara die? Next to him, Kazue said in a low voice. I don't think so. Although Madara's strength is a bit lacking and he doesn't have an advantage in terms of pupil technique, it should be no problem for him to escape, Yuuji said. The current Ishaiki would definitely not be able to display his peak strength. If he unseal the karma, he would at most be able to unseal it to 70% worth of his full strength. When the seal was unsealed to 100%, Ishaiki would automatically revive. His strength was limited to less than 100%. Kazue looked at the unconscious Izumi and gnashed her teeth. It would be best if that guy didn't die. When I get a new eye, I will go and kill him. Let me remind you, after possessing Eternal Eye, it will be very difficult for him to kill you, but it will also be very difficult for you to kill him. Even if you rely on Senjutsu Susanoo, it will be very difficult to kill that guy, not to mention that Madara is already a dead person. If you want to kill him, you can only destroy his soul. Yuuji said. There will be a way. I only need to destroy his body once, and then use Izanagi to erase his body. No matter what, I can seal his soul with the Totsuka sword. Kazue said. It was the first time that Kazue hated a person so much that she couldn't wait to kill him. Yuuji said, since that's the case, then you should work hard. The impure soil Madara is not at his peak. There is still a chance. To be able to absorb natural energy was Kazue's advantage. At this time, Madara did not have Kabuto to provide him with Hashirama's body. Madara also did not absorb Hashirama's wooden clone to control Sage Mode. If they really fought, Kazue, who had the Eternal Eye and Senjutsu and the 3 divine artifacts, would indeed have a chance to win. Yuuji-san, how long will it take to fuse with the eyes? Kazue said in a low voice. I don't know exactly how long it will take. But it definitely won't be short. Don't even think about completing it in a few days. I see. Kazue held Izumi in one hand and Mangekyo Sharingan in the other. She would wait for a while, and next time, she would kill that bastard Madara with her own hands. Suddenly, Yuuji's expression changed, and he stopped. In front of them, a ball of chakra emerged, and then the door to the Pure Land opened, and Rikudo-senin appeared in front of the 3 people. It's you, old man. It's rare for you to come here. Yuuji was very calm. Kazue looked up in surprise. In her blurry vision, she did not see anything, but she was very smart and did not say anything. She waited silently. Why are you so calm? Ishaiki is about to be resurrected. With his current strength, I'm afraid only you have the confidence to deal with him. Rikudo-senin's face was very ugly. He could ignore other things, but he had to pay attention to Otsutsuki's matter. This was related to the safety of this planet. Yuuji was very calm. You showed up on your own initiative, which means that Madara's side can't stop it. It's really miserable. It's still too early for Madara to contact Otsutsuki now. He should wait until he becomes J-by Jinchuriki before he has the qualifications to challenge Otsutsuki. Rikudo-senin paused for a moment, then said, you may not understand, but you cannot let J-by resurrect. Are you worried that Kagaya will make a comeback when J-by is resurrected? That's right, as long as J-by reappears, it is certain that Kagaya will reincarnate. The corners of Yuuji's mouth curled up. Rikudo-senin looked at him suspiciously. As expected, Shiranui Yuuji is very clear about Ninja World's secret history. He even knows so much about her mother. Beside her, Kazue became more and more silent. She could no longer understand Yuuji's words. J-by and Kagaya? Yuuji said, why are you so anxious now? According to your character, shouldn't you stand up at the critical moment to provide strength to your chosen descendants? Rikudo-senin was silent. He really thought so. He had the power in his hands and could completely think of a way to kill Akatsuki when Akatsuki had just sprouted, but he did not do anything. He would only watch J-by revive. When Kagaya was resurrected, he would jump out to provide the power of Rikudo-senin for the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, and then seal Kagaya again. Pay attention to the word seal, not killing. This kind of thing did not need to be dragged to this time at all. Killing the germinal organization was obviously more convenient, and there was no risk. Rikudo-senin said, Ninja World needs a change. Any change can be a fire seed that can trigger a change. I can't easily intervene. Yes, I also think so. You want to bring a change to Ninja World, and I also want to. Everything I do is for this goal. Yuuji said. Even if there are many wars, causing people to suffer. That's right. There is no peaceful revolution in this world. You should know this better than me. There will definitely be bloodshed and sacrifices. Even if you do nothing and intend to step out to save the situation at the critical moment, you still watch the death of countless people. Yuuji looked at him. Revolution, or peace, was a very troublesome task. It was extremely complicated. No matter if it was infinite Tsukuyomi reading or the understanding tricks of Hashirama and Naruto, they couldn't do it. Rikudo Sennin founded the ninja sect to spread chakra, which led to the rapid popularization of the extraordinary system of the ninja, and instead increased the intensity of killing. Moreover, Yuuji has always firmly believed that the peace after the Fourth World War in history was a fake peace, and it was doomed to collapse. The absolute force of Naruto and Sasuke was used to deter and awe the ninja world, and only then did there appear to be a beautiful peace. When Kyuubi activated the particle mode and almost died together with his haki, the strength of Naruto, who had lost Kyuubi, declined. The other Kage no longer paid attention to Naruto's opinion, and even crazily stated that they wanted Naruto to kill Boruto and prevent Momoshiki from resurrecting Boruto. Yuuji knew all of this. In all aspects, there was no reason to waste energy on the original path. It was not like he did not have a method to change all of this. It was better to try according to his plan. In any case, the result would not be worse than Rikudo Sennin and Naruto's method. You know quite a lot. I really don't understand you. Sometimes, I wonder who you are, and where did the planet Godzilla come from? It can't be a native creature, right? Rikudo Sennin said, I have been observing for so many years, and I can be sure of one thing. There is no Godzilla sage in the ninja world. Even Godzilla Holy Land was created by you to expand the natural energy. In other words, the planet Godzilla doesn't have access to natural energy, right? He's not a creature of this planet. Is Heike already knew about this? Your reaction was too slow, Yuuji said. You have to give an old man like me some time. In the end, I am not the orthodox Otsutsuki. The way I was born is not normal. I do not have the long life they have, said Rikudo Sennin. Kagai received the blessings of all life and gave birth to Rikudo Sennin. Rikudo Sennin's lifespan was no different from that of an ordinary person. In just a few short decades, he had aged and died normally. That's because you don't want to live. With your strength, if you want to prolong your life, there are many ways. Even if you don't master the technique of making pills from the Otsutsuki clan, you definitely able to live for so many more years. Yuuji said. Rikudo Sennin took a deep look at Yuuji. This young man was outrageous. Why did he know so much about him? It was as if he had seen all of Ninja World's development history somewhere. Was it on other timeline? Rikudo Sennin recalled that Yuuji had used Otsutsuki's time artifact to travel through time. I don't know what you want to do. I only hope that you can bring peace to this world and not just talk. In fact, it is to satisfy your ambition. If you want to destroy this world, I will do my best to destroy you. Although this old man is dead, I still have some hidden methods. Rikudo Sennin warned. Yuuji revealed a smile. Then you better not block my way. I will not interfere with the affairs of the Yang world, Rikudo Sennin said. However, he did not know that Yuuji had already set his mind on the Pure Land. After preparing for a while, he would take the initiative to go to the Pure Land. Ninja World can only rely on young people like you to support him. I will pay attention to you. As for his Heike, you better keep an eye on him. That guy is very dangerous. Rikudo Sennin left. Yuuji waited for a while and said to Kazue, all right, he has already left. Who is Yuuji-san talking to? Kazue could not hear what Rikudo Sennin said. Rikudo Sennin, he has another name called Otsutsuki Hago Romo. His Heike suppressed Madara and made him feel uneasy. Yuuji shook his head. The last time he dealt with Rikudo Sennin was after Tonari was killed by Obito. His soul was guided by Rikudo Sennin to enter the Pure Land. In the end, it was intercepted by Yuuji and he lost Tonari's soul. Of course, it was also related to the fact that Rikudo Sennin did not deliberately compete for it. Yuuji put his hand on Kazue, showed Rinnegan and returned to Konohagakure with Kazue and Izumi. He directly left the laboratory. When Izumi wakes up, you can have the surgery. I will put Izumi's eyes into your eyes and wait for the two pairs of eyes to slowly merge. It will take time. Yuuji said. Kazue nodded silently. On the other side, the situation of the battle was very bad. Madara was at a disadvantage and was in great pain because of his haki. This guy's soul is unimaginably tough. He can't even get pulled down the path of hell. Madara gnashed his teeth. At this level, Madara had basically used all his methods, but he couldn't do anything to his haki. What other methods could he use? Tengai Shinsai or Chibaku Tensei? Don't joke around. If you want to use these two techniques to kill his haki, you have to at least use a meteorite the size of a moon. Madara's expression changed. Moon? Back then, why did Rikudo Sennin create a moon? Was it for J-Bai? It couldn't be to specifically create a medium to activate infinite Tsukuyomi's reading. From the looks of it, you seem to have discovered something. What, have you found a way to deal with me? Low-level creature. Izhiki slowly walked in front of Madara. The moon that Rikudo Sennin created back then, is essentially a weapon used to deal with you, Otsutsuki. Madara said in a deep voice. Izhiki paused. You can put it that way. To deal with you. It's not me. It's my subordinate and your ancestor. That cheap slave betrayed me. In order to deal with the other clansmen, she gave birth to the Rikudo Sennin you spoke of as a helper. Unfortunately, that cheap slave was betrayed by Rikudo Sennin and was sealed. Izhiki revealed a rare emotional fluctuation with a hint of ridicule. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming, and Madara fell into silence. The influence of Otsutsuki clan on Ninja World was even more astonishing than he had expected. Even the actions of a character like Rikudo Sennin were all for the sake of defeating Otsutsuki clan, and it was also for his own mother. Moon, Rikudo Sennin's mother. Madara thought of the contents of the stone tablet. That should be the stone tablet left behind by Rikudo Sennin. The Moon Eye plan was probably a backup plan to save this world, right? This time, he immediately made up his mind to execute the Moon Eye plan. If I don't become J-Bai and Jinchuriki, I am no match for Otsutsuki. I really don't know how lucky Yuuji and Nagato are to be able to beat Izhiki. Madara didn't want to fight, so he flew into the sky and immediately fled into the distance. Did you run away? Very decisive. If not for the fact that this body has already consumed too much energy, I wouldn't have let you go. Izhiki looked at Madara's fleeing figure and coldly glanced at him. His figure slowly descended. When Raizetsu saw that the battle had ended, he hurriedly ran over. Lord Izhiki. Yes, continue to take good care of Karin and hide my whereabouts. I will be completely resurrected soon. When the time comes, I will look for Tonari and feed him to J-Bai. Yuuji will definitely come out to stop me. It's best if we wait until he can't escape. Izhiki said. He would plant trees that Kaguya couldn't plant. Yes, sir. Izhiki nodded and fell asleep. Karin went online and looked at his surroundings in confusion. Let's go, Karin. Let's find another place to hide, Raizetsu said. Karin answered in confusion, feeling a little disappointed. Raizetsu comforted, I understand your thoughts of sacrificing yourself for Lord Izhiki, but now is not the time. You understand nothing. Karin was disappointed that he could not get Yuuji's instructions, not because of this. In the distant Suna Ninja village. Suna Ninja and the others were overjoyed at the end of the battle, but they had no choice but to face the transformed Gaara. Just as they gathered together and prepared to attack Gaara. Roar! A Kyuubi appeared and slapped Shikaku on the ground. It's so noisy. I ran for so long but got nothing. I was sulking and you insisted on coming over. Naruto had just fled to Suna Ninja village with Hinata and was in a bad mood. Oh! Damn brat, how dare you treat me like this? Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have Kyuubi backing you up. Shikaku was furious and decided to teach Naruto a lesson. Chapter 461, Eternal Eye. The truth proved that the entire Suna Ninja village could not stop one Uzumaki Naruto. This village was known to be one of the 5 big villages, but in reality, it was the weakest. Cage level had Raza, Cho, and the completely Bijuu transformed Gaara. But these 3 cage level together could not beat one Naruto. Just completely Kyuubi transformed, Naruto smashed Shikaku to the point that it could not move. After a few rounds, Shikaku laid on the ground and cursed repeatedly, but it could only curse. How boring! Don't the others dare to move! Naruto pressed down on Shikaku, and cruelly looked at the surrounding Suna Ninja. Without my order, no one can move! Raza shouted. Chiyo's face was ugly, and there was a hint of fear in it, this little brat is too strong. Not to mention Kyuubi, even if it is just wood golem, it is not something our village can block. If he angered Naruto, he would first come to the tree realm, then wood golem, and then Bijuudama when he left, and then soon a ninja village would be gone. Even the great ninja village was so powerless in front of Naruto. The only thing she and Raza could do was to reduce the losses, and there was nothing they could do to Naruto. In terms of raw strength, soon a ninja village couldn't win. In terms of forbidden techniques, they also couldn't suppress Kyuubi's technique. Even Ichibai and Shikaku couldn't lock up a very useful sealing technique. There was no doubt that they would fight against Kyuubi. Damn brat, damn stinky fox, you actually dare. Shikaku was still unconvinced. Naruto waved his claws and grabbed Shikaku's head. His face was full of cruelty, but he forcibly left a deep scratch on Shikaku's head, as if he wanted to tear this head apart. Garbage civet cat, what are you shouting for? You should be glad that you are not dead, otherwise I would have killed you already. Naruto had an irritable look on his face. Kyuubi was lying in the cage, and his eyes showed some ridicule and hidden helplessness. This civet cat's brain was still useless. After not seeing him for so many years, he was still extremely impatient. Give up struggling. This way, you can suffer less pain. The current me is not even half as strong as when I was at my peak, and I have already beaten you to the point that it is difficult for you to resist. Including Naruto's own strength, it is impossible for you to win. Kyuubi said. Shikaku struggled for a while. Unwilling to give up, he lay on the ground and did not move. After a while, Shikaku's huge body began to disappear, and Naruto also untied Bijuu. Naruto held Gaara in one hand and looked down at the entire Suna ninja village with the other hand. His eyes were cold and sharp, making people tremble. Bullying these incompetent guys does not prove my strength. Naruto kicked Gaara away. Hinata, let's go. Since Uzumaki clan can't help me, let's start from other aspects. Most of Uzumaki clan's remains have been taken by Konoha, right? The two figures left, leaving Suna Ninja and the others who still had lingering fears. Raza looked at the ruined village with a gloomy face and then looked into the distance. The barren desert was full of devastation. After a moment of silence, he issued an order, send an envoy to Konoha and tell them what happened here. Other than strengthening his connection with Konoha, Raza found that he could do nothing. After hesitating for a while, he looked at Cho and Ebizo. The two elders looked at each other, sighed, and nodded helplessly. Raza summoned Anbu, immediately search for the expert who defeated Madara. If there are no accidents, the other party should be Otsutsuki. Find him to express the goodwill of Suna Ninja Village. Lowering his head to Otsutsuki, Raza did not have any psychological burden. In any case, they had been secretly controlled by Otsutsuki Urashiki. With Otsutsuki here, at least they could be protected and safe. Even Konoha could not easily touch them. As Jiraiya and the others withdrew to Konoha in a sorry state and the arrival of Suna Ninja Village's emissary, the great battle that occurred in the Wind Country was something that Konohagakure was familiar with, and it spread to all parts of Ninja World. Uchiha Madara reappeared, but he was defeated by a mysterious expert. Everyone who saw this news felt their scalps go numb. What the hell? This kind of battle situation was simply even more unacceptable than the appearance of Uchiha Madara himself. This ninja world is already chaotic enough. Why is there still Otsutsuki alive? Haven't all the clansmen of this clan died yet? Minato rubbed his forehead, feeling a great headache. He had only sent Jiraiya and the other 5 to kill Naruto. How did it turn into a battle between a dead person and a Otsutsuki? Is that so? The 5 of you attacked at the same time, yet you returned in defeat. Minato's gaze swept past these people. Jiraiya, Shima Sage, Yamanaka-fu, Abarame Torun. Where are Kazue and Izumi? Are they all right? Minato asked. On the deputy seat, Yuuji answered, the 2 of them were seriously injured. I hurriedly took them to Root's base to recuperate. I also have to perform surgery on them. Surgery? The situation is actually so dangerous. Minato's expression changed slightly. It was fine to send out 4 powerful Kage level and 2 elite Jonin, but he was afraid that there would be a situation where they would die in battle. It was good that they was alive. This time, it was all thanks to the 2 of them that brought up the rear. Otherwise, we would never have been able to escape. I just don't know how a strong person who could defeat Madara suddenly appeared in the future. Jiraiya sighed. This time, he had lost a lot of face. He had to rely on the lives of 2 juniors to save his life. He was not afraid of death, but in that kind of situation, it was stupid to stay and die. Kazue and Izumi could use as an Agi. What did he have? If he died, he really died. If he stayed, it would be troublesome. It was the most rational choice to lead the team and retreat. No one would blame him. Shima Sage said dispiritedly, the one who defeated Madara was definitely Otsutsuki. Even though the distance was very far back then, I wouldn't be wrong about this. Otsutsuki. Minato put on the painful mask. Right, Kazue and Izumi's eyes. Jiraiya hesitated. Yuuji looked calm. At this time, there is nothing to hide. Their eyes have been crippled. If they overused Mangekyo Sharingan, they will lose their vision. Mangekyo Sharingan itself will be sealed. Minato and Jiraiya were silent. Yuuji waved his hand. Yamanakafu and Aberame Torun respectfully said goodbye and left the office. Shima Sage. Jiraiya looked at the toad on his shoulder. I know. I need to go back and rest. Shima Sage skipped and jumped out of the office. Minato asked, what was the operation for the 2 of them? That's right, it's about the eyes. Is that so? It's good to change into ordinary people's eyes. With their strength, at least they won't. No, it's not this kind of operation. It's the operation of Keki Eye Fusion, Yuuji interrupted. When the operation was completely completed, Kazue's new eyes and Izumi's loss of eyes could not be concealed. It was better to inform Minato in advance. Yuuji said, above Mangekyo Sharingan is not Rinnegan, but the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This requires the sacrifice of 2 blood relatives Mangekyo Sharingan, to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that never goes blind. Minato and Jiraiya trembled and looked at Yuuji in horror. Yuuji looked calm. There is such a thing, surpassing Mangekyo Sharingan, the eternal eye. Jiraiya murmured, thinking of Madara. According to a secret record, Madara seemed to have transplanted eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So, the eyes in the battle between Madara and the first generation were actually the eyes of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so he was able to use the complete Susanoo? It does make sense. In these years, along with the successive emergence of Mangekyo experts of Uchiha clan, there were already some people who had long suspected that the Susanoo used by these experts seemed to be almost interesting. Even at the initial stage of Susanoo, for ordinary ninjas, it was a dimensional attack, this was without a doubt, but considering the strength of Madara during the Battle of the Valley of the End, these Mangekyo ninjas did not seem to have that kind of deterrence. It turned out that above Mangekyo, there was also eternal Mangekyo? No wonder. What do we need to do? Minato said solemnly. You don't have to do anything. The operation has already begun. The next step is to wait patiently. Understood. Jiraiya-sensei and I will keep it a secret. Minato took a deep breath. He very clearly did not ask how to offer sacrifice 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiraiya pretended to be relaxed. Haha, who will get the eternal Mangekyo? No matter who it is, they should not lose to the Uchiha Madara of the past, right? Of course, it will even be more difficult to deal with than the Madara of the past. Yuuji said. Having also obtained the eternal eye, Kazue was definitely 10 times more difficult to deal with compared to Madara during the battle with the Valley of the End. Just the fact that she didn't die was enough to drive the enemy crazy. Even if Shao De Hokage revived, he wouldn't be able to defeat Kazue like how he had defeated Madara back then. Would Golem? True several thousand hands? He went up against Buddha? It was useless. The first generation spent so much effort to use their trump card. Even if Kazue couldn't win against him head-on, a random Izanagi would be able to take it. Not to mention, she might not necessarily lose in a head-on confrontation, and would not be blown up like Madara's powerful Susanoo. Kazue can activate Senjutsu's Susanoo to absorb natural energy, plus 3 divine tools, as well as the huge amount of chakra brought by Yuuji's cells. Yuuji estimated that when the time came, Kazue would definitely be stronger than the Madara of the past. The first generation would die of exhaustion and would not be able to kill her. In the end, the first generation might turn over. Eternal Eye. A trace of interest rose in Yuuji. In the Mangekyo stage, the 3 Hitomi techniques were all the trump cards. In the Eternal Eye stage, all the previous big moves became a level A. As long as there was enough chakra, it could be converted into Hitomi's power through the eyes, and it could be squandered however it wanted. Another super cage level ninja will appear in the village? That's great. Minato let out a long breath. This world was really too dangerous, making people feel uneasy. If Konohagakure could have 2 super cage level experts, it would be much safer. Soon after, Yuuji left the Hokage building and returned to Root's base. In the underground laboratory, Izumi had already woken up. Her closed eyelids had sunken in, and the position of her eyeballs had been empty. Kazue was lying on the operating table, her eyes covered with cloth, and she was patiently resting. How do you feel? Yuuji walked in. I can feel the changes in my eyes. The 2 pairs of eyes are merging, Kazue said in a low voice. Yes, the fusion of the eyes will take some time. When you succeed, you will regain your light and be able to watch the world with new eyes. Yuuji casually pulled over a chair and sat in front of the 2. Izumi said, Lord Yuuji, I'll be counting on you. It doesn't matter. You are willing to give up your eyes. That is more worthy of respect. Yuuji-san, I want to get a pair of good eyes for Izumi. Kazue said. Do you have a target? How are Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes? Very good idea. But if you want to kill Ishiki, it will be more difficult. I can't do it now. I will definitely do it in the future. Kazue made up her mind. Anyway, her biggest characteristic was that she was not afraid of death. Even if she used her life in exchange for the opponent's powerful moves, it was still a profit. Time passed. This fusion took a full 2 months, far longer than the fusion time in the original history of Suzuki. Yuuji guessed that it should be because of the influence of his cells. Kazue's body relied on his cells to maintain it. Chakra was also refined through his cells. This might weaken the genes belonging to Uchiha's clan, causing the gene fusion to become more strenuous. But the result was good. Swish! Kazue, who had not seen the light for 2 months, finally walked out of the laboratory. She tore off her eye band, and the extraordinary power of Hitomi crazily gathered under her eyelid. My eyes are more active than ever. Kazue slowly opened her eyes. The completely new manjikyu that was formed from the combination of the 2 patterns suddenly appeared. That gaze that was strong enough to make one's hair stand on end could easily penetrate the darkness. There was even a shocking amount of Hitomi's power brewing. Yuuji had been waiting for a long time. How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable? No, it is very comfortable. These eyes are responding to my will. Kazue used her heart to feel the temperature in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, she responded to the restlessness in her eyes. Susanoo. The half-body giant instantly appeared, smashing the ceiling above its head. Even if it was only the 3rd stage, the body of Susanoo had become bigger, and the pressure had already far surpassed the 3rd stage of ordinary manjikyu. Moreover, this was only the beginning. The 3rd stage of Susanoo was the limit that ordinary manjikyu could use. If it was on the current Kazue, she would not feel pain or itch, and the burden on her eyes would basically be 0. One could imagine how terrifying Eternal Eye was to be able to turn her ultimate move into a level A that was not even worth mentioning. It can also be stronger. Kazue said in a low voice, digging out the power in her eyes. The Susanoo transformed once again. Rumble. His legs quickly grew out. The Susanoo's body also rapidly increased, and soon, it smashed through the ground. Its head arched out, as if it was a god of death. Fortunately, the base of Root's tribe was built in a remote corner of the village. Otherwise, this casual attempt would cause civilian casualties. But even so, the changes that happened here quickly alarmed the village. A large number of ninjas rushed over from all directions and landed on the houses around them. They looked at this protruding head in astonishment. This is Susanoo. From the color, isn't this Lord Kazue's Susanoo? Lord Kazue has already disappeared for a long time, so it turns out that she is here. This was only the beginning. Everyone watched helplessly as the hands of this giant rushed out from the ground, and then pressed down on the ground. The body of Susanoo also suddenly jumped up and stood on the ground. This is the Susanoo of Lord Kazue. Chapter 462, Targeting Pure Land. The giant descended. The Susanoo, which was comparable to the size of Bijuu, tore open the ground, jumped out, and stood there with a loud bang. Just casually lowering his head made people feel suffocated. Has the Susanoo of Lord Kazue become stronger? This, Lord Kazue has been missing for 2 months. So she is improving Hitomi's strength? But how did she do it? Even from far away, one could see the giant who was dozens of meters tall. More and more people walked up the street or climbed to the roof, looking at the pink giant with shock. It was not as simple as growing legs. What was even more eye-catching was that this Susanoo carried 3 strange weapons, a katana, a straight sword, and a gourd hanging at its waist. Those who had some understanding of Kazue knew that these 3 weapons were legendary divine weapons, Kusanagi sword. The village's cage level also moved out one after another, gathering over, sizing up this incomparably powerful Susanoo. Lord Kazue is actually able to raise Susanoo to this level, and can also assemble 3 divine weapons at the same time? Won't her eyes have problems? The ones who were most shocked were precisely Uchiha clan. Ordinary clansmen were puzzled, but because they didn't have Mangekyo, they didn't know much. But those people who had opened Mangekyo Sharingan were very clear about the strength of Mangekyo eyes. The more they understood, the more shocked they were. They knew better than anyone how difficult it was to maintain this level of other Susanoo. 2 legs of Susanoo? I remember that a few years ago, Elder Setsuna had also tried to control this kind of Susanoo, but he only succeeded halfway. His Susanoo couldn't even stand up, and was easily defeated by Lord Yuuji. Some of the Uchiha clansmen whispered, recalling what had happened. Setsuna walked out of the room with a dark face, looking at the pink Susanoo in front of him. Looking at it, his complexion twisted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? This is the 4th stage of Susanoo. This should not be a stage that ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan can withstand. Setsuna stared with his eyes wide open, his eyes were bloodshot. Back then, he had relied on his comprehension to make Susanoo unable to grow legs, so how could Kazue be able to do it? Moreover, looking at the degree of sturdiness of Susanoo, as well as the 3 divine tools hanging on his body, it was obvious that he was able to handle it with ease. Although he was very shocked, Setsuna felt that this was the only possibility. That woman Kazue, did she dig out the eyes of her younger sister? Setsuna clenched the walking stick in his hand, and the tendons on the back of his hand bulged, and with a kika sound, he crushed the walking stick that he had used for decades. A strong feeling of jealousy welled up in his heart. Damn it, before he could even make a move against Suzuki, this woman had already dug out Izumi's eyes and successfully completed the fusion? Setsuna's face was dark as he quickly moved towards his destination, forming a sharp contrast with the excited clansmen around him. Ah, it is Lord Setsuna. Lord Setsuna, this is Lord Kazue's Susanoo, right? She actually did what you didn't do back then. A few clansmen shouted excitedly. This group of strong and excited words, like sharp arrows, continuously pierced through Setsuna's heart. Setsuna's body swayed, his chest was about to explode. He immediately suppressed his anger and directly broke through the crowd. Lord Setsuna, Hokage-sama has ordered. Some of Anbu who was maintaining order had not finished speaking when he was left behind by Setsuna. What bullshit Hokage, he never took it to heart. This is the 4th stage of Susanoo. Setsuna stood in front of Susanoo and looked up at it from a close distance, then immediately lowered his head and looked at Kazue in front of him. It's you, old man, what's the matter? Kazue slowly opened her eyes and withdrew from the state of comprehension. Looking at Kazue's pair of flowery eyes, Setsuna focused his gaze and said in a low voice, as expected, you still did it. You did that kind of thing. How did you know of this method? Even this old man spent a lot of effort to find out. You already have an answer in your heart, right? Is it really that fellow Yuuji? Setsuna frowned. This Yuuji was truly strange. His familiarity with their clan far surpassed that of an old man like him. The process of obtaining this eye actually requires 2 months. Setsuna impatiently asked, wanting to obtain more information. He was even too lazy to care how Yuuji knew how to advance to the Eternal Eye, much less how Kazue obtained the eye from Izumi. Even if it was a robbery, it had nothing to do with him. Kazue glanced at Setsuna, not showing any surprise at all. For Setsuna to know about the Eternal Eye, it was most likely from Hitomi, so there was nothing strange about it. This old fellow worked so hard for the organization just to get the method to upgrade Rinnegan. My situation is rather special, so I spent some time. Normally, it wouldn't take so long. Kazue took out 2 Kusanagi sword from his back and played a beautiful sword flower. Susanoo did the same action, 1 in each hand, pulled out 2 Kusanagi sword made of spirit tools, and waved them in the air. This simple action formed a shocking hurricane, blowing out with a loud bang, raising a large amount of dust. Humph, you can only use 2 Kusanagi sword at the same time. What are you going to do with the most important Totsuka sword? Do you have to lose a sword in battle to hold the gourd? Setsuna's voice was sour. It's very simple. These eyes can provide me with new power. Kazue had just finished speaking. Her Susanoo suddenly appeared in front of her chest, and a third hand appeared. This thick arm grabbed the Totsuka sword at her waist. Setsuna's complexion was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, even the basic form of Susanoo can be changed. Eternal Eye is actually so terrifying. Setsuna's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. More experts arrived one after another. Senior Kazue, your eyes. Shisui looked into Kazue's eyes in shock. He vaguely realized that Kazue's eyes had undergone a transformation, but he still couldn't understand why it was like this. Fugaku also came, and after looking for a while, he couldn't understand. But Itachi knew what happened at a glance. The eternal Mangekyo, who had fused with his blood kin, was able to obtain stronger eyes. In this way, Kazue had already so powerful, this Susanoo. Flames burned in Sasuke's eyes. If I can use this level of Susanoo, I will definitely be able to defeat Naruto. Itachi covered his head. Even at this time, he was still thinking about Naruto. The appearance of eternal eyes meant that things would become troublesome. Someone would have found out sooner or later. Setsuna coldly swept his gaze over, and it flashed across Sasuke's face. Sasuke also felt it. He frowned in disgust and snorted. This further increased the anger in Setsuna's heart. With a pair of eternal eyes close at hand, the crazy thoughts in Setsuna's heart were stimulated further by the influence of enlightenment. That's right. Remember this feeling of hatred. That little brat is not worthy of Mangekyo Sharingan. Why don't you dig him up and leave him to yourself? Satori seized the opportunity to constantly interfere with the evil thoughts in Setsuna's heart. Ever since he was sealed in Setsuna's body, he had not given up on saving himself. However, Setsuna's willpower was very firm, so he could only develop in a wretched way. However, when it came to the Eternal Eye, Setsuna put all his willpower on how to obtain the Eternal Eye. This was the opportunity for Satori. At this time, a ray of light looked over. Satori felt a burst of fear, and immediately closed his mouth and indulged in it. Hokage-sama! Lord Yuuji! When Minato arrived, Yuuji also walked out of the broken root base with a calm expression. Minato pondered for a moment. Everyone, disperse. This is Kazue testing her Hitomi technique. Everyone began to disperse. Many of Uchiha's clansmen were discussing in low voices, extremely excited. What are you all doing? It's just a higher level Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't lose your composure like this. You're throwing away your face in front of other family descendants. Setsuna was upset and shouted. The clansmen hurriedly shut their mouths. Elder Setsuna, what did you just say? The higher-ranked Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. The others also pricked up their ears. Minato was a little unhappy and looked at Setsuna. This radical faction actually knows about the Eternal Eye? That's right, he actually survived from the second generation to the present. Maybe he knows some secrets and can also get information from Hitomi. But it was a bit too much to say it here. Setsuna did not intend to reveal any more information. He would definitely not allow more people to know about the secret of the eye fusion, especially Fugaku's family. Humph, this old man didn't say anything. With your qualifications, you don't have the qualifications to get your hands on those eyes. Setsuna snorted coldly and left with his hands behind his back, acting as if no one was allowed to enter. Fugaku had a puzzled expression on his face, but he who had always been a Buddhist, very quickly didn't mind. He only looked at Kazue with admiration. An even higher level eye? So there was still a level between Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. Speaking of which, he might even call Kazue Lord. Setsuna left the crowd with a cold expression. No one knew what crazy idea he had. If not for Kazue, Setsuna wouldn't be so desperate. But after witnessing the strength of Kazue with his own eyes, Setsuna couldn't sit still anymore. It seems that Madara used this level of Susanoo before. Next to him, Jiraiya said to Minato. Minato nodded. Well, this is the stage of Susanoo used by wooden clone. Is this fourth stage? Only the eternal Mangekyo can enter this stage. As long as I want, I can also make Susanoo stronger, complete Susanoo. Before Kazue could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yuuji. Well, using full-body Susanoo in this kind of place is too dangerous. I don't know how many people in the village are going to be affected. Yuuji stopped Kazue. Full-body Susanoo was basically a 100-meter monster. Kazue, your current strength seems to have reached that level, maybe not inferior to the Uchiha Madara of that year. Minato praised. Kazue shook his head, no, I am stronger than him at that time, and much stronger. Now he is only relying on Rinnegan and Mokuton Kekii. Without these two things, I can easily kill him. She was very confident. With 3 divine artifacts in her hand, even if Madara hid in the full-body Susanoo, she could quickly cut down Madara's Susanoo, and then use Totsuka sword to seal Madara's soul. Kazue looked at Yuuji, obviously asking when she could take revenge on Madara. Yuuji shook his head slightly. Minato and Jiraiya looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Even if Kazue was already so strong, she was still more willing to listen to Yuuji's orders and was unwilling to pay too much attention to the village's orders. If not for Yuuji, Kazue would have probably become the next Setsuna and would have scoffed at the village. How is Izumi? Minato asked. She has always been in seclusion, living a secluded life and trying to reduce the possibility of exposure. Otherwise, if others saw that she had lost her eyes, it would easily cause unnecessary associations. Yuuji said. Anyone who was not a fool would be interested in the change in Kazue's eyes. When they noticed the change in the pattern in Kazue's eyes and knew that Izumi had lost her eyes, they would definitely notice something. There must be a close connection between Izumi's pattern and Kazue's eyes. After a while, Minato and the others left. Why didn't Madara make a move? With our strength, we don't need to retreat even if we have to fight Otsutsuki. Kazue couldn't help but ask. If you want to make a move on Madara, you can do it at any time, but I have one more thing to do. Yuuji laughed softly. With Kazue in charge, he could do that without any scruples. What? Invading the Pure Land? I might even die once. Yuuji laughed. Kazue looked at Yuuji in surprise. Pure Land? Isn't it the world controlled by Rikuta Sennin? He's going to attack that place? For me, this might be a bitter battle. Rikuta Sennin and his younger brother are there, and because of Indra and Azura. Yuuji felt a long-lost excitement. In the past 1,000 years, the souls of all the undead had returned to the Pure Land. Every undead naturally controlled a portion of their chakra, and naturally had a certain amount of fighting strength. Not to mention the reincarnation of Edo Tensei, these undead all had unlimited chakra. In the worst-case scenario, Yuuji had to fight his way into the Pure Land and stir up trouble in Rikuta Sennin's territory. He had to face many enemies with unlimited chakra. If it was someone else who invaded the Pure Land, even Otsutsuki would end up in a miserable state, being beaten up and consumed to death. But Yuuji was not afraid, because he also had unlimited chakra. This will probably take me a long time. As long as I can take down the last fortress of the Pure Land, there will be nothing on the planet that can stop me. At that time, I can start cleaning up Ninja World. This world will welcome eternal peace. Yuuji looked up at the sky. Pure Land. Hat. What can I do? Kazue asked. Do what I am doing. Guard everything that is supposed to happen. That is your mission. Kazue hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to ask something. Don't think about Rinnegan for now. Your condition is different from others. It is very difficult for you to fuse with Hashirama's cells. You definitely won't be able to walk the path that Madara took, Yuuji said. Chapter 463, Soul Intrusion. Uchiha Clan Place. The heated discussion of the clan did not stop. Every clansman was rejoicing over Kazue's change. The clan leader was also not calm. Fugaku racked his brains but did not know how Kazue did it. From the moment Mangekyo Sharingan opened, he had been constantly losing his sight. This was the curse brought about by his bloodline. Logically speaking, even if Kazue did not lose her sight, she should not have become so strong. Fugaku looked at his two sons. Itachi and Sasuke were both talented and had opened up Mangekyo Sharingan. They were the things that Fugaku was most proud of in his life. Itachi opened his eyes at the age of 13, while Sasuke opened his eyes at the age of 12. It was stunning. Father, even you don't have a clue? I was thinking that I could also improve Mangekyo Sharingan's strength. Sasuke was very disappointed. If he could have Kazue's super eyes, he would definitely be able to defeat Naruto, right? At least he could blow up Naruto's Black Wood Golem, and he would not be so passive in the battle. Sasuke was still brooding over the defeat in the Valley of the Ends battle. He summoned 2 Godzilla, but they were defeated by Naruto and Wood Golem, who were transformed by Kyuubi. Even if he activated Mangekyo Sharingan, he still wouldn't be able to salvage the situation. I really don't know. This seems to be related to the secrets of our clan. Perhaps only that fellow Madara knows about it. You should know that before I obtained this pair of eyes, our clan had not seen Mangekyo Sharingan for decades. The person who possessed this eye before me was Uchiha Madara. As the strongest expert in Uchiha's history, Madara defected from his clan and village, taking away all the hidden information he had. Coupled with the fault of Mangekyo for the next few decades, causing some extremely crucial information to be unable to be passed down, it was also very reasonable. Maybe Kazue found something, or maybe Lord Yuuji helped her. Fugaku analyzed. However, after a short analysis, Fugaku quickly ignored it and looked at his 2 sons. Itachi looked at Sasuke hesitantly. Sasuke, do you really want to have the eyes of Senior Kazue? Of course, even stronger Susanoo, if I had this kind of power. Sasuke thought. His mind was filled with the powerful power of 4th stage Susanoo. Fugaku said, this stage of Susanoo, that fellow Madara can use a wooden clone, moreover can create dozens of them at the same time. I am afraid only Susanoo beyond this stage can truly help you defeat Naruto. Full body Susanoo. The father and son trio recalled that time almost at the same time. When Nagato attacked Konoha with his own hands, he changed Rinnegan into Mangekyo Sharingan, then controlled incomparably a huge giant to seriously injure Konohagakure. That form of Susanoo was definitely the final stage of Susanoo. If not for Yuuji's heavy punch, and defeating Nagato's complete Susanoo, Konoha would have probably been destroyed. That form of Susanoo was used by Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps Senior Kazue can use it now. Itachi suddenly said. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Fugaku nodded repeatedly. That's right. Itachi's analysis is very reasonable. Itachi sighed helplessly in his heart. It wasn't just analysis, he also knew. He had talked to the future Sasuke and guessed some things about the Eternal Eye. He also knew what kind of price he had to pay to obtain the Eternal Eye. What should he do? Could it be that he wanted to dig out his eyes? Itachi was a bit conflicted, and finally decided to put it aside for the time being and do it when the time was right. The current Sasuke was still too young, not mature enough, and his eyes were not close to becoming blind, so there was no need to be in such a hurry. I want to pay my respects to big sister Kazue, Sasuke suddenly said. Have you decided? Well, the opportunity is right in front of me. If I don't seize it, I won't be reconciled. If Sister Kazue doesn't want to say it, then I will go to Sensei. He should know something, and I must give it a try. Sasuke clenched his fist. That guy Naruto is quickly shaking me off. He even has the power to destroy a holy land. He can also use the terrifying Mokuton ninjutsu of true several thousand hands. Facing this kind of Naruto, even if he learned Mount Mayuboku's bloodline, he would definitely not be a match. Just true several thousand hands alone was enough to make it difficult for Sasuke to resist. That day, Sasuke went to pay a visit to Kazue. You are really direct. Little brat, you asked me for the method to advance to the Eternal Eye. Kazue sized up Sasuke. To be honest, she did not dislike this kind of behavior. Only strength would not deceive people. A youngster who was willing to give his all to chase after strength was very much to Kazue's liking. Moreover, Sasuke was Yuuji's disciple and could be considered as half of their own. Yes, no matter what you want, as long as I can do it, I will definitely give it my all. Sasuke said. Do you want to trade with me? Unfortunately, you don't know anything. You don't know what kind of price you have to pay to obtain Eternal Eye. Kazue looked at the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Eternal Mangekyo? I want this. I can bear anything. Sasuke said in a deep voice. Kazue had a strange expression on her face. No, you can't bear it. It's better not to come to a conclusion so early. I won't tell you the method of advancement right now. The time is still not ripe. Sasuke still wanted to say something. Kazue interrupted, don't ask any more. It will be the same even if you wait a few more years. I asked Yuuji-san a few years ago. After a long time, he told me this method, and I only chose to advance until now. The price of this is probably unbearable for you. Sasuke was very confused. What kind of price did she have to pay to advance her eyes? Sasuke was confused. He got up to say goodbye and planned to find his sensei. Don't disturb him. He has more important things to do. If he succeeds this time, many problems will no longer be a problem. Kazue warned. Sasuke was silent for a moment and said helplessly, I know. I'll think of a way myself. What is sensei doing? Is there anything I can help you with? Your strength is too weak. You can't participate. Sasuke was shocked. He was still a young Kage level, but he didn't even have the qualifications to help. Sasuke left. Kazue looked up and continued to lower her head, stroking her Kusanagi sword. What a persistent little brat, but now is indeed not the time. Once you open your eyes, will you dig out your father or your brother? No matter what choice you make, it is not correct. Kazue quickly threw Sasuke's matter to the back of her mind and looked into the distance. It's about time for Yuuji to make his move. Although I don't know what exactly it is, if it is really activated, I'm afraid it will be earth-shattering. Can it bring eternal peace? What can it be? Can it wipe out Otsutsuki's clan in one fell swoop? Kazue was very puzzled and full of expectation. Yuuji had indeed made preparations. The invasion of the Pure Land was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. The entire Pure Land world would be reduced to a battlefield. In this battle, Yuuji planned to go all out. Otherwise, when faced with the powerful strength that Rikuta Sennin possessed, he would most likely fell. Will you go to battle? In the underground base, Kabuto stood quietly in front of Yuuji, looking at the person who was ready to go. Well, the time is ripe. Konoha and I organization both have Kazue in charge. Seizing this opportunity is the best choice. Yuuji said with a smile. Kabuto was silent for a moment. How long will it take to move out this time? According to Kabuto's knowledge, including the journey, it would take at most a few days to settle it. No matter how powerful the forces in the Pure Land world were, they would definitely not be able to stop Yuuji. Kabuto knew that Yuuji's vision had covered the entire ninja world from the beginning, and even extended into the starry sky of the universe. Sooner or later, he would take this step. If he wanted to completely control Ninja World, he absolutely could not ignore the Pure Land. Although Kabuto had always disapproved of the Pure Land, he felt that there was no need to pay so much attention to a group of dead people. If you are lucky, you will be able to take care of the enemy in a few months. If you are unlucky, you will be able to use years as your unit, Yuuji said. That long? Kabuto was shocked. What kind of joke was this? How many months would a battle take? Or even longer? Don't underestimate the Pure Land. Rikuta Sennin has been operating there for thousands of years. He has collected countless undead. If all of them burst out in one breath, it can be seen how amazing this power is. The battle between Hago Romo and Hamura sealing Kagaya had lasted for 3 months. Therefore, for this operation, Yuuji was already mentally prepared for a long battle. Yuuji also knew that ignoring the Pure Land was one of the biggest losses of Obito, Madara, and Kagaya in history. If they had formulated a battle plan against the Pure Land in advance, Rikuta Sennin would not have had the chance to distribute his power to Naruto and Sasuke. Even if Kagaya was defeated in the end, he would not have been tragically sealed by the second time. This guy, Rikuta Sennin, was hiding in the Pure Land and watching Ninja World's every move. He was ready to run out at any time to stir up trouble and prepare all kinds of contingency plans. Yuuji absolutely would not allow this old fellow to stir up trouble. Destroying the Pure Land and sweeping away the hidden dangers was what he had to do. Brother looks very excited. Kabuto suddenly said. Yes, I am very excited. This time, it is probably the most challenging battle. It could also be said that he was the strongest opponent that Yuuji had ever faced. The most dangerous time before was only when he faced Asahiki during Jijin's time, but the result was that Asahiki was completely exhausted to death by him. It's about time. I'm going to start. Yuuji stood up and began to form seals. Ninja art, spirit transformation technique. Yuuji's body collapsed onto the chair, and his soul that was emitting intense light flew out. The soul form secret art of the Kato clan. Does brother want to directly break into the Pure Land with his soul? Well, only in this way can we really locate the position of the Pure Land. It is difficult for me to find the Pure Land with this flesh and blood. Otherwise, Madara and Otsutsuki clansmen would have already locked onto the position of the Pure Land. Old man Rikuta Sennin hid the Pure Land very tightly. The last time Yuuji saw the location of the Pure Land was when he fought with Rikuta Sennin for Tonari's soul. However, that kind of entrance was only temporarily opened by Rikuta Sennin. It was not a real gate of the Pure Land. Swish! Yuuji's soul flew away, staring at some dying people, following the souls of these dead people all the way to the Pure Land. Very few people paid attention to the movements of Yuuji's soul, but Kazue saw it. Did he make a move? He actually moved out with his soul bodies. Could it be that his target is the Pure Land? Kazue looked at the soul that was quickly disappearing into the distance with a serious expression. On the other side, in the Pure Land, Rikuta Sennin suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at it from afar, and finally, he let out a long sigh. What a dangerous young man! He actually stared at the place where the undead were sleeping. Is occupying this place also in his plan? Rikuta Sennin had never been able to understand Yuuji and suspected that this guy was an outsider, or he had crossed over from another timeline. Of course, he did not know exactly what Yuuji's plan was, and now, he only saw a little clue. It might be even more crazy than the idealized Moon Eye plan. Rumble. A loud noise echoed in the silent Pure Land world. Yuuji had followed the dead souls all the way to the Pure Land world and bombarded the space gate violently. He really came. Rikuta Sennin floated in a sitting posture and looked in a certain direction quietly. As a crack appeared from nothing, Yuuji forcefully tore open a spatial tunnel and barged in. Found it! I didn't waste my energy. Yuuji slowly raised his head. Rinnegan and Tensegan each emitted different rays of light, shining in this dark and silent world. Looking at these two completely different supreme eyes, Rikuta Sennin couldn't help but sigh. To actually allow such a dangerous fellow to obtain this kind of eye, it really is. What are you trying to do by barging into this place? It can't be that you are here to kill me, right? I don't remember offending you in any way. Rikuta Sennin asked calmly. I'm not here to kill you, but to restrict your movements. Yuuji took a step forward and stood in front of Rikuta Sennin. As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked at the vast and dead world. Endless tombstones filled the ground. It seemed endless at a glance. Under each tombstone, there were spirits of the dead sleeping and could be awakened at any time. Truly the creativity of a genius. Gathering the souls of all the experts in the past, you can use them all in one go when you need them. Yuuji praised. He had always suspected that before Rikuta Sennin, Pure Land did not exist in this world. Thinking about it, it was true. An ordinary planet was ordinary in the vast universe. How could there be a Pure Land world? Not to mention the early ninja world, the supernatural system had not been established yet. Even if it was Gamamaru, they could only absorb natural energy to create Senjutsu's chakra after coming into contact with chakra. Without external intervention, death was death, vanishing like smoke. It was unlikely that every life planet in the universe would naturally carry a Pure Land world. Now that he looked at it carefully, it seems true. The Pure Land that absorbed the undead was created by Rikuta Sennin. It was the work of Rikuta Sennin. Rikuta Sennin lowered his eyes. You are so familiar with the Pure Land. It seems that you have planned for a long time. 2 months ago, I specially found you to express my goodwill. It seems that you are flattering yourself. Chapter 464, The Pure Land, Where the Strong Gather. Rikuta Sennin carefully observed Yuuji. The soul of the young man in front of him was very young, and he did not seem to have experienced the cleansing of time. Regardless of whether you are kind to me or not, your existence is a hindrance to me. I will not let you comfortably pass on the power you have secretly prepared to Naruto and Sasuke. Yuuji said. You even know this. Rikuta Sennin sighed. It was really troublesome. The other party knew him very well, but he knew nothing about the other party. That's why you want to restrict my actions? Young man, what exactly do you want to do to this world? Rikuta Sennin still maintained his restraint. Facing Yuuji, who was approaching step by step, he forced himself not to make a move, and even tried to make one last effort. My goal is, as always, to bring unprecedented changes to this planet. Once it succeeds, the world will welcome eternal peace. Yuuji said. Then our goal is the same. We should not become enemies. I also hope to bring change to Ninja World. Rikuta Sennin was puzzled. Yuuji shook his head. You won't want to see that kind of result. Moreover, your existence is one of the major obstacles of revolution for me. To a certain extent, it is even more troublesome than Kaguya. I must first deal with you and your Pure Land. Then there is nothing to talk about. Although I have died for 1,000 years, I will definitely not surrender. In the end, I can only fight. Rikudo Sennin had no other choice but to fight. Who? Rikudo Sennin finally stopped his sitting posture and slowly stood up. I hope you won't regret your choice today. You will regret it if you don't do this. You don't understand my final goal at all. Yuuji sneered. His vision was not limited to this planet. Instead, he was eyeing at Satsuki's family in the vast universe, as well as the Golden Gyadora of the alternate universe. Be it the god of chakra or the Golden Gyadora, they were both existences at the level of a universe god. They were the strongest opponents that Yuuji had to face. Yuuji would not allow Rikudo Sennin to obstruct his advance. Rikudo Sennin sighed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. At this moment, he didn't look like a kind-looking elder. He showed the courage to fight Kaguya and suppress Ninja World. Pa! Rikudo Sennin clapped his hands. Rays of light surged from his body, and then spread throughout the entire Pure Land. I can't be careless when dealing with you. I can only take out the foundation of the Pure Land to defeat you. Rikudo Sennin said, don't worry. When you die, I will leave your soul in the Pure Land. You can quietly watch the changes of Ninja World with me. Shiranui Yuuji was the biggest variable in all fates, and also the biggest unpredictable thing. With Yuuji, Ninja World's established destiny had a world-shaking change. Rikudo Sennin knew this very well. He was not willing to make a move, but at this time, killing Yuuji and leaving Yuuji's soul in the Pure Land was not necessarily a wrong decision. Rays of light emerged and responded to Rikudo Sennin's call. The first to appear was a white-clothed Otsutsuki. He woke up from his long slumber and stood beside Rikudo Sennin. Sorry, little brother, I have to wake you up because of something troublesome. Rikudo Sennin said. It's okay, brother. It seems you are in big trouble. I thought it was my mother who got out of trouble. Hamura didn't mind. Instead, he looked at Yuuji at the first time. The main point was that he paused on Yuuji's right eye. Tenseigen? And it's from someone who doesn't have the pure blood of Otsutsuki. Hamura looked at the person in front of him in amazement. It was your descendant who smashed a good card. Otsutsuki Tonari can't inherit your will very well. Why don't you give this power to me? Yuuji said. Is that so? So you have mastered the giant Tenseigen. But this is not the reason for you to break into the Pure Land. The living should not interfere with the world of the dead. Hamura said. I won't interfere now. In the future, the dead will interfere with the world of the living, especially your brother Otsutsuki Hago Romo. He will do this sooner or later. Are you using something that hasn't happened as an excuse to act? It's amazing that you found out about this. Yuuji clapped his hands. This careless attitude infuriated Hamura. He was about to make a move but was stopped by Rikudo Sennin. You slept for too long. You still don't know what happened to Ninja World these years, Rikudo Sennin said. What could have happened? The last time I woke up, it was to give my descendants a dream. It has only been a few decades. This young man in front of you is suspected to be an outsider like my mother. Moreover, he has killed Satsuki's clansmen in succession. He is very impressive. I suspect that the clansmen my mother feared were also killed by this person, said Rikudo Sennin. Yes, I did. However, the person I killed was the future Otsutsuki. Right now, Momoshiki, Urashiki, and the others are still alive and well. Yuuji said casually. Hamura frowned and raised his vigilance. After a while, several souls appeared next to Rikudo Sennin. It seems that everyone is here. There are only a few people, because Indra, Azura, Senju Hashirama. Yuuji crossed his arms and looked on coldly. A few of Super Cage levels experts had arrived. If Madara had not been reincarnated by Edo Tensei, he would have definitely come here. Where is this place? Father, am I not dead? Is this Pure Land? Does such a world really exist? It's been a long time, father. Who are you all? The last sentence was asked by Senju Hashirama. This foolish and intelligent man tilted his head and looked at them with wisdom. It was very magical. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them, he arrived at a strange place and saw several strangers. Father, this person. Azura immediately looked at Senju Hashirama. He felt his chakra from Senju Hashirama. Yes, this person is your reincarnation. He has your chakra. The corners of Rikudo Sennin's mouth curled up. He was happy to see his descendants. What a joke, this disgusting chakra fluctuation. It seems that after our death, the chakra is still fighting with each other. Then where is my reincarnation? Because Indra had a gloomy face, his face was full of ruthlessness as he stared at Asura and Senju Hashirama. Because Indra was much fiercer than Madara and Suzuki. Rikudo-sen sighed. Hamura also frowned. He didn't like it because of Indra. He wondered how his big brother could give birth to such a thing. No matter how slow Senju Hashirama was, he reacted at this time and looked at these people thoughtfully. He guessed Rikudo-sen's identity, but he didn't know Hamura's identity. Combined with the theory of reincarnation. This is really incredible. Is this world of the undead? Did my previous life appear? Why didn't I see that kid, Madara? It can't be that he was scared out of his wits by me, ha ha ha. Hashirama scratched his head and laughed loudly. This kind of idiot really shares the same line. This kind of trash actually defeated my reincarnation. Indra's expression became increasingly ugly. It's a long story. That fellow, Madara, was summoned to the Yang world by someone using Edo Tensei, so he wasn't here, Rikudo-sen said. Edo Tensei? I have already sealed this technique long ago. That fellow actually continued to study it after I died. Hashirama was very dissatisfied. Several people focused their eyes on Yuuji who was facing them. Here, there was only the cold-faced Yuuji who was far away from them. His entire body was filled with killing intent and he was out of place. Are you done talking? If you are done, then do it. I can't wait to send your whole family to death. Yuuji said lightly. Who is this guy? Because Indra was sizing up Yuuji's extraordinary eyes, his expression was grave, and he felt a great pressure. In the level of Hitomi's strength, he couldn't compare to this person in front of him. Could it be that he was a powerhouse comparable to his father? Where did this person come from? Yuuji didn't say anything more and brazenly attacked. Sage Art, Mokuton, Flower World, Descent. A huge amount of chakra suddenly burst out from Yuuji's body. This chakra finally transformed into endless trees and crazily gushed out. A super huge tree domain spread out from Yuuji's body and crazily spread. Mokuton. The Black Mokuton. Asura and Senju Hashirama exclaimed at the same time. Several people looked at the black tree world that was expanding at an exaggerated speed. Although I don't know how he mastered this strange Mokuton, I have to stop him. Hashirama made the first move and also created the tree world, trying to block Yuuji's tree world. However, the moment the two tree worlds came into contact, Hashirama's green forest was easily defeated. Facing the tough and sharp black trees, the trees he created were powerless against it. Hashirama was shocked, and he was more and more surprised by Yuuji's identity. Who exactly are you? My name is Shiranui Yuuji. I want to bring eternal peace to this world. All of you are now my hindrance. Shiranui. Hashirama was puzzled. This should be a very small clan. How could such a super expert appear? Ridiculous. Indra had an impatient look on his face. He used Mangekyo Sharingan to immediately use full-body Susanoo to launch an attack. Susanoo brandished the katana, continuously chopping down, taking away a large number of black trees. With one slash, everything could be cut off. The entire Pure Land resounded with the roar of distance. The exchange between several people had already created a world-shaking movement, breaking this silent world. Hashirama felt a long-lost anticipation. He immediately made a hand seal. Mokuton, Wood Dragon Art. Mokuton, Wood Golem Art. Wood Golem, who was wrapped in wooden dragons, suddenly appeared. Yuuji glanced at it and threw out several black wood golem. Under the shocked eyes of Hashirama, these black wood golem randomly threw punches, and Hashirama was pressed to the ground, unable to move. This Mokuton is actually stronger than me? This Mokuton's material is special and extremely tough, how did he make it? Hashirama was very excited. His Mokuton could absorb chakra, and it seemed that this black Mokuton did not have this ability, but even so, it was very shocking. Yuuji did not respond. Instead, he used a sea of trees that covered the sky and covered the earth to rush towards them. A few wood golem mixed in and pounced over one after another. Let me do it. I know a little about Mokuton. Even if I don't have any companions now, I should still be able to. Asura took a deep breath and clapped his hands together. Mokuton, true several thousand hands. A huge Buddha statue came out of the earth and looked majestic. Because Indra looked at the big Buddha with a black face, he was smashed by this thing in the past. But because Indra didn't have time to ridicule anything, he saw that Senju Hashirama had closed his eyes and clapped. Because Indra's expression changed. Could it be? Whoosh! A strange pattern appeared on Hashirama's face. After entering Sage mode, he possessed the ability to cast spells. Then I'll come too. Sage art, Mokuton, true several thousand hands. Another large Buddha came out and echoed with Asura's Buddha statue. You can also use this technique. Asura was very happy. I should be surprised. You can use this without relying on senjutsu. I can't compare to you in this regard. No, that's because I have many companions chakra. Asura and Hashirama praised each other. You too, enough. What is there to brag about? Evil Heart is dead. It is obviously more important to defeat the enemy first. Indra couldn't take it anymore. Two of these damn things actually appeared in one go? This was too much. He had lost to Asura's true several thousand hands. Could it be that his reincarnation had also lost to the true several thousand hands who was Asura's reincarnation? That was too lamentable. Compared to the two great Buddha, his full body Susanoo had become a small person. True several thousand hands was over 220 meters in size and was much larger than his full body Susanoo. In the middle of the two great Buddha was a small figure of Susanoo, and three huge monsters suddenly rushed over. Facing this kind of attack with astonishing momentum, Yuuji didn't even bat an eye. Go up and become Buddha. Asura and Hashirama shouted loudly, and countless hands shot out, bombarding the incomparably small Yuuji. Because Indra was not to be outdone, he threw out a large number of Megatama to bombard. A terrifying explosion occurred, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains. When the smoke dissipated slightly, two other true several thousand hands rushed out and forcefully withstood the attacks. They rushed out with fierce expressions. Compared to the two statues of Asura, the statues made by Yuuji were fierce and cruel, full of killing intent. Even true several thousand hands. Who the hell is this guy? Asura and Hashirama were both shocked. Just when the four giant collided. Because Indra was also controlling Susanoo, he was surrounded by several fierce wood golem, and an intense battle broke out between them. The battle between the giants was very terrible. Fortunately, it was in the Pure Land. If it was in Ninja World, this level of battle could even destroy a continent. Super Cage level could fly all over the world and bombard the whole world. Well, this is the end of the warm-up exercise. Yuuji looked coldly at Hago Romo and Hamura in the opposite direction. Chapter 465, Deterrence. A few giants were fighting with their lives on the line. With a wave of their hands, they easily turned the entire Pure Land world upside down and shook it endlessly. As the entire world trembled, the endless undead that stretched out under their feet were startled by this terrifying power that could tear apart their souls. Instinctively, they opened their eyes in confusion, their eyes glazed over. The Pure Land world naturally had the characteristic of suppressing the soul and forcing the soul to fall into a deep sleep. But at this moment, this entire world was invaded by Yuuji. The turmoil created by this entire world was forcibly shaking the characteristics of the world, causing many undead to wake up in a daze. The weaker the person, even if they woke up, they would only be dazed, their eyes dull, and they wouldn't be able to regain their senses. The stronger the person, the more they could maintain their self-awareness. Even if their thoughts were chaotic, they were gradually recovering at this time. The powerful undead that had accumulated over the past 1,000 years raised their heads and looked at each other. Am I not already dead? Why am I here now? It seems that this is the legendary world of the dead. So this world really exists. Look over there, what happened? How could there be such a terrifying monster fighting? Is this also a ninjutsu? The powerful undead who had regained their senses quickly adjusted their mentality and looked into the distance with a pale face. The four true several thousand hands fought with their lives on the line. Countless palms danced in the sky, bombarding the land of the Pure Land recklessly. Everywhere they passed, everything was killed. There were also several black-colored wood golem besieging a huge Susanoo, and the battle was intense. Is this legendary true several thousand hands? I remember that this is Xiaode Hokage's strongest ninjutsu. The one on the other side was pressed to the ground by several black giants. Could it be Susanoo? Xiaode Hokage and Madara came to the Pure Land world and were also fighting. Was this all done by them? Xiaode Hokage? Strange name. Who, I have never heard of this kind of expert in Warring States periods era. Ha, even the deceased of Warring States periods era is here. Ah. Hey, no, don't put on that disgusting sense of superiority. At least, you have to treat the ancestors equally. Aren't you already dead? Otherwise, why are you here now? The many undead subconsciously moved closer to each other. Looking for a sense of security, some simply recognized each other. Those who could wake up now were all experts with some skills. They were also powerful ninjas when they were alive, and their name was Ninja World. There were even more battles here. However, the power that they understood was on a completely different level compared to the current battle. They only needed to look at the level of the battle. 9 Bijuu would be swept into the battle and would be blown up in minutes, let alone them. They were afraid that if they were hit by the aftershock, they would end up in a miserable state. As time passed, more and more undead recovered some of their senses and asked around in confusion about what had happened. This is too much. This is clearly the place where the dead rested, but now it has become a battlefield. It seems that no matter where it is, there is no way to avoid war. Whether it is Warring States periods era or the village era, it is all a tragedy. The Pure Land is also like this. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe the Pure Land is invaded. It is an unprecedented event. Speaking of which, I don't know who is watching over the Pure Land world. After I died, I lost all my memories. Obviously, I was arranged. At this time, Indra was angry. He was beaten on the ground by several wood golem who rushed up to him. His self-esteem was damaged and he was flustered and exasperated. Especially when compared with Azura and Senju Hashirama next to him, the other two sides were fighting against the enemy true several thousand hands, but he was more miserable and was beaten all the way. Bastard, you actually sent me away with just a few strange wooden people? How dare you humiliate me like this? Because Indra roared again and again, powerful Hitomi power burst out from his eyes, scattering blood. Susanoo shook, suddenly stretched out its hand and crazily chopped, barely getting a short buffer gap. Just when Indra was about to cut these black wood golem, he was stopped again. Bang 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 bang. One punch after another, several black-colored wood golems' heavy fists attacked, bombarding the Susanoo. Just ordinary physical skills could send out terrifying shock waves visible to the naked eye, wreaking havoc in this world, sending many unlucky undead flying all over the sky, falling down, screaming unceasingly. This scene made many undead feel lingering fear. And this was far from comparable to the great battle between those four true several thousand hands. Looking around, countless hands were entangled together, bombarding in all directions, cruelly cleaning, making people feel extremely terrified just looking at it from afar. In this kind of fierce battle, even the spirit soul would be shattered. But they didn't even know who the people fighting were. Senju Hashirama, I saw him. Looking at the situation, it seems that the one who controls Black Mokuton is one side, and the others are the other side. Is it that person? The guy who is confronting two strange people. Some undead stared with wide eyes and saw Yuuji and the other two Otsutsuki in the distance. Especially Rikuta Sennin, this strange dress made some people faintly guess and look shocked. For you, everything that happened just now was a farce. Rikuta Sennin said. He pointed at the mess below and then at the undead who had been forcefully awakened. To you, there is no value in so many of the dead that have been sleeping. Of course, without you two as an obstruction, they are considered to be of some value to me. With you two here, you will only be able to stop me from advancing. Yuuji looked at the two people coldly. Dealing with Indra and the others was just a matter of convenience. The real opponents were still the two people in front of him. Do it, brother. This guy is stubborn and blind. He only thinks that what he did is right. There will be no lack of such ambitious people in any era. Hamura said somewhat anxiously. A good Pure Land was in a mess, no longer the silence and peace of the past. This was unacceptable for Hamura. Rikuta Sennin sighed and shouted, attack! Shua! The two Otsutsuki moved, and in an instant it was earth-shattering, and signs of distortion appeared in the space. The Pure Land world itself seemed to be echoing these two people. This kind of speed. Yuuji's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation or retreat, he welcomed them head-on. Rinnegan and Tensagan quickly turned around, crazily capturing the trajectory of these two people. Boom! The three figures collided with each other like shooting stars. Without any fancy ninjutsu probing, they started with the most brutal and fierce hand-to-hand combat. At the level of Otsutsuki, physical skills and Hitomi techniques were the main fighting style. Throwing chakra into various energy cannons was a secondary combat method. Everything was simplified, seemingly ordinary attacks carried a heavy force, making it difficult for people to resist. Boom 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 boom. The three figures clashed against each other repeatedly. Every time they clashed, they would release shockwaves that could shake the world. They forcefully unleashed the power to destroy everything. Everywhere they passed, many souls would be crushed. The entire Pure Land was filled with mourning in an instant. The damage suffered was beyond imagination, and countless undead souls were affected and died tragically. However, at this moment, no one had the strength to pay attention to this anymore. The undead that could recover their rationality in advance frantically fled into the distance, not knowing how far they could escape. Nearby, Indra, Azura, and the others were looking at this confrontation in shock. This outsider is too strong. While controlling true several thousand hands and wood golem to attack us, he can also fight Lord Father. Azura's expression changed slightly. Because of Indra's gloomy expression, although he was unwilling to admit it, he still said in a low voice, "There is a limit to what we can do. We can only use the enemy's energy to create opportunities for Father and the others." Ha ha ha, such an expert actually appeared in Shiranui's family. It's really amazing, but what's with his eyes? One is Rinnegan, and the other is what eyes? Does Shiranui's descendant have the blood of Rikuta Sennin? Hashirama laughed. Other than the battle with Madara, he had never encountered a chance to make him fight with all his strength. He did not expect to meet him after his death. This made Hashirama's mood complicated. He did not know whether it was worry or joy. Was it really possible to block the invasion of such a powerful enemy in the Pure Land? If the Pure Land had fallen into such a turmoil, what would Ninja World become? How was the village now? I only hope that Madara didn't go too far. Hashirama was secretly worried. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Yuuji was forced back by Hago Romo and Hamura. With a loud bang, he crashed into the ground. This terrifying impact forcibly distorted time and space, wiping out some of the undead. Crash! Yuuji stood up as if nothing had happened. Strictly speaking, my eyes have nothing to do with Rikuta Sennin, so put away your groundless speculation, exceptional talent. Yuuji tilted his head and made a posture to move his muscles and bones. It was as if the battle just now was not even appetizers. In fact, it really was not. Young man, do you know me very well? Hashirama immediately became interested. Of course, I am the village's teaching director. The education I received since I was a child is how amazing Shao De Hokage is. Although I never recognized him. Yuuji floated up, and his powerful chakra fluctuation turned into a storm, blowing away the undead around him. Was this guy from Konoha's family? Some of the undead who died in the village also knew this, and their faces were strange. This kind of super expert who could wreak havoc in the world and fight Rikuta Sennin head-on was Konoha's people? Konoha had two powerful existences, Madara and Hashirama, and then even more terrifying experts were born? Is that so? This person should be my junior. I wonder if he knows Kakashi. A grey-haired man casually rescued a few weaker undead and stared at Yuuji's back. Konoha White Fang, Sakumo, had been silent since he woke up. He quietly observed the situation and tried to gather information. Kid, where did your eyes come from? A descendant of Shiranui, to be able to grow to this stage, he should have my brother or my blood flowing in his body. If it is not from your blood, then is it stolen? Hamura asked. It's a long story. The left Rinnegan was obtained by me after I devoured Jb's remains. The right Tensegan was obtained by me after I devoured a Otsutsuki and extracted part of the power of your descendant, the giant Tensegan. Yuuji's expression was calm. The reason I was able to obtain these eyes was all because of my own strength. I didn't excavate your bloodline power. Jb's remains? Otsutsuki. Hamura felt his scalp go numb as he looked at his brother in shock. Rikuta Sennin nodded with a calm expression. He did not lie. Hamura was horrified. That monster Jbi left behind remains? That might be acceptable, but what happened to him swallowing a Otsutsuki? Don't misunderstand. The Otsutsuki I'm talking about is a real person from beyond the heavens. It has nothing to do with the descendants you left on the moon, Yuuji said. You bastard, you actually killed a fellow clansman that even mother feared. At this moment, Hamura's expression was ugly, and he did not know what to say. The two brothers were also once filled with worry for these mysterious outsiders. But now, when they woke up, they found that a fellow clansman had been killed by this young man, and even his corpse had been devoured. Come to think of it, both Jabai and Otsutsuki are very good genes. If I hadn't analyzed these two genes, I wouldn't have grown so fast. Yuuji suddenly laughed. These two genetic systems determined the strength of an entire planet. No matter how hard the aboriginal bloodline cultivated, it was very difficult to reach Rikuta Senin level. No matter how hard it was to extract chakra, there was only one might guy who was an exception. Rikuta Senin said, "Don't underestimate this young man. There are many things on him that even I can't understand. If not for him, the current world would have been slaughtered by Otsutsuki. He was the one protecting Ninja World. Since you are guarding the world, why did you invade the Pure Land and do such a thing?" Hamura was furious. Yuuji said, "I have already said it. As long as you two exist, you will become my hindrance. I have to deal with the two of you, especially you. Otsutsuki Hago Romo, do not interfere with the cause of this generation of Indra and Asura. Do not even think about sharing your power with them. I will not give you this chance." Rikuta Senin's heart sank. This guy even knew about this? Splitting up his own Rikuta Senin's power and helping his two sons' reincarnated bodies seal their mother was his backup plan. Whether it's Kagaya, Ishiki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, or Otsutsuki's family sending someone else, I will deal with this. In any case, even if they don't come, I will think of a way to deal with them and even kill their mother planet. Yuuji slowly opened his eyes wide. But the two of you, Otsutsuki, will also be eliminated by me. A powerful Hitomi power burst forth from his right eye. A golden light flashed, carrying with it a huge fluctuation that cut through everything. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Chapter 466, Defusion. An astonishing beam of light, carrying with it a fluctuation that could cut through everything, shot out from Yuuji's body and slashed down in an instant. At this moment, when he raised his head to look, the place where the beam of light touched, a terrifying great obliteration was happening. The Pure Land you built is too noisy. A bunch of flies are buzzing. Let's clean it up first. The Tensagen in Yuuji's right eye was exploding with a deep blue light. After the surging Hitomi power erupted to the extreme, it blasted out the Golden Wheel Reincarnation completely. Swish! A sweep swept out. It was as if an endless large hand was sweeping through the endless Pure Land. Hundreds of millions of tombstones were on the verge of collapse in front of this power. Some of the nearby undead could not even cry out in pain. They just opened their mouths and watched in despair. Soon after, they were all annihilated. What kind of technique is this? I have never seen it before. This is too terrifying. Is that outsider pupil from his right eye? What kind of eye is that? The undead were all frightened. Even Cage Level's undead revealed helpless expressions at this moment. He really couldn't block it. Once he was hit by the light beam, his soul would be instantly annihilated. It was a kind of happiness, and his soul would be destroyed before he could sense anything. If it was split into two, it would be a fate worse than death if it was cut in half by that indescribable terrifying power. Rikuta Senin and Hamura also moved. Brother. I know. We have to stop them. Those dead people can't withstand this attack. When Tonari used the Golden Wheel Reincarnation, he was able to split the moon apart. But now, with Yuuji using it by himself, he definitely possessed the ability to shatter the stars. It was far more terrifying than Tonari's attack by 100 times. Swish! The golden beam of light that swept through everything descended. Just as all the undead were in a state of chaos, some were ready to continue running for their lives towards the edge of the world, and some were roaring in anger as they fought to the death. Rikuta Senin and Hamura, one on the left and one on the right. They blocked the beam of light from the Golden Wheel Reincarnation. Wang! A pair of Rinnegan and a pair of pure Byakugan. The two of them used their Hitomi power at the same time, using Rikuta Senin's power. A huge amount of chakra rumbled out, and several different kinds of luster dispersed, and they densely rushed towards the outside world. This couldn't be avoided as some muddle-headed undead were killed, but everyone knew that the two sage were already trying to reduce their losses. After the golden light beam was defeated, the huge Pure Land world was devastated, and all kinds of depressions could be seen everywhere, forming a bottomless pit. This originally quiet undead Pure Land had now become a cruel and bloody battlefield under the hands of several people. It's really dangerous. Senju Hashirama and Azura protected a group of undead. At this time, they controlled True several thousand hands to slowly move away and looked at the three people with lingering fear. Damn it, that guy really has the power to rival father. Indra gritted his teeth. This is only a part of his strength. A white snake crawled over. Several people looked at him. Senju Hashirama suddenly said, "Are you the white snake sage? Why are you also dead? I was killed by that kid. That kid's strength is very terrifying." The white snake sage shouted with contempt. Indra sneered. What does a stupid snake know? Isn't it normal to be able to kill you? The white snake sage glanced at Indra and suppressed her anger. You don't know anything. Although I don't know how he got Rinnegan and the other eye, he has other main power. It is not these two eyes, but something else. What is it? Godzilla, in my opinion, it is a monster that is not inferior to J-Bai. Even until I die, I still can't see the whole picture of that monster. The white snake sage's eyes were filled with intense fear. Back then, Yuuji only took out a portion of his strength and killed it. If he really released Godzilla's real body, how powerful would he be? J-Bai. Are you kidding me? That damn thing belongs to grandmother. Don't talk about it, brother. Now is not the time to talk about this. What we can do is very limited. We should try to interfere with the enemy as much as possible. If what White Snake said is true, then the enemy is far from being able to bring out their true strength. At this time, the three people who were confronting each other once again fought fiercely. Rikudo Sennin's other fluctuations wreaked havoc on the earth, easily ravaging the space of the entire Pure Land. I just cleared out so little undead, but if this goes on, how long can the two of you last? In addition to the battle, Yuuji could see the situation of the Pure Land with the powerful and blind vision brought by Tensagen. He saw many deceased experts gather around Azura, Indra, and others, and some of them were not unfamiliar to him. In Uchiha Nairi, Sandaime Reikage, Hitaki Sakumo, Uzumaki Mito. They were all powerful beings who had left their names in the past 1,000 years. These powerhouses revived and stood behind Azura and the other undead, watching him vigilantly. At this moment, at least in the eyes of the undead, Yuuji was a bloodthirsty devil. Of course, Yuuji didn't care about this. He raised his hand and shot out several times, trying to wash the ground again. However, Hamura hurriedly attacked and struck out with his palm across the air, blowing up these silver wheels. Inevitably, the aftermath of the spread killed another group of weak undead. There was nothing he could do about this. Stop the meaningless slaughter. Those dead won't affect you at all, Rikudo Sennin advised. Hamura was even more furious. An executioner like you can also claim that you want to bring peace to the world? The peace you speak of, could it be that you want to kill all living things? No, you won't even let go of those who die. Rumble. Yuuji opened his hand and grabbed Hamura's fist. At the same time, he kicked out sideways and ruthlessly hit Hamura's body. But at the same time, he was also seized by Rikudo Sennin and ruthlessly stabbed into his body with a black stick. Yin and Yang creation interfered with the circulation of Yuuji's chakra. Yuuji didn't mind. His body shook, and he melted the Yin and Yang black stick on the spot. He turned his hand and shot out a golden wheel reincarnation explosion, which was forcibly resisted by Rikudo Sennin. In a sense, you are right. I really want to eliminate all the individuals you know, and pull out all the things you know. Yuuji stepped back, and his tone was calm. Brother, you saw it, right? This is a madman. He wants to destroy the world. What is the difference between him and mother like this? Around Hamura's eyes, blue veins bulged, just like his mood. There is a difference. Kaguya will drain all the natural energy of this entire planet and turn everything into a desert. I am different. While I drain all the natural energy, I will also change into something that can replace natural energy. Yuuji opened his hands. The history of the ninja will end in my hands. Aren't you sad about the mutual slaughter of the world? I will use my method to end all of this, so that there will be no more slaughter in the world. So you have set your eyes on the power of chakra, and want to replace it. No wonder you attacked at Satsuki's clan. Rikudo Sennin vaguely understood something. You are half right. In any case, it is impossible for you to understand what I want to do. Yuuji's left eye emitted a strong purple light, and a visible circle of light quickly spread from the eye. Be careful, he is going to use Rinnegan's time-space, Hitomi technique. Rikudo Sennin shouted. Hitomi technique, Takamagahara. From Yuuji's side, a layer of cube space and time immediately appeared. As Yuuji looked in the direction, this space immediately extended forward. A part of the space structure that the Pure Land represented was broken in front of Takamagahara. It seemed that the two of them were about to be trapped by Takamagahara's space. Rikuta Sennin's face was gloomy as he tried to use his Hitomi technique to fight against Takamagahara, but it was obviously impossible. Facing the menacing Takamagahara, Rikuta Sennin frowned. Looks like I can only use this. Shua. Rikuta Sennin threw out a black ball. This is... Yuuji's expression changed slightly. Truth-seeking ball. This was a weapon formed from the fusion of the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. It was a powerful power that only Rikuta Sennin could master. It could even destroy the soul form of the Edo Tensei. Under the control of Rikuta Sennin, truth-seeking ball immediately began to compress, transforming into a black barrier, directly resisting Yuuji's Takamagahara. Be careful, he still has another time, space Hitomi technique, it seems to be able to stagnate his body. Rikuta Sennin shouted. His eyes widened, and then an outrageously huge full-body Susanoo appeared. Just his height was enough to make people gasp in amazement, far surpassing the Susanoo of everyone so far. Behind him, huge wings covered the sky, and the katana in his hand was also incomparably huge, as if it could split the entire world. This is father's Susanoo. The complexion of Indra changed. This kind of size was too massive, it was not comparable to his Susanoo. Because Indra knew that his eyes were far inferior to his father's, and he had only inherited a portion of Rinnegan's strength, but he had never expected that the disparity was actually so great. Even with Rinnegan controlling Susanoo, Rikuta Sennin was still far away from him. It has appeared, this is Rikuta Sennin level Susanoo that can fight against J-Bai. Yuuji was also sizing it up. If he really wanted to rank all the Susanoo, it would undoubtedly be Rikuta Sennin and Sasuke's. Rikuta Sennin's complete Susanoo was able to directly confront J-Bai, and could split apart J-Bai's super Bijuudama with a single slash. Sasuke's was also not bad. He forcibly extracted 9 of Bijuu's chakra, and activated the residual power of Rikuta Sennin. He was more than 200 meters tall, about the same height as True several thousand hands, who was in a sitting position. If they really wanted to distinguish between high and low, Yuuji felt that this thing in front of him should be a bit stronger. First, it was truth-seeking ball, and now it was full-body Susanoo. How much power do you have left to squander? Aren't you afraid that if you use it now, you won't be able to leave it to your descendants? The corner of Yuuji's mouth twitched, and he ridiculed. As long as I can defeat you, everything will be worth it. Rikuta Sennin said in a deep voice, and immediately controlled the super-huge Susanoo, and began to sprint forward. Every step he took caused the earth to shake. Yuuji looked up and pondered for a moment. He didn't immediately activate Godzilla mode, but used the other Hitomi technique of Rinnegan. Path Reverse God. A powerful spatial imprisonment power descended and applied on this outrageously large Susanoo. Rumble. The smooth steps of Susanoo suddenly stopped at this moment. Big brother, I will help you. Hamura said in a low voice, and immediately divided his strength to Rikuta Sennin. The super-huge Susanoo suddenly pulled out its katana, aimed it at Yuuji and ruthlessly chopped down. A blade cut through the world. This kind of attack, if it was 1,000 years ago, it would have been able to fight against J-Bai. Now that it was cut out in the Pure Land, it was naturally not something that the Pure Land space could withstand. Yuuji frowned, the effect of the anti-divine energy is extremely limited. In the face of the huge blade that was crashing down, Yuuji pointed at it, and Takamagahara's space contracted and collided with it. Space violently trembled, and dense spatial cracks were torn apart by this level of battle. Yuuji calmly looked over, watching this stalemate. At this time, Indra and the others rushed up with many undead. Die, you madman! Killing intent in Indra's eyes. I can't let you destroy my father's blood. Azura also said in a deep voice. Hashirama laughed, your strength is too strong, we must do this, we have to gather the experts of various eras together to deal with you. Many cage level also rushed up one after another, using various ninjutsu to attack Yuuji from the rear, trying to create a disturbance to Yuuji, so that Rikuta Sennin could kill Yuuji with one slash. What a boring trick, who do you think I am? Yuuji sneered, he blocked Susanoo with one hand and freed up the other hand, then used anti-divine pressure to restrain this large number of undead. But it was inevitable that Yuuji divided a bit of energy and strength to resist them. Hamura! Rikuta Sennin suddenly shouted. This was an opportunity. Hamura lowered his head and opened his hand. He controlled Truth-Seeking Ball from a distance and threw it at Yuuji. Truth-Seeking Ball, who destroyed all matter and energy, crashed into Yuuji. The space separated by Takamagahara blocked Truth-Seeking Ball. But in the face of heavy pressure, Takamagahara was gradually overwhelmed. Crack! The space collapsed. Rikudo Sennin slashed down fiercely. Along with the tearing that reached the end of the world, the entire Pure Land trembled violently. The power of this slash even broke through the space barrier of the Pure Land and arrived in the outside world. Swish! The entire ninja world saw the super great blade that suddenly appeared. The fluctuations produced by this blade directly made the entire planet tremble. Especially the ninjas who had Mangekyou, at this time, their expressions changed. That was Susanoo. Even if it is full-body Susanoo, isn't it too huge? The weapon is so big, how shocking is the real body? Where did this attack come from? There is clearly no expert fighting in Ninja World, so how did this blade suddenly appear? Chapter 467, Yuuji is loyal to this old man. Ninja World was shocked. Those with a bit of insight recognized that the attack just now came from Susanoo. But knowing was one thing, seeing this exaggerated Susanoo weapon with their own eyes was another matter. Even if it was just a part of the Pure Land, with just a glimpse, it had a terrifying amount. The little bit of power that had spread to Ninja World had set off a stormy sea on the entire planet. Everyone, including many Mangekyou ninjas, had never seen such a huge Susanoo, and had never even heard of it, so how could they not be shocked? Big sister, what happened to that movement just now? Izumi, who had her eyes covered, hurriedly asked. It should be Susanoo. Kazue pushed open the window and raised her head to stare at the sky. Her eyes had already switched to eternal Mangekyou, firmly watching. In her field of vision, she saw a rapidly repairing space crack. Obviously, in an unknown area, a terrible battle broke out. This kind of battle even penetrated the time-space and affected reality. This kind of Susanoo, perhaps this kind of guess is very absurd, but only that person has it. Rikudo Sennin. Kazue pursed her lips. Since obtaining eternal eyes, Kazue had boasted that she would not lose to anyone, because she relied on Hitomi's technique to be immortal. Since she did not die, no matter how powerful the enemy was, even if she could not win, she would not lose. Not to mention, she had always wanted to find Madara, using full-body Susanoo to show Madara a bit of color. But now, this super Susanoo that was suspected to be Rikudo Sennin had struck her confidence. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Madara also had Rinnegan, but when Madara used the Susanoo, at most, he could only let his wooden clones control dozens of Susanoo at the same time, not reaching a higher level in strength. But this one in front of him. Only Yuuji-san can force the other party to fight to this point. Has he successfully forced his way into the Pure Land and fought with the undead in the Pure Land? Kazue looked serious. She was one of the few people who knew about Yuuji's actions. The other people who mastered time and space ninjutsu or were more sensitive to time and space immediately realized what had happened. The great battle in a different space and time had affected the present world? It was truly hard to imagine. Even the space has shattered. Who could it be that has the Susanoo? Minato raised his head to look at the sky. Nagato and Obito stood on the outstretched tongue of King of Hell, looking at each other in dismay. That one just now. It is undoubtedly Susanoo. It is unprecedented, incomparably terrifying Susanoo. Nagato and Obito were talking. Both of them possessed Susanoo, but they were far from being able to touch this level. Nagato said in a low voice, the normal full-body Susanoo basically has the ability to suppress Kyuubi, but the one just now, could it be that he has the strength of J-Bai? It was unheard of. To be able to exchange blows with the legendary J-Bai, how powerful was the Susanoo? Who would possess this kind of Susanoo? In theory, there might be two people. Obito said in a deep voice, the ancestor of Uchiha clan is Indra, and Indra's father, Rikudo Sennin. But both of them are already dead. Before Nagato could finish speaking, he immediately closed his mouth. The two people looked at each other with strange expressions. My goodness, that slash just now, it came from the Pure Land world? There was a supreme expert fighting in the Pure Land world, and it was already a mess? Nagato, do you want to try using the Hell Path? Obito hesitated. Shut up, you want me to die? Nagato scolded, although the path of hell can swallow and spit out souls, and it is suspected to be connected to the Pure Land, even if I want to explore the Pure Land, I will pay the price of my life. The two people were silent. Who could force Rikuta Sennin or Indra to this extent? On the other side, Black Zetsu was also terrified, staring at the broken space in the distance. Pure Land? Pure Land. I actually ignored this place. Hago Romo only lived for a few decades and died. He was no different from ordinary people. This should not be the life of a Otsutsuki, even if he was not a legitimate born, but Otsutsuki who was made by his mother. Would Hagoromo's soul run into the Pure Land after he died in advance? Black Zetsu became serious. He found that all the plans he had made so far had been intentionally or unintentionally overlooked the Pure Land. The slash that had just struck the Pure Land reminded him. If Hago Romo survives in the Pure Land, Hamuram might also be alive. No, I must find Orochimaru. I want to know what happened in the Pure Land. Black Zetsu immediately went to look for Orochimaru. Orochimaru wasn't surprised to see Black Zetsu appear, and instead went to draw the ritual of Edo Tensei on the ground. It seems that we thought of going together. Black Zetsu said. Orochimaru laughed, I just suspect that you don't have Rinnegan. You can see many things that I can't see. So, is there really a problem in the Pure Land? Orochimaru was very interested in the Pure Land. The Yang world had constant wars and tragedies everywhere. The Pure Land, as a place where the undead lived, actually had a great war? And it seems that the intensity is extremely humongous. I have a lot of skeletons' DNA in my hands. First, I'll find one and test it out. Edo Tensei! Orochimaru shouted. The unlucky guy on the ground screamed and was surrounded by a large amount of powder. However, the powder did not condense the unlucky guy into a new body, but scattered on the spot and disappeared. The sacrifice died, and no one died. Orochimaru was stunned, and his expression was strange. What happened? Black Zetsu asked. The ritual failed. I couldn't summon the undead from the Pure Land. This means that in the two worlds, this person is already dead. Orochimaru and Black Zetsu looked at each other, their eyes flashing. Even the soul was dead, and the soul was scattered? This was a true death. There was no way there was a third world that could accommodate the remaining souls after death, and such things did not exist. It seems that the Pure Land is in a mess. The dead may be dying in large numbers. Who did it? Orochimaru was really curious. Black Zetsu felt heavy in his heart. The unknown was more terrifying. I just want to revive my mother. Why did things become so complicated? There will always be all kinds of problems. Black Zetsu was full of resentment. Did it do something wrong? Why did the whole world seem to be going against him, and more than one world was looking for trouble with him? Next, Orochimaru tried many more times. Some of the rituals succeeded, and some failed. Looks like a lot of undead have died. It's really tragic. Orochimaru asked those who had been resurrected, what happened in the Pure Land? These Edo ninjas looked at each other in confusion. I don't know. I'm dead. How would I know what happened in the Pure Land? Bastard, aren't you Orochimaru? I've seen you before. How dare you disrespect the soul of the dead? How can Sandaime Hokage allow you to act recklessly? I seem to have some memories. Black, golden light. Most of these undead had no memories of the dead. Orochimaru gradually figured out the pattern. The more powerful a ninja was, the stronger their perception would be. However, it was just a vague perception. He was still confused and did not know what had happened. If it was Madara, he would definitely be able to stay awake. He also has eyes like Rinnegan who can control life and death. Black Zetsu said. Orochimaru decisively refused, I have always left Madara's soul in the modern realm. After he lost to Otsutsuki Ishiki, he came back to find me. Before he went to sleep in the coffin, he urged me to prepare a stronger body for him. It is impossible for him to know what happened in the Pure Land. Then release the Edo Tensei and let his soul return to the Pure Land. That is even more impossible. How can I give up on him? I still don't know what happened there. What if Madara goes there and can't come back? I cooperated with him quite well. Orochimaru refused again. To be honest, Madara was a very good collaborator. He was arrogant and conceited, but he had enough reason to look down on Orochimaru. Under the premise that he could crack the Edo Earth tactic at any time, he was conceited to the point where he disdained killing Orochimaru. He thought that he could completely control Orochimaru's life and death, so he allowed Orochimaru to make all kinds of attempts. This kind of cooperation style and interaction style made Orochimaru very comfortable. Of course, the benefit was one aspect. He tried to further perfect the Edo Tensei and strive in the direction where he could truly control Madara. On the other hand, there was no conflict. Madara also knew what he was doing, but he never stopped him. Instead, he stood on the sidelines with a high and arrogant attitude, as if he was watching a clown perform hard. Orochimaru could not easily let go of Super Cage level, who could cooperate with him. Listening to these words, Black Zetsu was very annoyed. He even felt that he might as well use Rinnegan to resurrect Madara. He would not be restricted in all aspects like now. But Madara did not allow him to do so. It seemed that there was a new plan that needed Orochimaru's cooperation. Black Zetsu, you are very strange. Orochimaru stared at Black Zetsu for a while, then suddenly laughed in a low voice. What's so strange about it? You're actually nervous about the matters in the Pure Land. Aren't you the embodiment of Madara's will? You shouldn't have had a conflict with Madara, and there's no reason for you to care so much about the Pure Land. Orochimaru looked at Black Zetsu with interest. Black Zetsu's idea was Madara's. Theoretically speaking, that was the case, but now it seemed that something was wrong. Black Zetsu's eyes did not change, and he just looked at Orochimaru coldly. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, I won't tell anyone about this. Humph, it doesn't matter if you tell me. I'm worried that the change in the Pure Land will cause a change in the Yang world. Maybe it will affect Madara. Black Zetsu forced himself to say. Orochimaru's expression was even more playful. What's there to be affected about? There are many experts in the Yang world. Nagato, Hitomi, Yuuji, and the others even killed Otsutsuki. Even if Rikuta Sennin was still alive, it would take some effort to deal with these people, right? Black Zetsu cursed Orochimaru in his heart. This cunning snake was too difficult to deal with, and he could not reveal any flaws. Forget it, I will continue to revive the undead and search for information in the Pure Land. Orochimaru retracted his gaze, said a sentence, and continued to carry out the ceremony. Black Zetsu stayed quietly by Orochimaru's side. He was extremely anxious in his heart, but he still held his temper and pretended to be cold and indifferent, listening to the talk of the ninjas. After a long time, only a few people knew that a powerful existence had attacked the Pure Land and fought with many undead, turning the Pure Land world upside down. As a result, no one could tell who was crazy enough to fight the Pure Land. They only vaguely mentioned that among the undead who guarded the Pure Land, there were many ancient guys. It seems that if I really want to know what happened, I can only resurrect Cage level. Orochimaru thought about it. The second generation Hokage had always been sealed in the coffin and had never been put back. As for the other Cage level, who should he look for? It's decided that it's that person. But before that, we have to send Black Zetsu away first. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. Orochimaru pondered and looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu immediately glared at him. What kind of expression is that? Should I leave? That would be for the best. I'll share the information with you later, and I won't tell Madara. Orochimaru added. Black Zetsu did not say a word. He stared at Orochimaru. The two of them were in a deadlock. After a long silence, Black Zetsu went underground without saying a word. There was no point in continuing to tangle with him. Orochimaru was not someone who would easily change his mind. Orochimaru immediately took out a new DNA tissue, grabbed an unlucky guy, and threw him in the middle of the ritual. After a scream, the man went online and slowly opened his eyes, an ordinary eye, and a 3-tomo Sharingan. Long time no see, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru smiled evilly. There was still a trace of fear on Shimura Danzo's face. After quickly looking around, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, Orochimaru, you did very well. The first thing he said was a round of praise. Danzo felt that if he had not been reincarnated by Edo Tensei, he would most likely have died in the Pure Land. His strength is roughly at the level of a shadow-level goalkeeper, and he will definitely not be able to withstand the aftermath that ravaged the entire undead world. What exactly happened in the Pure Land? Orochimaru asked quickly. Danzo snorted coldly. He suppressed the fleeting fear in his heart and quickly returned to normal. With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, what else can happen? It's just that my disciple is fighting against Rikuta Sennin. Orochimaru couldn't believe his ears. What are you talking about? It's Shiranui Yuuji who attacked the Pure Land? Still fighting with the Sage of the Six Paths. Danzo sneered, you are also very surprised, right? This old man is also a little surprised. I never thought that my disciple would actually grow to this stage. Although he has changed a lot and has a special pair of eyes, there is one thing that this old man will never mistake. After a pause, Danzo said in a low voice, just a second before you summoned this old man's undead, this old man saw him turn into that monster. Only then can I confirm his identity. Godzilla. Orochimaru was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Shiranui Yuuji, is already so strong? He went to the Pure Land to find trouble with Rikuta Sennin without making a sound. The broken world of the Pure Land and the death of countless undead were all caused by Yuuji? What was he trying to do? This guy, is he so fond of Otsutsuki? He killed almost all the people in the world, and then he rushed to the Pure Land. Orochimaru was confused. Danzo shook his head like a rattle drum, and scolded, why do you have this kind of idea? Maybe he is doing it for me. You should know that he is my disciple and is loyal to me. Chapter 468, 6-Path Strongest Divine Weapon vs Overload Mode. Danzo had always hoped that Yuuji could use the art of Edo Tensei to take his soul away. He did not want Orochimaru to control it. But after such a long time, Danzo did not wait for the result he wanted. Instead, after Orochimaru used it several times, he rushed back to the Pure Land. Danzo was very dissatisfied. This time, after personally witnessing Yuuji's strength in the Pure Land, a glimmer of hope rose in Danzo's heart, although he also knew that this disciple of his had his own thoughts and plans, it was at least a hope. To be able to continue living in the world of the Yang, even with the body of the dirty earth, was far better than sleeping in the Pure Land. Having the strength to fight against Rikuta Sennin and another powerful undead who was no weaker than Rikuta Sennin, it would be reasonable to take his soul away after the matter was done, right? I won't be wrong. My disciple's eyes are very strange. Danzo said confidently. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, what kind of eyes? One of them is suspected to be Rinnegan, while the other one is flashing with blue light. I've never seen it before. As Danzo spoke, he observed Orochimaru's expression. After all, he didn't know much about the changes in the world. Rinnegan, is it the left eye or the right eye? The left eye. Orochimaru was calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Shiranui Yuuji, one eye is Rinnegan? The other eye is also extremely powerful. Could it be Jigen? Or an eye that surpasses Jigen? Can it compare to Rinnegan's eyes? He really gave me too much surprise. This way, many things can be explained. Orochimaru thought of many things, and gradually, he had figured out a part of the unknown truth. Yuuji, Hitomi. So that's how it is. If Yuuji's right eye was Rinnegan, then there would be more to say. What exactly did you discover? Danzo asked. Orochimaru directly made a hand seal. He put Danzo into the coffin, you are no longer needed here. Just stay here. Orochimaru, how dare you treat my undead like this? This is outrageous. Ah, I am saving you. Without me, you might have been killed by your disciple. With a bang, the coffin closed. Orochimaru sat in the dark and pondered for a long time. Then, he summoned Madara. Bang! It was still the same way he kicked the coffin lid open. Madara raised his head and looked coldly at Orochimaru, you woke me up this time. It seems that you have made a decision. Well, something happened. As for what it is, we can talk about it later. I agree to cultivate a truly powerful body for you. That's more like it. That little brat Sarutobi himself doesn't have much ability, but he actually taught a good disciple. Madara was quite satisfied. As for what Orochimaru said about what happened, Madara expressed that he didn't care. Then, I will follow the agreement and clone Senju Hashirama for you, but I can't guarantee success. This is too crazy. Orochimaru shook his head. The Pure Land was now in a mess. A large number of undead were killed in battle. Presumably, Senju Hashirama also participated in the battle, right? There was no need to think about it. Senju Hashirama was definitely on Rikuta Sennin's side. Madara said, I will help you. My research on Hashirama's cells is not worse than yours, but I have changed my mind. I don't intend to use Hashirama as my body. Then what do you want to use? How about adding Gedo statue? Madara said slowly. Using Gedo statue as a body? Crazy thoughts. Even Orochimaru didn't think this way. He now felt that the Edo Tensei needed to be developed to a greater extent. Otherwise, he might not be able to succeed in casting the Gedo statue fragment. Madara said, I think very highly of your talent. Didn't you successfully cultivate the Gedo statue in the past? This won't be a problem for you. So we'll put aside the plan of cloning Hashirama. Well, according to my idea, the Gedo statue is a part of Jeibai, and it also has Mokuton's characteristics. It is not too much to see it as the stronger Hashirama. Orochimaru nodded. According to his and Madara's original plan, it was to create a clone of Hashirama, and then use this clone as a sacrifice. It was equivalent to transferring Hashirama's bloodline and ability to Madara. At that time, Madara would obtain unprecedented power, and if he met as Heike again, he would not lose so badly. Madara suddenly turned around and looked in a certain direction. Ninja World is in a mess. There are still many strange auras. Are they undead? Forget it. My body is the most important. Madara had suffered a crushing defeat to his Heike, and he had always been brooding over this. A fellow who had been dragged to death by Yuuji and Nagato had actually wins against him? This caused Madara to be unable to accept it, and he wanted to increase his strength like a madman. After obtaining a special body, and then using Black Zetsu's Rinnegan to resurrect perfectly, Madara would be reborn in his peak state. The two of them immediately joined hands to cultivate the fragments of Gedo statue. Pure Land. The spatial cracks that spread all over the place were rapidly recovering at this time, isolating the outside world from prying into the Pure Land. However, the undead in the Pure Land did not feel safe. Instead, their souls felt a chill in their hearts. This, Rikudo Sennin was able to split open the space with a slash, but he was unable to kill that guy. What exactly is this thing? I have never seen it before. Is it the unfamiliar Bijuu? Some of the undead that had just died in recent years were shocked at this time. It was also through this that they confirmed the identity of the intruder. This is Godzilla. The only one who can control this mode is that person. Shiranui Yuuji. It's actually him. That little brat caused me to bleed all over. I died in endless pain, and now he has become so powerful. Is he going to spread that kind of poison into the Pure Land? Some of the undead paled and cried out, staring at the giant beast that suddenly appeared in front of them. The other undead, who did not understand the situation, asked each other and generally knew the identity of the intruder. A beam of light looked over, and the entire body of the giant beast, which was as beautiful as a painting, made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Roar! The giant beast let out a roar, and its nose spewed out terrifying hot air. This is the first time I used this power in the form of a soul. Yuuji clenched his claws, and his ferocious mouth widened. Chakra is really a good thing, able to switch between matter and energy. Rikudo Sennin and Hamura had ugly expressions on their faces. This is the true strength of the enemy? Moreover, it is a physical body. We don't have a body, so fighting with him is very passive. Hamura said in a low voice. Rikudo Sennin was silent. The two brothers stood at the head of Susanoo and looked at Yuuji together. Even the Pure Land could not resist the invasion of Godzilla's power. This giant beast is no less than Jeibai. I really don't know which place in the universe would give birth to this kind of monster. After a long time, Rikudo Sennin choked out this sentence and was filled with emotion. Ninja World was really plagued with disasters and was always ravaged by outsiders. Do you want to use more of Six Paths power? Although I don't have much left here, there is still a little bit. Hamura was a little hesitant. One part of his power was used to seal Kaguya, and the other part was used to reproduce the descendants left on the moon, so that the descendants could use countless Byakugan to form a giant Tenseigan. There were only a few of them, at least far less than Rikudo Sennin. Rikudo Sennin pondered for a moment and also hesitated. Logically speaking, the strength of the two of us controlling Susanoo is not inferior to the other party, but the longer we drag this out, the greater the variables will be. In the end, Rikudo Sennin sighed and looked at Hamura. At this time, Yuuji had already rushed over. With his terrifying body size, he crashed into the super-huge Susanoo. It was as if two huge mountains were colliding with each other, and the earth split apart. Now, what else can you do to me? Yuuji slapped his tail, which was constantly flashing with blue light, and heavily hit Susanoo. It seemed like an ordinary attack, but in fact, it had already used the power of nuclear fusion and chakra, and the destructive power it was brewing was far more than particle cutting. Whoosh! After an ear-piercing roar, Susanoo staggered back a few steps, and the armor on the surface of its body was smashed into a long gap. "Don't be too arrogant, try this!" Hamura shouted, and controlled Truth-Seeking Ball to quickly hit Yuuji's body. Without a sound, Truth-Seeking Ball pierced through Yuuji's huge body, revealing a hole. A large amount of light immediately shot out from the hole, like a container that had expanded to the limit. The boundless energy inside finally found a breakthrough, gushing out like a tsunami. The earth was washed, and the power that came out washed everything. Just this. Yuuji lowered his head and took a look. He did not mind and immediately recovered his injuries. Hamura was burning with anger. His status was noble, and he had never been looked down on like this. He immediately controlled Truth-Seeking Ball and turned him into a size compression. From the round ball, he turned into a large circle, expanding the contact area. Shua! Truth-Seeking Ball attacked again. Yuuji's pair of cold, large eyes, recovered again. At this time, he suddenly glared, and powerful Hitomi's power descended, using Hitomi's technique to resist Truth-Seeking Ball, stopping it. Azura and the others rushed up, wanting to interfere with Yuuji's attention like before. But Yuuji turned back, only opening his mouth, and then spitting out a strange ball. "What is it? Bijuudama? It doesn't look like it. Be careful, this thing gives me a fatal threat." Azura and Hashirama attacked at the same time, trying to use true several thousand hands to catch this strange thing. Countless hands reached out. This was because Indra had also put his Susanoo around true several thousand hands to increase his strength. The other cage level also took action one after another, contributing their own strength. Pa! Countless wooden hands with Susanoo around them folded into a lotus shape, like stars surrounding the moon, they caught this round ball. This was originally nothing. When Azura and Hashirama were fighting against Indra and Madara, they had used Mokutan's technique to take on the enemy's great moves. However, they never expected that Yuuji's technique was different. Rumble! A nuclear explosion appeared. This time, the amount was far greater than before, even more terrifying than the nuclear bomb that had destroyed Urashiki back then. Even true several thousand hands, who was wearing Susanoo, couldn't withstand it, and his densely packed palms also shattered one after another, turning into fine powder. He also conveniently destroyed a group of undead that were in his way. "Brother!" Hamura shouted. Rikudo-sen sighed again, unwilling in his heart, but reality forced him to have no other choice. Chakra, Rinnegan, Tensegan, natural energy, and all of Godzilla's abilities. In one breath, he gathered the power of 3 civilizations into one individual. At this moment, tens of thousands of powers returned to his body. Although the strength displayed by this day in front of him was far from reaching the point where he could pick up dragon with one hand, it was enough to make people dizzy. If not for the two sides standing on the opposite side, and because of the difference in ideals, Rikudo-sen really didn't want to fight with such a person. No matter what Yuuji wanted to do, no matter what way the eternal peace promised by Yuuji was achieved, Rikudo-sen could not give up everything because of some meaningless words, and give up Ninja World, Pure Land, and his life. Rikudo-sen took out his strongest weapon. In the hand of the super huge Susanoo, that super huge katon had changed from the hilt at this moment. From blue to black, like ink, it rapidly spread, from the hilt to the tip of the blade, and finally changed the appearance of the entire weapon. Another part of Rikudo-sen's strength has been consumed. If this goes on, it will be dangerous, we must use this to decide the winner. Rikudo-sen murmured. If this dragged on, he would exhaust all of his power and would no longer have the strength to leave it to Naruto and Sasuke. If Kaguya descended, no one would be able to control her. Let's use this to decide the victor. Rikudo-sen shouted. Rumble! Susanoo moved, taking a big step forward. In just a few steps, it arrived at the side of Yuuji, and with a swing of its arm, it stabbed over with that weapon. This black weapon, which was like a DNA double helix, became tough along with Rikudo-sen's will, and directly stabbed towards Yuuji's chest. This weapon itself was more like the final condensation of the will of all beings. Rikudo-sen's strongest divine sword, at the same time, was also a weapon with strong wishes, Ame no Nuhoko. A legendary divine object that could be entrusted with intense longing. The last time I used Ame no Nuhoko, it was when I opened up the world. This time, it will be the last time I use it to kill you. Rikudo-sen and Hamura simultaneously stretched out their hands towards the front. The lofty mountain-like giant Susanoo also raised its hand at the same time, brandishing a strange black huge sword, stabbing out a fatal blow. The world lost its voice at this moment. This weapon with endless wishes entered Yuuji's eyes and grew bigger and bigger. He couldn't dodge. Yuuji had a strong premonition. If he was really hit by this deadly and mysterious thing, his end would be very miserable. After all, the opponents were Rikuta Sennin and Hamura, who had extremely strong willpower, not Obito, the fool who was escaped by Naruto's mouth. It is impossible for the spear controlled by these two brothers to be shattered by the power of the powerful Susanoo of the two Naruto and Sasuke like Obito's. Then use that. I have never tried it before. In a flash of lightning, this thought flashed through Yuuji's mind. Only Hago Romo and Hamura, this pair of brothers, could force him to this step. Just take it as a preview of Gurren's form. Nuclear Release, Overload Mode. Chapter 469, Self-Propelled Reactor. All along, Yuuji had studied that form. Regardless of which form Godzilla was, once he entered that form, it was equivalent to entering a state of life and death. Either he successfully killed the other party or he killed himself. That form was the most extreme power that Godzilla could use, Gurren mode. Under Gurren mode, the temperature of the body surged, and the entire body was suffused with red. The nuclear fusion or nuclear fission level instantly reached the absolute peak of the body that could not bear the burden. Energy, body, and senses could all receive the greatest boost. But at the same time, there was a high possibility that he could kill himself under the overload. After using Gurren mode, even if he could defeat the enemy with success, he would be either dead or injured. It could be said to be the last resort for one to use. Moreover, in principle, if Godzilla wanted to enter Gurren mode, he needed to be assisted by Mothra. Planet Godzilla was no exception. Yuuji had also thought about this ultimate form and had a faint understanding of it. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use this ability to kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 losses. Although I won't use it now, at least I have to try my best to draw closer to that form. The two of you are very lucky to be able to see my overload mode one by one. This is the version 2.0 of Godzilla mode. In an instant. In Yuuji's huge body, every inch of his skin spewed out a large amount of steam, giving off a dense and ear-piercing sound, which kept on coming. Many protrusions immediately appeared on his body. As they squirmed, they seemed to transform into small Godzilla. But then, these protrusions were retracted by Yuuji. Under the puzzled eyes of Rikuta Sennin and Hamura, Yuuji absorbed all these small Godzilla. What was the point of this? He first created a clone, then absorbed the clone? It was at this moment that Yuuji suddenly increased his speed of devouring natural energy, raising the efficiency of his use to a terrifying level. Not only did he absorb natural energy everywhere, he also used Senjutsu, who he had developed himself, to absorb life force and convert it into natural energy. Boundless natural energy appeared from Yuuji's body. It quickly transformed into Yuuji's own strength. The first thing that came to Rikuta Sennin's mind was that Yuuji's strange flesh and blood clones seemed to be able to reproduce indefinitely. Even a single cell could split into independent entities. However, each of these clones possessed great strength and shocking amounts of chakra. It was extremely strange. When Rikuta Sennin saw what Yuuji was doing, he faintly understood the principles behind this kind of clone technique. This is the fourth senjutsu system he developed, absorbing life force. Rikuta Sennin felt a chill in his heart. What kind of crazy senjutsu was this? If he really let go, wouldn't he be able to suck up all life on the entire planet and use it as nourishment to increase his strength? This person must die. Swish! The Ame no Nuhoko was about to pierce Yuuji's chest. Yuuji's huge body was already surrounded by a large amount of steam. Especially after absorbing a large amount of vitality, he opened his mouth. Nuclear bombs. And it was a large number of nuclear bombs. You want to use this to block? You can't block it. At this distance, you will only attack yourself. Do you want to commit suicide? Hamura's face was filled with killing intent. Boom 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 boom. Yuuji really hit his feet and ate the nuclear explosion with his huge body. At a close distance, these nuclear bombs exploded one after another. The terrifying explosion shook the entire Pure Land world. At this time, the Ame no Nuhoko had already stabbed forward. Rikuta Sennin and Hamura had hope in their eyes. They resisted the impact of the super nuclear explosion, hoping to use this move to kill Yuuji in one breath. Dong! But the Ame no Nuhoko suddenly couldn't move, as if it was stuck by something. The two of them were shocked, and they continuously used their Susanoo, but they were still unable to move an inch. The smoke dispersed. A giant beast that was faintly glowing with red aura floated in front of everyone. This Godzilla was using his own claws to firmly grab onto the unstoppable Ame no Nuhoko. Who? Yuuji gasped for breath. A heat wave that was comparable to a burning arrow shot out from his mouth and nose, splashing onto the ground and burning everything. Blocked it. The legendary divine artifact used to create the world. Now, it seems that this is all that you have left. Hago Romo, you are too old. You don't have much strength left. Yuuji looked at Rikuta Sennin with a ferocious face and a pair of powerful eyes. As for Hamura, well, he directly ignored him. This guy's remaining strength was pitifully little. If not for Rikuta Sennin, he would have killed the weak Hamura in minutes. How could that be? Brother, this is your strongest weapon. Hamura did not dare to believe it. My willpower has not declined, but my strength is much less than when I opened the world back then. No matter how strong my wish is, without the supply of chakra, it will be difficult for me to unleash my true strength. Rikuta Sennin looked lonely. Even this kind of attack could be blocked? A spear of desire like the Ame no Nuhoko would one day fall to this level. If he was at the peak, his body was young, and he had J-Bai, the attack just now would definitely pierce through Yuuji and kill him with this move. But now it was not possible. He did not even have a body, and could only fight with the body of an undead. Kid, what kind of ability is this? Why did you suddenly become so much stronger? Hamura looked at Yuuji angrily. The other party had smashed that kind of powerful attack under his feet, which was equivalent to him smashing himself and increasing his strength in one breath. I ate myself to become stronger, then I blasted myself, and finally became stronger? Even Hago Romo and Hamura were a little confused. What kind of perpetual motion machine was this? Yuuji slowly raised his head. In his large eyes, Rinnegan and Tensagen surged with a cold light. It's just a preview of some form. You guys are lucky to see a portion of my true strength. Atsutsuki's clan became stronger after taking drugs. Yuuji did not have the technology to make pills from Atsutsuki's family, and he did not need this ability. After all, he could directly absorb chakra. But he has similar abilities, knowing about nuclear bombs and eating nuclear bombs. Godzilla can become stronger by eating nuclear bombs. This is a very normal operation and very logical. In case of indecision, there is nothing more reasonable than taking a nuclear bomb first to suppress the shock. True strength? Rikuta Sennin and Hamura fell silent. There was an even stronger form? The two of them used Rinnegan and Byakugan to look at Yuuji. As he spoke, Yuuji's body continuously emitted all kinds of heat. The dark blue color on the surface of his body also changed into red color from time to time, but it quickly dissipated. This guy's body is like a furnace, his body temperature is terrifying. Did he absorb the explosion just now? Is there such a technique? Hamura looked at it for a long time. Rikuta Sennin said in a deep voice, it seems that this state is also a burden for him. He has to constantly circulate the high temperature in his body and drive it away from the other parts of his body. He has to repeat it again and again. In other words, if he kept this high temperature all over his body for a long time, the other party would not be able to withstand it. This sword is very interesting, but the sword of desire is like a black DNA spiral. Yuuji held the Ame no Nuhoko tightly. It was a good thing, but it was a pity that he could not have it. It seemed that only J-Bai and Jinchuriki could have this power, and Yuuji could not have chosen to be J-Bai. With this opportunity, he would have eaten up J-Bai long ago, and would not be a vessel for J-Bai. However, he could not have this sword of wish, but Kakashi might have it. After this, he would begin to forge Kakashi into an artificial J-Bai Jinchuriki. I want to deal with the two of you. Yuuji forcibly resisted the Ame no Nuhoko, forcing Susanoo to retreat and maintain balance. What a joke, even mother can't defeat us, let alone you. There is a time limit to this form of yours, right? Hamura tightened his grip on Byakugan. Yuuji said, you have the nerve to talk about me? Two undead who have been dead for thousands of years have fought with me for so long. How much power do you have left to squander? Then it is enough to deal with you. As long as we delay until you quit this state. Hamura said loudly. Then let's give it a try. Yuuji suddenly exerted his strength and threw the Ame no Nuhoko to the side, taking the opportunity to rush up. The two behemoths once again fought, and this time, the intensity of the fierce battle surpassed any other time. It was an extremely fierce fight just one time. And this time, Rikuta Sennin's Susanoo was continuously defeated, and its body was constantly torn open. If not for the Ame no Nuhoko in hand, which made Yuuji somewhat apprehensive, they would have already been defeated. Whoosh! Yuuji's claw tore apart the shoulder of Susanoo, and then a tail came up, but was blocked by the wings of Susanoo. After a collision, the wings shattered, and Susanoo also staggered back. Damn it! Hamura tried hard to find an opportunity, but unfortunately, Yuuji knew almost everything he knew. That Tensagen was not just a decoration. Swish! Yuuji glared with his left eye. Time-space Hitomi technique descended, attempting to freeze Susanoo. Immediately after, his right eye simultaneously lit up, and two golden wheels of reincarnation burst out. At this distance, Rikuta Sennin had no choice but to pick up the Ame no Nuhoko to block. Rumble! Golden light splashed, wantonly crushing the earth. Yuuji immediately slapped out with his hand, aimed it at the Ame no Nuhoko, and fiercely grabbed it. Crack! The horizontal lines in the middle of the two spirals of the Ame no Nuhoko were snapped by Yuuji. My Ame no Nuhoko has actually been damaged. Rikuta Sennin murmured in a low voice. This was simply too terrifying. And this was clearly just the beginning. In the face of the overload mode Yuuji, the claw of the giant claw continuously slapped down on the spee. Every time it attacked, it would always break a horizontal line. Susanoo could not hold on, waving the Ame no Nuhoko and retreating in succession, looking extremely miserable. It seemed that being completely crushed was just a matter of time. The two Otsutsuki knew this, and their hearts were heavy. The other undead could naturally see it as well, and they looked at each other in dismay. What should we do? If this goes on, those two will really be defeated. Who would have thought that the intruder would be so strong? Shiranui Yuuji? I was killed by him in the Yang world. Don't tell me I have to be killed by him again? Finally, Uzumaki Mito slowly said, when there is no way to retreat, I can make my move. The others all looked at Mito. This was the wife of the first generation. When she was alive, she was known as Ninja World's strongest sealing master. She could suppress Kyuubi to the point where it could not raise its head. No matter what kind of sealing technique it is, there is no way to seal such a level of enemy. Hashirama jumped down from True several thousand hands and objected in a low voice. Mito looked at his husband and said gently, I also know that it is not possible. Even if is the corpse ghost seal, I am afraid that there is no way to pull the soul of that person, but I can't sit still. Hashirama silently looked at that pounded Susanoo continuously retreating monster. Corpse ghost seal? Probably not, even if she really pulled Death God to Pure Land, it was still not certain who would eat who. Let me try, an ally with the seal masters of various eras, as long as we can hold that person's pace, there might be a chance, just like what you just did. Said Mito. I can give it a try, but I don't need you guys. Him and I are enough. Azura also jumped down. What about after the seal? With the current seal technique in the ninja world, I'm afraid there is no way to make a decisive blow. Next to him, Hitaki Sakumo said. Hashirama looked at Sakumo's clothes and paused. He knew that this was a junior in his village. He immediately laughed and said, there is nothing we can do about it. At least we have tried our best, haven't we? However, Azura, right? You just said. Azura said, my father and uncle have mastered an even more powerful ultimate sealing technique. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they can definitely be sealed. It's just that you don't know. Even I have only heard of it, but I have no chance to see my father use it. You mean that? Humph, who knows if father can still use that, if it can be used, I am afraid he will have already used it. Because Indra was controlling Susanoo, he said impatiently. We have to try. Azura took a step forward, everyone, back off. I will fight with Hashirama, you others help us. Pa. Azura made a seal and then looked at Hashirama. Hashirama immediately knew what Azura wanted to do. You want to use that sealing technique, so you know it too? That's right, you know it, I naturally know it too. I was wondering why I had this technique for no reason. Then let's do it. Use that special sealing technique that specifically targets the strongest Bijuu. Summoning technique, Divine Light Gate. Sage Art, Divine Light Gate. Azura and Hashirama attacked together. In an instant, an endless stream of prison-shaped objects appeared in the sky, densely packed and smashing towards Yuuji. Back then, Rikuta Sennin had also used this thing to deal with J-Bai. Bang! 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 The fences fell one after another and accurately nailed onto Yuuji's tail. This concentrated attack made Yuuji look at it coldly. Divine Light Gate? What's the use of taking this thing out? This density did indeed cause a bit of trouble for Yuuji. After all, this was a physical seal that could temporarily restrict J-Bai. However, it was only a trace. He originally did not put this kind of attack in his eyes. At this time, many undead also attacked, regardless of whether the Vajra seal or curse binding technique was useful or not, they all attacked randomly. Even if they can't defeat Yuuji, this is the only thing they can do. Chapter 470, Six-Path Chibaku Tensei. Ever since the earth-shattering slash that came from nowhere appeared, it caused a huge uproar in Ninja World. 20 days had passed. During this period, the atmosphere of the entire Ninja World was oppressive. The ninjas of the various villages and organizations did not dare to move. They looked at the sky from time to time with fear and suspicion. Rumble. Another shock wave suddenly shot out from a spatial crack, scaring the nearby people into running for their lives and hiding far away before they dared to look back. Again. We were lucky this time and didn't affect us. Otherwise, all of us would have died. Damn it, it has been so long. What is going on? Who is constantly attacking Ninja World? Many of the ninjas gritted their teeth. This kind of frightened days had already lasted for a period of time. They did not know what was going on. They only guessed that there was an unknown existence taking action. There were even some people who listed this as a deliberate attack method. They were all in a state of panic. Only the top figures of the various powers had managed to find out some clues. It's obviously a different space. As for which space it is exactly, we have no way of locating it. For there to be a battle of this level, it must be at least Super Cage level. Is it the unknown Otsutsuki who is taking revenge on us? Interesting. It's not over yet. It's almost time to catch up to the battle back then. During this period of time, Ishiki occasionally woke up and looked indifferently at the location of the Pure Land. That damn place was created by the descendants of that bitch. If this kind of thing hadn't happened, Ishiki really wouldn't care too much about the movements of a group of dead people. Konoha. Is that so? Even you don't know what's going on. Minato was worried. Yuuji said, that's right. It's best to wait and see. After Minato left. With a bang, Kabuto removed the transformation technique and sat on the chair with a peaceful expression. It really isn't easy to pretend to be Ni-san. I don't have his imposing manner of looking down on everything. Kazue looked at him. It is strange that you have this kind of imposing manner. However, to be able to imitate to this extent is already enough. Even I have to spend some time to distinguish it. Kabuto slowly pushing up his glasses, the lens reflected a few lights. It has been so long, but Ni-san still hasn't come back. It seems that there is a strong enemy in the Pure Land that he can't deal with. There must be Rikuta Sennin. I know this better than you. Kazue snorted coldly, a trace of worry in his eyes. Even if the opponent was Rikuta Sennin, this operation have taken too long. More than half a month. Moreover, it had been a fierce battle for more than half a month. Being in the Pure Land and being besieged by numerous experts in the past 1,000 years for such a long time, this kind of thing had already exceeded Kazue's understanding. Kazue estimated that if she fought with all her strength now, it would not be a problem for her to last for a few days in a high-intensity battle. Back then, when Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought, it took several days and nights for the victor to be decided. Kazue knew that Yuuji was stronger than the two of them, and he also had more abundant chakra. Coupled with special Hitomi technique, he would definitely be able to hold on for a longer time. However, Yuuji had fought for more than half a month. Just by calculating the time, and looking at the residual waves that were pouring out, Kazue could not imagine how fierce the battle would be. Even the mysterious Pure Land world could not withstand it. No one knows where Ni-san has gone, but after a long time, I am worried that there will be problems. Akatsuki and Otsutsuki might not be able to wait patiently. At that time, I can only rely on you. He looked at Kazue. After obtaining the Eternal Eye, Kazue had already stepped into Super Cage level. She was the strongest battle force second only to Yuuji. I understand. You don't have to remind me about this. Kazue said coldly. Kabuto did not mind. He knew that Kazue had this bad temper. He immediately chuckled and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He patiently waited for Yuuji to return. Yuuji would not lose. He had never lost in the past. The two of them really trusted him. At this time, the earth beneath his feet trembled faintly. Kazue and Kabuto's expressions changed. They immediately rushed out and looked around. It wasn't an earthquake. I didn't sense anyone casting a powerful ninjutsu. It wasn't just us who were shaking here. Kazue and Kabuto's faces turned cold. They knew something had happened. There were no signs of any battle or natural disasters, but the ground beneath his feet had changed drastically. The problem of this generation would be even more terrifying. Could it be? Somewhere in Ninja World, a huge distortion appeared out of thin air. To be honest, this group of undead were like flies, many in number, and they even rushed up like they were looking for death, only knowing how to buzz. The two Otsutsuki were already extremely difficult to deal with, and there was even a large group of undead that fearlessly rushed up, using all kinds of methods to pull at Yuuji's energy. Right now, a large number of seals were thrown over. Yuuji didn't feel any pain or itch, turning his head and shooting out a nuclear bomb, slaughtering a group of undead. As far as the eye could see, the entire Pure Land was a lot more empty. Many places had just been repaired, and most of the densely packed tombstones on the ground had already disappeared. Yes, I obviously hid in the distance obediently, and I wouldn't deliberately kill you dead people, but you just had to come up to me. Yuuji retracted his gaze, and his body trembled slightly, about to crush all the tactics that were nailed to his body. Even the top-sealing technique of the Divine Light Gate that could suppress J-Bai could not really bind him. He said that he wanted to clean the Pure Land. In the future, if his plan succeeded, there would naturally be no more Pure Land in this world, let alone the undead. Death was death. There would not be a world where the dead rested. The consciousness dissipated on the spot, the body decayed, and the spirit soul dispersed. Getting rid of these two Otsutsuki might cause problems in the future was something that Yuuji wanted to do. However, this group of undead did not care. They naturally stood on Rikuta Sennin's side and rushed forward to die. In this case, Yuuji really did not want to waste any more time. He killed them and wantonly cleaned the Pure Land world. Damn it, I can't even do this. Azura and Hashirama were covered in dust as they watched Yuuji calmly struggle free from the suppression of the Divine Light Gate. You guys can't hold on any longer, right? I can see that the consumption of Rikuta Sennin's strength has finally reached a critical point that you can't bear. Yuuji tore the seal apart as he sneered at the two people in front of him. Aren't you the same? That kind of powerful form is also difficult to continue. Hamura said coldly. I am different from the two of you. My strength is limitless. You should have realized this. Yuuji opened his arms and sneered, the biggest difference between me and you is not Tenseigan, not the endless Senjutsu chakra, or even Godzilla, but the real power that comes from me. As long as I still exist, I will be immortal, and I can fight with you to the end of the planet. Before he came to this world, it was true that he did not have extraordinary power, but he had something that people in the extraordinary world did not have. Undying cancer cells. With this, he could drag the enemy to death. It seems that we are at the end of the road. Rikuta Sennin took a deep breath and silently calculated the remaining strength. Hamura did not have much strength left, but he had always had a lot of strength. After all, the strength he had stored up must be able to create two Rikuta Sennin level experts. This was the key to resealing his mother. But now, it had reached the critical point, and it was time for him to make a decision. Infinite power, endless lifespan, what a terrifying guy. Rikuta Sennin looked at the young Yuuji and praised him from the bottom of his heart. Brother, have you made up your mind? Hamura whispered. Yes, even if I do, I won't have much power left to pass on to the descendants in the future, but if I don't use that now, there won't be a future. I understand. If I knew this would happen, we would have done it from the beginning. Hamura was very helpless. Rikuta Sennin said, don't complain, if I used that technique right from the start, the remaining strength of Rikuta Sennin would not be enough to seal my mother again, so I can only resign myself to fate, and let the people of the Yang world control the fate of Ninja World. The two of them looked at each other, and once again attacked, riding the Susanoo, they rushed forward. This time, it was a desperate gamble, and there was no way out. With an expressionless face, Yuuji rushed forward without any hesitation, and once again exchanged blows. This battle that had lasted for a period of time allowed them to understand each other's strength very well. Battles of this level had already been carried out countless times. Every time they fought, the Pure Land world would be on the verge of collapse, frequently piercing through space and time, wreaking havoc on Ninja World. But this time, it was unusual. Rikudo Sennin and Hamura rushed forward with unprecedented awareness, attacking Yuuji from different directions. It's just a final struggle. Yuuji quickly rolled his eyes, coldly watching the movements of these two people, rushing like a meteor. The two huge figures collided again. In this world, countless afterimages were created, filling every space, densely packed. The Pure Land world had reached its limit and was on the verge of collapse. Azura and the others seemed to have received the signal, and they started working harder and harder. The various sealing gates were channeled again and nailed towards Yuuji's body. There were already many seal that had not broken free from Yuuji, and under the multi-sided attacks, it was inevitable that there would be a trace of delay. Rikudo Sennin and Hamura stared at Yuuji's every move, looking for a flaw, and suddenly rushed forward. The huge Susanoo brandished the Amen Hanoko, and the moment it came into contact with Yuuji, it dissipated. Rikudo Sennin and Hamura immediately rushed over, disregarding everything else. In front of the huge Yuuji, these two people looked incomparably nimble. Hamura took the lead to reach out his hand, gathering all of his strength, and slapped towards Yuuji. On the other side, Rikudo Sennin had no choice but to take out a portion of Rikudo Sennin's strength. He also opened his hand and slapped towards Yuuji. "Help me, don't miss this opportunity." Azura immediately knew what these two wanted to do. He immediately shouted and used his exhausted soul body to create more sealing gates, nailing them to Yuuji. Even if it only made Yuuji a little distracted, this was meaningful. Wang! Yuuji's eyes moved slightly. In the next moment, his entire body surged with a blue and red light. Every inch of his skin released an atomic light beam that broke free of the restraints. Not good. The expressions of Azura and the others changed. Was it so easy to break free? Don't think that I don't know what you want to do. At this point, there aren't many methods you can use. After an infinite flash of light shattered the sealing gate, Yuuji moved freely. His eyes first stared at Hamura, who was relatively weaker. Whoosh! Yuuji gathered all the power he had, and with an awe-inspiring posture, he stretched out his huge claws and grabbed at Hamura. All kinds of Hitomi techniques in his eyes burst out at the same time and bombarded Hamura. However, Hamura did not hesitate to rush forward. "Hamura!" Rikudo Sennin exclaimed. "We have no way out." Crunch! Yuuji grabbed Hamura in his hand and pinched him hard, crushing Hamura's soul bit by bit. Even if it was a Rikudo Sennin level life form, it would die if its soul shattered. Hamura pressed his hand against Yuuji's claw, and his entire soul body began to emit a dazzling white light. Rikudo Sennin endured the pain in his heart and also came to Yuuji. He opened his palm and pressed it on Yuuji. Countless gazes focused on him. The surviving undead all had deep hope in their eyes. Whether or not these two sage could defeat this evil monster, Yuuji, would all depend on this final attack. Are we going to use it? The ultimate sealing technique. Hashirama and Mito stood together, their eyes focused on the front. Apart from a few lucky people, those who could survive now were all experts from different eras, and they still had a bit of insight and perception. They could feel the terrifying fluctuations in front of them. Hago Romo and Hamura once again used the technique they used to defeat their mother. "This time, you won't be able to escape. Using my life to exchange for your life is worth it. I don't know what you want to do, but your goal is not to change, but to destroy. I must stop you." Sixth Path, Chibaku Tensei. The power of Yin and Yang Sixth Path closed once again, and everything gathered together. A terrifying suction force emerged and lifted Yuuji up high. It was as if there was a god pressing down on Yuuji bit by bit, rendering him immobile. This is troublesome. Using the life of a Otsutsuki in exchange for an opportunity? How decisive! Yuuji was in the predicament, his expression still calm as he looked at the two ferocious people in front of him. In the next moment, a terrifying suction force began to tear everything in the surroundings. Billions of tons of boulders rose up with a loud bang and crashed into Yuuji, sealing him layer by layer into the inner core. "Brother, this is my last chance to call you that. Do you know that it is not enough to seal him with pure land?" As Hamura was dying, his soul was about to dissipate, and he looked at Rikudo Sennin sincerely. "I know what to do." Rikudo Sennin was silent for a moment and opened the space door of the Pure Land. The entire ninja world suffered the great suction force that reappeared after 1,000 years, and the crust of the entire planet began to tear. Chapter 471, He actually lost. Six-path level Chibaku Tensei, had reappeared in this world after 1,000 years. Just relying on the pure land that had been beaten beyond recognition was not enough to complete this technique, and it required the support of Ninja World's huge land. The terrifying suction force was transmitted to Ninja World, wantonly pulling and devouring the Earth's crust, causing the entire planet to shake violently. Everyone was shocked and awed in disbelief. What the hell is that? The ground was sucked into a black hole. The scale of the battle in the foreign world has risen again? Who is fighting? Ninja World's natives were miserable. They had endured for such a long time, but not only did they not end, they had become even more terrifying. Looking at the black hole in the sky, it seemed like it was going to tear the ground beneath them apart. In reality, they were tearing at each other like crazy. Pieces of the ground were torn into pieces and flew into the black hole. Nagato, could this be? Konan hurriedly asked. Nagato's expression was grave. He flew high into the sky and looked towards the west for a while. Then, he looked down at Omegakure, who was lying on the ground. Then, he nodded. That's right, this is the technique. Chibaku Tensei. But, this is really possible. Even you can't do it to this extent, right? It's as if you want to tear the entire ninja world apart. I really can't do it, but there was someone in history who could do it. He created the moon by himself, Nagato said. Nagato didn't know that the moon was created by Rikuta Sennin and Hamura. He didn't even know about Hamura. However, this technique was real. He had used it many times and would never mistake it. This was the Super Chibaku Tensei whose power had increased countless times. That world is indeed a pure land. Is it Rikuta Sennin's undead fighting against a strong enemy? Who could it be? Nagato's heart was heavy. This ninja world was truly too restless. After the 3 battles, all sorts of strange enemies had appeared one after another. One was more troublesome than the other. The hidden history of the past millennium has also been continuously revealed in these years, and the world gradually knows the ancient secrets. Nagato flew to the west and directly entered the territory of the Wind Country. He silently looked at the territory of the Wind Country that had disappeared into thin air. Suna Ninja and the others wanted to cry but had no tears. Ninja World was so big, why did he only tear apart the land of the Wind Country? He chose this place because it was vast and sparsely populated. Nagato looked at the spatial door. It wasn't just Nagato himself, but all of Ninja World who had some strength and methods were using all sorts of methods to investigate the situation of the Wind Country. Nagato stared fixedly at the sky, trying to see the situation of the battle in another world. However, he only saw a tiny figure with his hands raised high up in the air, pushing a stone ball that was madly colliding into the sky. The giant rocks that were madly shattering and rapidly rising all crashed into the stone ball, piling up more and more. Swish! The figure seemed to have sensed and turned to look at him. Nagato's body shook and he met Rinnegan gaze. The suction force stopped and the spatial door slowly closed and disappeared. That kind of clothing is indeed Rikuta Sennin. Nagato was greatly shocked. Rikuta Sennin was living in another form, and he was still fighting against strong enemies. The reason why he created the moon back then was to seal J-Bai. Who did he create the moon in the Pure Land this time to deal with? On the other side, Madara also stopped what he was doing and looked in a certain direction. After his expression changed slightly, he lowered his head again. What's wrong? Aren't you curious? This kind of activity is really scary. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling curious. Madara didn't even raise his head and said coldly, "You helped me cultivate this humanoid Gedo statue. No matter what kind of power you want to see, I can have it." Is that so? That's true. Orochimaru looked at the vessel in front of him. A fragment of the Gedo statue was floating up and down in the liquid. What they needed to do was to find a way to fuse Hashirama's cells with the Gedo statue fragment to create a human-shaped sacrifice. At that time, Madara would use this body as a carrier to resurrect himself. In order to wash away the shame and humiliation that Otsutsuki brought him, Madara had already done his best. Speaking of which, Rikuta Sennin is also Otsutsuki. Madara suddenly said in a cold voice. That's right. Although I don't know his name for the time being, the fact that he is Otsutsuki should be positive. What did you think of? Orochimaru said with a low laugh. Madara said with a gloomy face. If he could become J-Bai Jinchuriki, and with the body created by this Gedo statue in Hashirama, he would definitely be able to surpass Rikuta Sennin, right? And also surpass that as Heike. Orochimaru gave this guy a meaningful look. The Pure Land. The new moon continued to form. Yuuji and Hamura were piled up by hundreds of millions of tons of rocks, and the terrifying pressure gathered into a powerful seal that pressed down and blocked all of Yuuji's strength bit by bit, making him unable to move. Hamura was already on the verge of death, but being sealed together with Yuuji still made him happy. Great, a person like you is too dangerous. You are no less dangerous than our mother back then. You can stay in this Chibuko Tensei forever. Hamura murmured. Naive, something that can seal Kagaya may not be of any use to me. Yuuji said. Ha, you underestimate this technique too much. Mother ate the chakra fruit. Her strength is so strong that you can't imagine it. Even so, she was trapped by us, let alone you. After saying this, Hamura completely disappeared. His soul was scattered. Yuuji was heavily suppressed, unable to move at all. From beginning to end, he was expressionless. He wanted to separate a portion of his spiritual body, but unfortunately, this was extremely difficult, and the connection with the outside world was extremely obscure. What an amazing sealing technique! This can be said to be barehanded rubbing the planet. Even he couldn't help but exclaim. Creating a star ball with his bare hands, even if it was just a satellite revolving around the planet, it was already very amazing. I can't release chakra, I can't extend my spiritual force, this terrifying suction is simply impeccable. Yuuji secretly praised. To be honest, being trapped in this place, unable to move his fingers, it was extremely painful. Kagaya endured for 1,000 years before relying on Black Zetsu to escape. However, Yuuji was different. Before he was sealed, he did not even have the time to create an individual like Black Zetsu. However, he had his own cells scattered in the outside world. It was extremely difficult to contact these cells. It's best to break this ghost seal as soon as possible. If my soul was sealed for too long, Planet Godzilla would abandon my body and run out on his own. Yuuji was a little worried. Under the moon, Rikuta Sennin looked at the second moon he had created with extreme fatigue. He was extremely sad. The last time he had created the moon, he and Hamura could still extend their lives in the form of souls. But this time, Hamura was dead. Countless undead were annihilated. This kind of price could not be said to be not heavy. What made Rikuta Sennin even more anxious was that in order to successfully launch this Rikuta Sennin level Chibuko Tensei, his strength had fallen to the critical point. He could no longer create 2 Rikuta Sennin level experts in one go. Father, are you alright? Azura hurriedly supported Rikuta Sennin. Indra also came over, with an unbearable expression, you look so weak, it doesn't look like you at all. After all, I have lost my body, and I don't have the strength of the past. Moreover, my opponent is not weak. He is very strong. Rikuta Sennin looked lonely. He looked around at the undead who came to his side one after another. The matter has been settled. You can continue to sleep. That guy won't come out again, will he? One person asked. No, he has been completely sealed by me and my brother. It is absolutely impossible for him to escape. Is that guy also a soul? Is he also dead? Rikuta Sennin was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. He almost forgot about this. When Yuuji broke into the Pure Land, he came in with his soul body. Even if he entered Godzilla mode, he was still a soul body. If his soul broken and was sealed, what about his body? Or, what about Planet Godzilla? Could it be that it was still in that guy's body? Sorry for the trouble. That guy was very calm when I sealed him. Could it be that his confidence is there? The immortal of 6 paths was so confident in the moon he created that even his mother who ate the chakra fruit couldn't escape, let alone Yuuji. But the current situation was too special. Yuuji was not only himself, he also had a terrible Godzilla. His body should be in the Yang world. Konoha, I wonder how he is now. As Rikuta Sennin spoke, he imagined a giant beast comparable to J-Bai. After losing its restraints, it wreaked havoc on Ninja World. He immediately shuddered. This kind of monster was probably something that only Rikuta Sennin could suppress. However, he, the native expert among Ninja World, did not have the ability to suppress this giant beast. Let the Yang world settle the matter. Even the dead cannot interfere, right? Hashirama did not know Rikuta Sennin's plan and said casually. This is the only thing I can do now. There is not much I can do. Rikuta Sennin took one last look at the sky of the Pure Land. This battle had come to an end. The entire Pure Land became much more spacious, and it was unknown how many undead were killed. More than half of the accumulation of the past 1,000 years had been wiped out by this battle. The losses could be said to be heavy. Rikudo Sennin let the many undead fall into a deep sleep again, and then paid close attention to the situation of the Yang world. The key was to monitor Konoha's position. It wasn't just Rikudo Sennin who was staring at Konoha. Black Zetsu was also keenly aware of something. He didn't follow by Madara's side. Instead, he took action and secretly investigated Konoha's situation. It must be Hago Romo. There aren't many people in the entire ninja world who can make him fight. Either is Heiki or the unknown Otsutsuki, or only this guy and Hitomi. Black Zetsu grasped a lot of information and was the first to look at the two people with suspicion. This was because these two people were the strongest. Yuuji had once joined forces with a strange expert who had Rinnegan, and severely injured Urashiki. Hitomi could defeat Madara, but that was not his full strength. This enigmatic fellow had an unknown goal. Between these two, no matter who challenged Rikudo Sennin, Black Zetsu would not be too surprised. Next is to wait. Let me see who it is. Black Zetsu stared with Rinnegan, staring at Konoha village in front of him. The entire ninja world was now in chaos. 6th level Chibuko Tensei was too terrifying, digging a terrible depression in the ground out of nowhere. It could be said that this Chibuko Tensei had caused permanent damage to ninja world, far surpassing the damage caused by the successive battles between Super Cage level and the other experts. When Super Cage level's experts fought, it was nothing more than randomly washing the ground and flattening the earth. However, this time, the entire wind country was almost dug out. The originally vast desert had directly become a super deep pit. The sea water in the west of the wind country was slowly pouring water into the abyss of the wind country. The desert changed into an ocean, making people speechless. For the peace of the two worlds, Ninja World and the Pure Land, the poor Wind Kingdom had made a huge sacrifice. Damn it, I used to be able to earn money from the desert to subsidize the village finances. What should I do now? Raza was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his hands and feet were cold. Why did their Suna Ninja village always have so many disasters? Couldn't they catch fish every day in the future? But before this matter, Wind Country was close to the sea and was still so poor that even Kazekage had to personally go to the sand to get gold. But now, the sand was all raised from Mu. There was no gold to be washed, so poor that it was impossible to eat sand. In the future, just drink cold water. Send someone to Konoha to investigate the situation. Maybe they have some information. Raza had no choice but to send a diplomatic mission to Konoha. After this, Wind Country was basically crippled. They were the weakest of the 5 great countries, and they might not even be able to protect the 5th position. At this time, Konohagakure had no time to care about others. Minato himself was also confused, and sent a large number of ninjas to collect information from Ninja World. The one who was more anxious than Minato was Kabuto, who was calm and collected. That's Chibuko Tensei, right? This scale might be the power that Rikudo Sennin used to create the moon. Even this level of technique has appeared. The battle must have entered the final stage. Kabuto was a little panicked. But why hasn't Ni-san returned yet? He looked at the shell that had lost its soul in front of him. There were no fluctuations of consciousness. This was very strange. According to Yuji's personality, once he defeated Rikudo Sennin and controlled the Pure Land, he would have to split up a clone to arrange it. But now, Kabuto waited patiently for a while. This wait lasted for half a month. During this time, there were no more waves of battle. Except for the chaos in the Wind Country, everything became calm. The more quiet it was, the uglier the expression on Kabuto's face became. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Had Ni-san been defeated? He, who had never lost before, had actually lost to Rikudo Sennin? No, how could this happen? Even if the other party was Rikudo Sennin, even if the other party was the eldest son of the chakra ancestor, he should not be able to defeat Ni-san. Kabuto's expression gradually became ferocious, and he frantically flipped through the large amount of secret information left behind by Yuji. Chapter 472, Kabuto's Crazy Plan. Kabuto was not willing to accept the possibility. Did that godlike man lose just like that? He never came back after conquering another world? In his heart, the man who had never lost since stepping on the battlefield to become famous had no reason to lose to Rikudo Sennin. There must be something wrong. It must be like this. Kabuto frantically flipped through the information in his hand. In this world, anyone who knew the most about Yuuji's secrets might think of Uchiha Kazue at the first possible moment. The character image displayed by Kazue was absolutely loyal to Yuuji, a sharp blade in the hands of Yuuji, let alone now possessing eternal Mangekyou. When she obtained Eternal Eyes and used the fourth stage of Susanoo for the first time, she shocked the entire Konoha. If not for the war in the Pure Land world, Kazue would have been the center of attention for all of Ninja World's people. But in fact, Kazue was just an appearance. The one who truly understood a lot of Yuuji's secrets was actually not well known. Compared to Kazue, who was famous and had a lot of achievements, Kabuto seemed to be unknown and not worth mentioning. Except for the name of Yuuji's disciple, he had no other achievements. Ever since he graduated from the ninja school, Kabuto had become invisible. Occasionally, he would perform on Chunin's exams. Other than that, he was completely unknown. Kabuto had hidden himself in the dark and participated in many of Yuuji's matters. He knew the secret of the Eternal Eye, knew everything in the world, and even knew a lot of information about Itsutsuki's clan. Yuuji had never deliberately concealed too much from him in terms of intelligence. Now, Yuuji's whereabouts were unknown. He directly found the top secret information. He had never seen a part of it, but it was the information that Yuuji had left beforehand. Hago Romo and Hamura, the son of Kagaya, is Heiki, Chibaku Tensei, God Tree. Kabuto stared at the scroll in his hand. After he finished reading one, he immediately closed it and quickly opened the next one. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, such a great battle had happened, and the god that brought Ninja World Chakra was assassinated by his descendants. Although this Otsutsuki clan is a high-level clan, it is no different from a ninja. They are also like flies, and they are full of betrayal and deception. After closing the last piece of information, he lowered his head to look at the scattered scrolls, and immediately burned them all with fire release. This information had been left to him by Yuuji. Now that he had seen it, there was no reason for him to keep it. He felt that his brother might have had a big problem and was sealed by the ultimate sealing technique of Rikuta Senin, Chibaku Tensei. Then he thought of the wind country that had been dug out. It must be like this. Kagaya was sealed in Ninja World's moon. Yuuji was sealed in the moon of the Pure Land. Kabuto was anxious, hoping to save his brother. Humph, that idiot Kagaya was sealed by his own son. Nothing is more foolish than this. She deserves to be sealed. Kabuto gritted his teeth. It's been 1,000 years. The backup plan she left behind is unreliable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Ni-san is different. He still has me. I definitely can't make him wait 1,000 years. He would not allow Yuuji to become the second Kagaya, absolutely not. Kabuto had already read the top secret information and knew that Black Zetsu was the third son of Kagaya. Looking at the three things that Kagaya gave birth to, the first two were abducted by the big toad, and the third one was disappointing. After painstakingly planning for 1,000 years, he finally got a Rinnegan. It was a complete failure. He absolutely could not let himself become the second Black Zetsu. In order to rescue Ni-san's soul from the Pure Land, the biggest obstacle is Rikuta Senin, Hamura, and many undead in the Pure Land. Kabuto's face was ferocious. Kabuto did not know exactly what the battle in the Pure Land was like, but he could guess that even if Yuuji was sealed, he must have taken away a large wave of undead before his defeat. The power of the entire Pure Land world had definitely fallen to a freezing point. And what Kabuto needed to do was to defeat the remaining undead in the Pure Land and cut open the moon. As expected, strength is still needed. Kabuto sat in the dark and was silent for a long time. Roots ninjas appeared and reported to him. Kabuto also suppressed his emotions and dealt with government affairs quietly. Not long after, Kazue came again. I'm sure something has happened. Compared to the past, my body is showing signs of instability. I need to spend extra energy to monitor and suppress it. If he was still here, such a thing would never happen. Kazue looked at the young man in front of him who was emitting a cold aura. Well, Rikuta Senin took the lead to do such a thing. He must pay the price. Kabuto said with a dark face. All right, I really want to challenge the legendary sage and test his strength. Kazue was fearless. Apart from Yuuji, no one else in this world could make her, a crazy woman who was not even afraid of death, retreat. But now, Yuuji was gone. Restrain yourself. Don't think that just because Ni-san is no longer here, he will really run amok. He is just sealed. He isn't dead. Kabuto moved his eyes and looked at this eager woman. What a dangerous fellow! Are you teaching me how to do things? Not teaching. You are not a fool. You don't need me to teach you. I am just reminding you out of good intentions. Kabuto got up and said, we have a lot to do now. On one hand, we have to suppress Akatsuki properly. On the other hand, we have to be on guard against Orochimaru and Madara's movements. We also have to find an opportunity to rush into the Pure Land and rescue Enai-san's soul. We also have to be on guard against other Otsutsuki's movements. There is nothing that can be easily solved, but what I am most afraid of is trouble. In this world, only my enemies will face endless trouble when facing me. Let's start with Orochimaru. Find Madara, cripple him, and seal his soul. Kazue was restless. She couldn't wait to seal Madara's soul into Totsuka's sword, making him feel pain. The enemy is very strong. I still need to enrich the strength of our side. Kabuto said. What is there to enrich? Whether it is Madara, Nagato, Izhiki, or Rikuta Sennin or something else, all of these people count as one, and none of them can kill me. And they only need to make a single mistake and I can win. Kazue sneered again. What kind of power was brewing in Senjutsu and full-body Susanoo? She was already impatient. Even without me, we still have the power of Konohagakure and I organization on our side. Kazue said. Enai-san is the only one who can perfectly control the village and the I organization. No matter how hard we work, we can only pretend to be Enai-san and use his name to act. Kabuto's calculations were very clear. On their side, there was only Kazue who was a super cage level, and her characteristics were clear. Once she attacked, even a fool would know that this was Uchiha Kazue. Yuuji has the strength to defeat powerful enemies such as Madara and Urashiki, but now he does not have the ability to do it. If they don't strengthen their side as soon as possible, there will be setbacks once the secret is exposed. Kabuto very much hoped to save Yuuji as soon as possible, but his reason told him that he must not be anxious. Kabuto said, give me some more time. I only need to prepare and make some arrangements to greatly increase the strength of our side. All right, what a troublesome fellow. I'm curious about what you plan to do. Kazue glanced at Kabuto. To be honest, she did not have a good impression of Kabuto, nor did she have a bad impression of him. Now that Yuuji was gone, she felt that it did not matter if Kabuto had to take the position. Kabuto's brain was indeed a little useful. This was something that Kazue admitted. Iroha, Kakashi, Shin, Setsuna, Sasuke, Naruto. These people can all be used as chess pieces. Oh, and myself. After Kazue left, he began to evaluate the chips in his hands. After thinking about it, he could start to distribute a lot of things he had found. However, before he officially began his operation, he hesitated over and over again. There was still one thing he had to do. Iroha! He shouted. In the silent and empty space, a figure appeared silently. Only that eye emitted a faint blue light. This is what happened. In the past, he was the one who brought us forward. Now that something happened to him, we need to take the initiative to move forward. Kabuto said in a deep voice. Iroha nodded and said indifferently, in other words, you intend to take over the leadership of Root, Uchiha, and the I organization? I have no objection, but I will keep an eye on you. If your brain is not clear, I have to do something. Of course, if it really comes to that, it means that I have a problem. At that time, I will have to rely on you to shoulder this important task. Kabuto said this, but he didn't believe that he was not even as good as Iroha. He had brains, knowledge, and a lot of top-secret information. Your strength is too weak. Even if you can pretend to be an adult, as long as someone attacks you, you will be exposed. Iroha said. I called you here for this matter. You are the most valued person in Enai-san apart from me and Kazue. You also know a part of Akatsuki's secrets. You were able to get to where you are today from an ordinary branch family because of Enai-san's support. Kabuto stared straight at Iroha. He did not doubt Iroha's loyalty to Yuuji, but the problem was, whether it was Kazue or Iroha, after all, the one they was loyal was to Yuuji and not him. He urgently needed the support of these people, and then he could calmly carry out the next step of his plan. Iroha thought for a moment. You mean surgery? This is the method you thought of to increase your strength. That's right. Just like when Enai-san dismembered Otsutsuki Tonari's body and transplanted it into your body bit by bit, that's why you have today. You have vitality that surpasses Uzumaki clan and that Jigen. I understand. I will help you. Which one do you plan to transplant, Otsutsuki? Iroha agreed immediately. Otsutsuki, I do have a portion of the remaining Otsutsuki remains in my hands. There is no problem in transplanting the body of this clan, but I do not plan to do so. Kabuto slowly said, a mere Otsutsuki. No matter how ancient and powerful he is still just like that. Perhaps there are truly powerful Otsutsuki clansmen in the universe, but these remains that I have obtained can't move my heart. Then you want to? I want to transplant Ni-san's cells. Kabuto gritted his teeth. Clearly, he had made up his mind. With just you? Although I am not as dedicated to medical ninjutsu as you, I know some general knowledge of surgery. Lord Yuuji's cells are even more dangerous than Hashirama's. Do you think you can control his cells? Iroha said coldly. What a joke. If Yuuji was still there would naturally be no problem. He could accurately control every cell. But now, Yuuji was missing. If he wanted to control Yuuji's cells, he could only rely on his own control and coordination to suppress and balance, just like when Kazue had just transplanted Yuuji's cells and obtained new life. At that time, Yuuji could not accurately control every cell. After transforming Kazue's body, the chakra was abundant and she could fight with Hoshigaki Kisame, but excessive use would cause the body to go out of balance and eventually collapse. Iroha knew that he, a descendant of Otsutsuki, had to be careful if he wanted to rely on Kekiai's ability and chakra to suppress Yuuji's cells, not to mention Kabuto. Kabuto's innate talent was mainly on his research ability, not fighting. There will be a way. I have a lot of information you don't know. Kabuto said, back then, Kazue relied on Sharingan to barely balance Ni-san's cells. Then I can also do it. Iroha was puzzled. He's spewing nonsense. Non-direct descendants like Uchiha and Hyuga, even if they had mixed blood with the natives for 1,000 years, they had at least inherited some of Otsutsuki's genes. What about Kabuto? He was not the ancient ninja clan and did not have a special Kekiai. I don't have Sharingan, but I have something even stronger than Sharingan. Ni-san can't use it himself, so he left it here. Now I can use it. He took Iroha deep into the ground, opened layers of seals and barriers, and arrived in front of a vessel. 2 Byakugan were soaking in the liquid. No wonder. There is no problem with this. Is this special eye of Otsutsuki? Yes, the normal state is Byakugan, but there are at least 2 types of Rinnegan form, perhaps 3, but I can't use the 3rd type. He took out these 2 Byakugan. These were the eyes of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Yuuji had once played with the Eye of Time for a period of time. Help me, I don't dare to tell that crazy woman Kazue that those eyes are here, only you, I can still trust. Kabuto said as he studied the pair of Byakugan. With his current ability, he was afraid that he would not be able to nurture and bear these powerful eyes. However, if he used these eyes to balance with Yuuji's cells, there might still be a chance. Originally, I also considered transplanting Godzilla's cells. The planet Godzilla should still be in Ni-san's body. Maybe I have a chance. In the end, Kabuto gave up and was more willing to prioritize transplanting Yuuji's cells. Another point was that Kabuto seriously suspected that if he directly scraped the planet Godzilla and got some usable cells down, he would be crushed to death by the planet Godzilla in minutes. The planet Godzilla had not yet broken through Yuuji's body. This was already the best result. Kabuto felt that he should restrain himself for the time being and not provoke the big guy. Chapter 473, The Fourth Ninja War. To be honest, the operation was more dangerous than expected. It would be good if Kabuto did not collapse on the spot after transplanting the 2 powers that were above him. Even if he managed to survive, Kabuto was constantly on the verge of collapse. The Byakugan in his eyes and Yuuji's cells that were constantly corroding his body were constantly increasing the burden on his body. It looks like it is completed, but how long can you live like this? 3 years, 5 years. Iroha assisted in the operation the whole time. I am different from Black Zetsu. I won't waste such a long time. Kabuto jumped down from the experimental platform. Iroha did not understand what Kabuto meant. What did this have to do with Black Zetsu? However, he was smart enough not to ask. Instead, he picked up a long robe and threw it to Kabuto. There was a line of light, and the light flickered, illuminating Kabuto's body. More than half of his skin was wriggling slightly at this moment. His own cells were constantly dying at this moment. Iroha watched the whole process. In his vision, in this cell war, Kabuto's cells were defeated and it was not able to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, there was a pair of powerful eyes suppressing him. After putting on his clothes, he slowly raised his head and revealed his new eyes. 3 to 5 years is enough. If I still can't achieve my goal, it can only mean that I don't have enough chips in my hands. At that time, I will have to think of other ways. As he spoke, his eyes widened. The pair of Byakugan, who was already extremely oppressive, suddenly changed and turned into a pair of blue Rinnegan. With these eyes, we will have the confidence. Kabuto said. Iroha was silent. Kabuto pulled up his hood, covering his entire body under his wide clothes. What should we do next? Should we attack the Pure Land? Not now. Doing things blindly will only make things worse. I'll think of a way first. He began to engrave tactics on the ground, trying to use Rinnegan and Edo Tensei to pull back Yuuji's soul. The result was obvious, he failed. Rikudo Sennin's Chibaku Tensei was not so easy to crack. Kabuto was silent for a long time. He glanced at Iroha. Your strength needs to be improved. Find an opportunity to take the other eye. Iroha nodded slightly and was about to silently retreat. The other Byakugan was still on Elder Clansman. At this time, Kabuto's expression changed slightly. He suddenly turned his head. Why would Kazue fight with someone? Outside Konohagakure. Kazue had already pulled out 2 Kusanagi sword and aimed it at the guy in front of him. How did you find me? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Your tracks were all exposed in my eyes. Kazue's eyes were filled with coldness. Black Zetsu's gaze was gloomy. The eternal Mangekyo was truly a bastard. He had spent over 1,000 years to guide Madara to obtain this kind of eye. But now, this woman had actually obtained it through Yuuji. The feeling of defeat in his heart caused Black Zetsu to feel extremely pained. I'm not here to look for you. I want to see Yuuji. Black Zetsu said. Ha, you bastard, you can do whatever you want. A few of ribs appeared on the surface of Kazue's body. Black Zetsu's heart was beating wildly. It could be said that the Eternal Eye was troublesome, and all kinds of powerful Hitomi techniques could be used at will. You don't know anything. I have cooperated with Yuuji before. If you rashly attack me, it will be a bad thing. Black Zetsu glared with Rinnegan. But Kazue kept sneering, and the huge Susanoo suddenly jumped out, raising its hand to chop down. A huge ravine was left where Black Zetsu was standing. Why don't you let me see him? Or do you know that something has happened to Yuuji? A cold light flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. He wished he could remove this pair of eternal eyes from Kazue. Kazue's face was cold and murderous. This time, she even used Totsuka sword to aim the mouth of the gourd at Black Zetsu, adjusting the angle of the attack. It seemed that Kazue was about to kill him. The figure of Kabuto slowly appeared. Stop! Kazue, let me talk to him. The two of us should have a common interest. Kabuto said. Kazue frowned and was about to retort, but when she saw Kabuto's face, she was immediately stunned. What is going on with those eyes? Moreover, what is more terrifying than the Byakugan is his face that has changed. You transplanted those two things? You are really crazy. Your pursuit of strength is no less than mine. Kazue frowned. Don't misunderstand. Strength is only a means for me to achieve my goal, not my goal itself. You should leave first. He looked at Black Zetsu. I think we should have a talk. We all have a similar goal in order to save a certain person. Black Zetsu's heart trembled violently. He stared at Kabuto for a long time. Light swirled in his eyes before he nodded. Understood. Come with me. The two of them immediately left. Kazue stayed behind to deal with Konoha's patrol team. What do you mean by what you said just now? The two came to the depths of the forest. Black Zetsu said coldly. Ni-san left me a lot of information before he attacked the Pure Land. You can understand that I know almost everything you plan, whether it is Madara or Kagaya. Kabuto said with a smile. How do you know this? Who told you this? Are you anxious? It's no wonder. After all, you're a filial son who has been running for thousands of years to save his mother. Very admirable. I am not your enemy. We all have the same purpose. As soon as Kabuto finished speaking, Black Zetsu attacked. The Black Shadow suddenly attacked. At this moment, Black Zetsu used Rinnegan's power. However, Kabuto did not take half a step back. Instead, he extended his hand and blocked Black Zetsu's hand. He suddenly raised his head, and his pair of Byakugan quickly transformed into blue, Rinnegan. The two forces of Hitomi clashed, and Black Zetsu did not have any advantage. The pressure is a very basic Hitomi technique. It is not difficult to grasp this. Using his own Rinnegan to look straight at the other party's single eye, he said indifferently. This fellow, what exactly is going on? Black Zetsu was about to go crazy. Rinnegan? A small character like Kabuto, who was not worth mentioning, actually had Rinnegan now? And it was Rinnegan who had transformed from Byakugan into a human. These are Otsutsuki's eyes? Urashiki's? The eyes he left behind fell into your hands. What is Yuuji thinking? How can he casually give these eyes to someone like you? Black Zetsu could not accept it. Damn it, this was Rinnegan. He had been running for 1,000 years and had not been able to get a pair of Rinnegan. Now, it was rare for a Madara to appear, but Hitomi and Otsutsuki appeared one after another. Now, even a nameless person like Kabuto had this kind of eyes. You must be very unwilling. You spent 1,000 years and only got one eye in the end. You still have to look at Madara's face to do things, but I casually obtained something that you want to hold even in your dreams. Kabuto released his hand, and with a glare, blue ripples burst forth, sending Black Zetsu flying with a Shinra Tensei. Crash! Black Zetsu stabbed his palm into the ground. He was pushed back dozens of meters before he could stabilize himself. After hesitating for a moment, he did not continue to attack. Kabuto had already displayed the qualifications to use Rinnegan. Even if he could not use the powerful Hitomi technique, it would still be very troublesome. This was Otsutsuki's eyes. Black Zetsu also did not know what Hitomi technique was in Urashiki's eyes. It was not Black Zetsu's style to force a move when all of his intelligence was exposed. So, the one who attacked the Pure Land was indeed Yuuji. You were pretending to be him during this period of time? He also noticed my identity and left you information in advance. Black Zetsu said. That's right. My brother was the same as Madame Kaguya. Both of them suffered a loss at the hands of Rikuta Sennin. Kabuto revealed a horrifying smile, no longer as gentle as before. Black Zetsu said coldly, his strength has already risen to such an extent, but you also want to compare him to my mother? Those who have not seen my mother, cannot imagine her greatness. At least their fate is the same, isn't it? We can join hands. Kabuto said. I can indirectly influence Akatsuki, the Eye Organization, and Orochimaru. What do you have? I should find a chance to kill you. Black Zetsu said coldly. I have these eyes. If you fail, I can help you. I can contribute these eyes to you and be a vessel for you. Kabuto said. Black Zetsu did not say a word too. He just stood in place and did not say a word. His heart was filled with anger and suspicion. Even if he racked his brains, he did not know how Yuuji had detected his identity. Even if other Otsutsuki appeared, they should not know about him, and it was even more impossible to tell Yuuji about his information. Black Zetsu was extremely fearful. Kabuto said, not just Rinnegan, I can control a part of Konohagakure's power. I can inherit the influence left by my brother to the greatest extent. Moreover, I can also use Edo Tensei, which is definitely not inferior to Orochimaru. Black Zetsu stared at Kabuto and thought for a long time, then asked tentatively, yes, but our cooperation needs me to be the main. When I release my mother, I will consider saving Yuuji. Of course. Otherwise, how could we have the ability to invade the Pure Land? Rikuta Sennin is very strong. The two of them did not know that Rikuta Sennin had consumed a lot of energy. It was good enough to create a Rikuta Sennin level expert. What plan do you have? Black Zetsu asked. The fourth great battle of Ninja World. Kabuto replied, you want to collect Bijuu to create J-Bai, right? That's good. The purpose of you and Akatsuki is temporarily my goal. The fourth great battle of Ninja World. That's right. If you want to get Bijuu, you can only use this method. Now that my brother is not in the village, Konoha's strength has greatly declined. This is our chance. We can use absolute force to seize Bijuu from other villages. Kabuto said. Interesting, I agree. Black Zetsu agreed. Although the two of them knew that as the situation progressed, the two of them would fall out sooner or later, but that was a matter of the future. Black Zetsu needed to control the power. However, I won't start a war with the big ninja village in a short period of time. There are some things that need to be perfected. You can only do it when I nod my head. Black Zetsu said. You still don't trust me, then well, you will see the help I bring you. Kabuto said, I'll took advantage of this time to summon the undead from the Pure Land to serve as an army. I wonder how many souls are left. Even if Black Zetsu did not refuse, Kabuto would not immediately start a war. The strength of his side was not strong enough, and it would take some time. After the two of them reached a preliminary agreement to cooperate, Kabuto left on his own. Black Zetsu stared at the figure walking away. After a long time, his figure slowly merged into the ground and returned to Madara's side. Where did you go? Madara asked without turning his head. I've inquired about the situation. For the time being, I don't know who invaded the Pure Land. Black Zetsu replied. Humph, it's meaningless. When my body is successfully cultivated, then I will urge that little brat Nagato to start capturing Bijuu as soon as possible. No matter what kind of enemy it is, I can defeat them. Madara snorted coldly. Orochimaru looked at Black Zetsu out of the corner of his eye, but he could not get any useful information. He did not believe that Black Zetsu just collecting information. It was only because Madara was too conceited that he would not ask. Orochimaru said, when you catch Bijuu, you will resurrect the J-Bai you mentioned before? Let yourself become J-Bai Jinchuriki? I am really looking forward to it. Yes, I will become the second Rikuta Sennin and bring true peace to this world. Hashirama's path is a failure. Some people have their own plans, and I will do it myself. Madara focused on cultivating his body. He just wanted to bring peace to the chaotic ninja world. Why did trouble always appear? Madara, Black Zetsu, and the others were moving in an orderly manner. On the other side, Setsuna was also in a hurry to find the leader. He had been waiting in the base for many days, but he had never seen him. In this regard, Setsuna felt helpless. However, he did not feel that something was wrong, because Hitomi was like this. He was so elusive that outsiders would never know where he was and what he was doing. I wonder if the chief will allow me to do this. Setsuna was worried about his gains and losses. It's good that you don't see him. If he stops you from making a move, what are you going to do? Is it really wrong for that kid to make a move? Satori whispered in his heart, others have blood relatives, and there are still choices. What do you have? Other than attacking Sasuke, there is no other way. Setsuna decided. After witnessing the terrifying might of Rikuta Sennin, coupled with the instigation of Satori, Setsuna could no longer hold back and finally decided to attack Sasuke. After witnessing Kazue obtain the Eternal Eye, he could also have that kind of strength. He only needed to dig out Sasuke's eyes and stick them to his own eyes to complete the fusion. He could also have the Eternal Eyes. Once this old man succeeds, this old man will have the ability to obtain Rinnegan. That's right, if you and I work together, we will have the chance to obtain those eyes. At that time, whether it is Yuuji or Hitomi, there is no match for you. At that time, you can take back the chest of bliss. Take back the chest of bliss and let you escape, causing trouble for Ninja World. Setsuna interrupted the demon. Hehe, how could that be? I will use the power of the chest of bliss to help you. After all, I was created and sealed by Rikuta Sennin. Even Rikuta Sennin can't ignore me. Satori responded. Setsuna turned and left the base. After waiting for several days without seeing the leader, Setsuna felt that he had enough. It was time to make a move on Sasuke and dig his eyes out. Chapter 474, Spy on the Eternal Eye. Sasuke had always been very diligent. Especially when he had seen how powerful Kazue's Eternal Eye was a while ago, his heart was itching. Unfortunately, Kazue was not willing to tell him how to advance. Yuuji-sensei also lived in seclusion and were not easy to see. Even if Sasuke was Yuuji's disciple, it was extremely difficult to see Yuuji. What exactly is sensei doing? Is it related to the great battle that happened in the alien space? Sasuke had just finished cultivating, lying on the ground with the grass in his mouth, he looked at the sky aimlessly, his thoughts wandering. That kind of super other battle, and also suspected that incomparably huge Susanoo appeared, making him yearn for it in his heart. When sensei was finished, he should be able to meet him, right? At that time, he would definitely ask about the method to promote Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you still thinking about the Eternal Eye? Itachi walked over and sat next to Sasuke. Yes, how can I not? If I had that kind of eyes, I would definitely be able to bring Naruto back. Sasuke murmured. Itachi sighed in his heart, not knowing what to say. Was he going to give up his own eyes to help Sasuke? This was truly a matter that was hard to decide. If Sasuke really desired it so much. In the sea of Itachi's mind, he recalled the strength of the future Sasuke, the Eternal Eye and Rinnegan. Just as Itachi was hesitating to say something, Sasuke suddenly frowned and looked at the street on the other side of the training ground. That old man is back. Itachi also immediately looked over. Elder Setsuna? Why was he looking at Sasuke? Humph. Even from afar, Sasuke snorted, expressing his disdain and disgust. But this time, Setsuna did not show any expression, as if he was just passing by, walking through the training ground with vigorous steps, as if he had discovered it by chance, and looked over. After the three people's gazes met, Setsuna left on his own. That old man is really annoying. Is he here to show off to me? Sasuke looked at him coldly. It's just a coincidence. He's always like this, acting casually. The village and the clan don't care about him, Itachi said. Is it because of the Eye organization? But brother Shisui is also a member of that organization. Why didn't he like that? Sasuke was very dissatisfied. Everyone has their own thoughts. In the end, they have to be responsible for their actions. Itachi replied. Sasuke rested for a while, then jumped up and continued to cultivate. Setsuna was calm and collected as he slowly walked towards his residence, not letting anyone see any clues. However, in his heart, he was conversing with Satori, continuously deducing all sorts of possibilities. We can't directly attack him in the village. There are too many experts in the village. That's right, we still have to find an opportunity. That little brat's father is also very troublesome, and there's also Shisui. Setsuna talked about the fellow who might stand out and interfere when he attacked. Logically speaking, no one should have noticed his conversation with Satori. However, just as Setsuna entered Uchiha's territory, he attracted a young man to follow him. Aren't you a little brat from the clan? Why are you following me? Setsuna suddenly turned around. Tisk, I didn't want to follow you at first, but I can't resist Setsuna-sama's aura. It's so attractive to me. The seemingly delicate Yakumo came in front of Setsuna and bowed respectfully. Setsuna looked at the impeccable girl and frowned. What are you trying to express? Even now, you can't hide the darkness in your heart. We need to hide it in front of others, but in front of Lord Setsuna, we don't need to do this. We are all the same kind of people, and there is a terrifying demon hidden in our bodies. Yakumo smiled. Ridiculous. The thing on your body can also be called a demon? It is just a manifestation of some dark mentality. Setsuna sneered. The two are of the same kind, one has Satori who perceives people's hearts in his body, and the other has Ito who has a dark personality condensed in her body. Satori was a little impatient. Setsuna, why don't you let me eat her? If I eat this woman, I will definitely be able to provide you with more power. Ito was condensed from negative emotions such as hatred, and the enlightenment happened to eat negative emotions. Setsuna suppressed Satori and calmly looked at Yakumo. However, Yakumo took a step back. Lord Setsuna's aura has changed. It has become very terrifying. I am Lord Kazue's disciple. Setsuna dismissed the idea and said coldly, I don't intend to do anything to you. You don't need to use Kazue to suppress me. Tell me, what exactly is it? I feel that you might need my help. The negative emotions emanating from your body are getting stronger and stronger. You are no longer able to suppress that demon. Yakumo said. Aren't you the same? Even with Kazue's help, it would be difficult for you to resist the corrosion of the second personality. The current you is clearly the second personality, right? You also have your eyes on this old man's comprehension. Ito smiled as he retreated. This smile was slowly expanding and becoming evil. I'm just greeting you this time. If there's anything you need help with, I can help you. Don't leave now that you're here. This old man has something I need your help with. Setsuna looked coldly at the strange girl in front of him. The next few days were calm and peaceful. The only thing that was worth noting was that the diplomatic mission from Suna Ninja Village had arrived at Konoha, seemingly seeking help. However, for the matter of Wind Country, Konoha had no way to help. The entire desert had been flattened, and it could do nothing. After crying for a while, they did not receive any substantial feedback. Let's go. This time, we came for nothing. Baki shook his head helplessly. Temari complained, what about the promised alliance, is this how they treat their allies? That was in the past. Now that the power of our village has been greatly weakened and the land has been reduced, Konoha does not need our power. Baki says helplessly. Humph, in the final analysis it's just power. If I have strong power, I can get everything I want by killing. Next to him, Gaara coldly said. Shut up. This is Konoha. Don't randomly vent your anger on this place. Baki shouted. The corner of Gaara's mouth twitched, and faint signs of distortion appeared. Bijuu's chakra began to emerge from his body. Obviously, he was deeply stung. Everyone was paying attention to what happened that time. Jiraiya's team was forced back by Madara and Naruto, and they were all talking about the fight between Madara and Ishiki. However, no one was concerned about Suna Ninja's village being invaded by Naruto, and no one noticed that Gaara was trampled under Naruto's feet in an almost humiliating manner. Even when Naruto left, he didn't look at Gaara as if he had just killed a nobody. Gaara was still holding a grudge, and Shikaku in his body was cursing every day, but his relationship with Gaara had eased a lot. This made Gaara even more determined. Strength was everything, and what kind of companions he loved were all bullshit. Naruto defected, but his old enemy Uchiha Sasuke is still here, right? It has been so long since Chunin's examination. Gaara said darkly. What do you want to do? Hey, don't be willful in a place like this. You are no match for that guy. Temari immediately became anxious and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Baki's expression changed. Just one sentence from Temari really stimulated Gaara. What did you say? We haven't fought yet. Why don't you know that I'm no match for him? Gaara's face was full of hostility. Kill this ignorant woman. Do it quickly. Shikaku yelled, if we join forces, we can kill anyone. Temari had a face full of fear, but for the sake of the overall situation, she still stubbornly said, I heard that Sasuke is able to fight evenly with Naruto, and he also has Mangekyo Sharingan who can restrain Bijuu. I am no longer afraid of illusion techniques. I have already joined forces with Shikaku, and our strength is stronger than ever before. Gaara's killing intent spread out, causing the people who were monitoring them around to reveal their figures and take precautions. Alright, since you want to fight, then find a chance to challenge him. Just don't ruin the relationship between our village and Konoha, said Baki hurriedly. Gaara snorted and took the lead with a tyrannical expression. Temari and Baki followed behind, looking at each other and seeing the fine beads of sweat on each other's forehead. If Gaara went crazy, the two of them would be very passive. Father, why did you want us to bring him? Temari was very weak. Baki whispered, perhaps, when the time is right, you will allow us to hand Gaara over to Konoha. This is also to test Konoha's attitude. Let's see if Konoha will take the opportunity to seize Ichibai. Rather than waiting for the other party to take action, it is better to take the initiative. Suna Ninja Village is about to fall out of the position of the 5 Great Ninja Village. The two of them sighed. From beginning to end, Suna Ninja Village had never truly controlled Bijuu. The other villages were able to control the tailed beasts very well, that is to say, Konoha had an accident and the 9 tails went berserk once. But what about Ichibai? There have been many violent outbursts in history, especially after Bunboku died and Gaara took over, it has been violent many times. Every time, he would cause losses to Suna Ninja Village, forcing Raza and Cho to suppress him. Now, the capital of Wind Country was almost gone, and Suna Ninja Village only had that much money, so there were not many things that could be done. If Gaara went berserk, didn't he say that he has already joined forces with Ichibai? He won't go berserk so easily, not to mention that this is Konoha. The two of them closed their mouths. Konohagakuer, the number and quality of the experts made them feel awe. He was a unique force like Akatsuki and the I organization. Anbu, who was monitoring Suna Ninja's movements, immediately handed out the news. When Sasuke received the news, he waved his hand indifferently. Ichibai Jinchuriki is coming to challenge me? He is just a defeated opponent of Naruto. There is nothing to pay attention to. He can be defeated easily. Sasuke did not take Gaara seriously. What the hell? A trash like Gaara wants to challenge him? He waited for Gaara to find the training ground with a gloomy face. You really are here. You haven't changed at all. You have put all your time on cultivation. I have no choice. My talent is not very good. I can only rely on diligence to make up for the gap. The corners of Gaara's mouth twitched. His desire to kill Sasuke was unprecedentedly strong. Let's fight somewhere else. Sasuke pointed to Konoha's forest in the distance. That place has been mostly destroyed, but it is enough for us to use. Gaara did not say a word and followed behind Sasuke with Baki and the others. Many Anbu wanted to follow, but Sasuke turned around and waved his hand. Anbu hesitated for a moment, but they did not retreat. Instead, they followed a distance away. The two stood on a relatively empty ground in the forest. Not far away, there was a huge and dilapidated statue that collapsed on the ground. This was the statue of Hamura. Back then, Tonari had aggressively sat on this thing to descend upon Ninja World and was killed by Obito. Your Excellency Sasuke, please. Baki had not finished speaking. Sasuke waved his hand. I know. You just want to beg for mercy for him. I'm not Naruto. I won't kill him easily. Do you think you can kill me casually? Gaara's face twisted. Strictly speaking, it is indeed possible. Gaara was furious. Half of his body immediately transformed into a civet cat. There was even a tail sticking out from his back. He directly entered the half Bijuu transformation. You will see the gap between you and me with your own eyes. Fall down. Sasuke glared with Mangekyo Sharingan. Gaara's body stiffened and he stood still. Just like that. Sasuke sighed and shook his head helplessly. I am really too strong. I am not as good as those above, but more than enough than those below. In terms of illusion techniques alone, Uchiha was born with a unique background and far surpassed others. Look, even Ichibai Jinchuriki were so vulnerable. But very quickly, Sasuke let out a soft exclamation. Gaara returned to normal, and the degree of Bijuu's transformation was deepening. Hehe, I am no longer the past me. I see, Ichibai helped you stabilize your chaotic chakra, so you recovered. Sasuke used Mangekyo Sharingan to see everything clearly, and his face was full of realization. This was a bit interesting. Roar. Gaara let out a loud roar and directly entered Bijuu's transformation. The sand on the ground also surged and danced around him. This was the first time that Gaara had entered Bijuu's transformation when he was conscious. There's nothing to be afraid of. So what if it's Uchiha? Wouldn't he die in front of me? Shikaku screamed. Gaara growled, we made a deal. I will take charge after Bijuu transforms. Don't interfere. Humph, I know. I will keep my promise. Shikaku hummed and hawed. Gaara controlled his huge body, and with a loud bang, he pressed down on Sasuke with a book. Just as Sasuke was about to be crushed, the purple half-body giant suddenly appeared and used two thick arms to hold onto Gaara. The two sides began to fight, and the ground beneath their feet shattered. Ha, is it that great to become a giant? Even if you are Jinchuriki, there is nothing worth me paying attention to. You are far from Naruto. This was the second time that Sasuke had officially fought with Jinchuriki. However, it was clear that even if Naruto did not have Kyuubi, he was still a powerful Mokuton ninja. And if Gaara did not have Ichibai, what was left? Magnetic escape? This was far inferior to Mokuton. Just as the two of them were fighting, Setsuna's figure appeared like a ghost, hiding behind the forest and observing quietly. Chapter 475, Let the Old Man Bear the Pain. Very good. Setsuna watched the battle quietly. In the distance, Anbu was also observing the situation and was ready to intervene at any time. Sasuke and Gaara were, after all, cage level. Even if it was just an ordinary contest, no matter how they thought about it, nothing would happen. However, Anbu and the others still followed them very cautiously and stood far away. Young people nowadays are already so powerful. They can use all kinds of powerful ninjutsu. Well, the times are already different. Sasuke is one of the strongest new generation. Anbu talked in secret language, and his mood was very relaxed. What a joke! How could there be enemies here? Only Akatsuki, the Eye Organization and Otsutsuki were qualified to attack Konoha. No matter how many people came, they would all die. The relationship between the Eye Organization and Konoha was good. Akatsuki kept a low profile, and Otsutsuki was nowhere to be found. It was normal for the young geniuses of the two allied countries to compete. It was just that the strength of these two people was ridiculously strong. Anbu and the others were very relaxed, but Setsuna did not relax and quietly crept up. Who? Just as one of Anbu was about to speak, Setsuna glared at them and the two of them fainted. We have to get rid of these two Anbu. Setsuna looked at the two of them calmly. Lord Setsuna has already made his move on Anbu. It seems like he has made up his mind. What exactly are you going to do? Yakumo carefully followed, greedily looking at Setsuna's back. If I can devour this negative emotion demon. Ito felt that he would definitely be able to break free from Yakumo and become free. No matter how bad it was, he would be able to completely devour Yakumo and become a true body. Setsuna didn't even turn his head. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes, but he concealed it very well. He said indifferently, this old man can use an illusion technique to erase the memories of these two people. Even if you erase your memories, there will still be clues. Isn't Lord Setsuna afraid of being discovered? Yakumo whispered. Setsuna glanced at the other party and did not speak. I am about to do this kind of thing, what are you still saying here? Although I do not know what Lord Setsuna wants to do, are you really not afraid of the pursuit of the village? No matter if it is Lord Yuuji or Lord Kazue, you are no match for them. Humph, Yuuji has not moved out for a long time. I do not know what he is busy with. I suspect that he is involved in the battle of the alien dimension. As for Kazue, I have the I organization as my backer. What am I afraid of? Setsuna looked at Yakumo mockingly. Konoha? Not even a dog. In all these years, how many times had he listened to the orders of the village? How many times had he heard Fugaku's orders? With the I organization as a way out, with such a powerful leader as a backer, Setsuna really did not feel that there was anything to fear. After killing Suzuki and successfully digging his eyes, he would immediately leave the village and enter an eye-catching group. At worst, he wouldn't return to Konoha. If Konoha didn't have absolute evidence, could he really do anything to him? Even if he had evidence, could he still attack the I organization and go to war with Hitomi? Who would dare? Would Kazue dare? Not to mention Kazue, even that fellow Yuuji wouldn't dare. So that's how it is. You were already mentally prepared. Yakumo had a look of sudden realization. This poor acting skills made Setsuna's heart surge with murderous intent, and Satori worked harder to seduce him, hoping that Setsuna could devour Ito. As long as I can obtain this power, I will never be weaker than anyone in my life. Setsuna withdrew his gaze and looked at the distant battle once more. Reality proved that just a portion of Sasuke's strength was enough to make it extremely difficult for Gaara to deal with it. It was only the third stage of Susanoo, but it was already beating Shikaku and making it scream, making Gaara endlessly angry. Only this level? I am still too strong, only Naruto can fight with me. Suzuki controlled Susanoo, punch after punch, making Gaara continuously retreat, and also took out the arrow of Indra, and shot towards Gaara. The huge purple bow and arrow pierced into Gaara's body, breaking open a ferocious wound, spraying yellow sand all over the sky. Suzuki felt dull. What was he doing? Why was he wasting time on this guy? He hadn't used his strength yet, but the other party was already unable to do anything. Now, he only used a Susanoo. When I first fought with Naruto, I used all my methods, but I was still a bit weaker than him. But you are also Jinchuriki. I only used one of Mangekyo Sharingan's skills, and you were not good enough. Suzuki looked lonely and kept saying nothing to Naruto. The more he compared them, the more he lost interest. Gaara roared crazily, but he was beaten back again and again. There was nothing he could do. The only thing he could pose a threat to Suzuki was to control the sand to seep into the Susanoo and launch a surprise attack. However, Suzuki had already understood this tactic and blocked all the sand outside. Ichibai, give me more strength. Gaara was so angry that his mind was muddled. No more. Are you kidding? So you are so weak. Gaara was furious. I am weak? Do you want to die? How dare you criticize me like this? The opponent has Mangekyo Sharingan. That wasn't what you said just now. Gaara and Shikaku started to quarrel, both of them were extremely irritable. The suppressive force that Suzuki displayed made Gaara go crazy, and even made Shikaku close its eyes. Who would have thought that such a young brat would be so strong? He had an unexpected talent in using his eyes and was extremely skilled, leaving Shikaku at a loss. Why aren't you attacking? Why are you standing there without moving? Were you frightened by me? Suzuki had a proud expression on his face as he shot another arrow. It hit Gaara's body. This was already the second Indra's attack. Even Sasuke could not casually use this move in such a short period of time. Setsuna, who had been waiting in the dark for a period of time, had a flash of light in his eyes. Very good, now is the time. In the end, he was still young and full of vigor, clearly able to deal with the other party easily, yet he still had to act tough, giving this old man an opportunity. Amaterasu. Kagutsuki. Susanoo. As soon as Setsuna made a move, he immediately used all three Hitomi techniques in one breath, and with a posture of risking his life, he suddenly jumped out and immediately pounced towards Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke had just shot out the second arrow, and his attention was focused on Gaara. No matter how he looked at it, he was unable to react. Success! Setsuna controlled Susanoo, used Amaterasu to open the way, trying to break through Sasuke's Susanoo's defense in one go, and completed the eye gouging in an instant. Setsuna's eyes were surging with madness, and he firmly stared at Sasuke's eyes, that hexagon pattern that was exactly the same as his. This is my eye, and only I can match it. Setsuna roared and rushed over. This angle, this timing, no matter what, this little brat could not react. Beside him, Gaara and Shikako were also stunned. They looked at Setsuna, who suddenly jumped out and did not react. What was going on? This person was also Mangakyou's ninja, but now he was attacking Sasuke? Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to kill Sasuke with a single strike. Was it internal strife? Great, let's go too! Shikako shouted sharply. Gaara frowned but did not move. What are you doing? This is a good opportunity. Shikako was annoyed. I am not you. If I relied on Konoha's internal strife to kill this guy, what is there to be proud of? I want to personally cut open his body and taste his blood. Gaara had a malevolent expression on his face. The man and the civet cat were in a deadlock. At a glance, Amaterasu's flame was already spreading and burning on Sasuke's Susanoo, and Setsuna's Susanoo was already about to touch Sasuke's Susanoo, so he could defeat it in one go. Setsuna's eyes were full of blood, and even more so, he was brewing in extreme madness and desire. Swish! At this moment, Sasuke turned around calmly. Two pairs of identical eyes looked at each other. 4 hexagrams patterns. Setsuna could clearly see that the corners of Sasuke's mouth curved up in a mocking smile. Why is this little brat not afraid at all? There is absolutely no problem for this old man to choose the timing to attack. Setsuna was shocked. No one understood Sasuke's Hitomi technique better than him. In the time it took for a spark to fly, watching the two Susanoo collide, in the blink of an eye, a strange eye shadow appeared in the corner of Sasuke's eyes. The Susanoo of Sasuke suddenly loosened its hands, the bow and arrow disappeared, and then began to form hand seals. Sasuke himself did not move, but his Susanoo was actually forming hand seals. Buzz! Violent lightning covered the surface of Susanoo, and the rumbling sound continued, just like a god. The lightning and flames collided. The two Susanoo collided. But at the moment of the collision, the scene that Setsuna was hoping to see did not appear. Instead, his own Susanoo was bombarded by terrifying lightning at close range. Rumble! Setsuna was bombarded by the dense lightning, and had no choice but to retreat. His Susanoo was also repelled. Old dog Setsuna, do you think I didn't notice anything? When you followed me at the first moment, I already discovered you. Sasuke was bathed in the thunder, supported Susanoo, who was like a god of thunder, and pointed to the corner of his eyes. You are like a cockroach in the corner, thinking that you are well hidden, but I don't bother to deal with you in advance. In the perception of Senjutsu and the vision of the eyes, you can't have a chance to hide. Senjutsu, you damn brat! Setsuna was so angry that his face was twisted. Sage Mode and Mangakyou Sharingan, these two things added together, simply piled up his perception to the extreme. Setsuna had never expected that this bastard brat would know from the beginning that he was hiding in the dark, and had already prepared to counter. When did this brat learn Senjutsu? In terms of difficulty, this was definitely the difficulty of an S-level forbidden technique. Sasuke said arrogantly, why are you so surprised? Don't evaluate my talents with your strength that increased by external forces. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? It seems that you still don't know. Setsuna stood up with a gloomy face. What do you know? At this point, there is no harm in telling you. In any case, regardless of whether I succeed or not, I will definitely not be able to stop Konoha. I can only choose to defect. Setsuna said coldly, this old man needs your eyes. This is the only chance for this old man to advance further. Dig my eyes? What nonsense are you talking about? What's the point of this? Sasuke was bewildered. His intelligence analysis ability was very strong. Although he said this, a large amount of vague information immediately gathered in his mind. Digging eyes, opportunity, because of Indra's Hitomi, Kazue's eternal eye, Izumi, who he had not seen for a long time. Sasuke also remembered that when Hyuga was in an internal strife, that Hyuga Hoito seemed to have dug out Hyuga Hayashi's eyes and gained a transformation. Uchiha's clan and Hyuga's clan were relatives. They were both descendants of Otsutsuki. Theoretically, there was a bit of blood connection between them. What Hyuga's clan could achieve, Uchiha's clan might also be able to. In addition, Itachi had hesitated many times to speak. Sasuke had almost guessed the truth. The more he thought about it, the more shocked his expression became, and his entire body became cold. Gouging your eyes? Do you mean that? Sasuke asked in shock. Humph, you're really smart. Looks like you're not completely ignorant. Setsuna snorted coldly. There was a struggle on Sasuke's face. What kind of joke is this? This is too cruel. He actually wants to dig out the eyes of his clansmen to improve his own eyes? What a sad thing. Only by digging out the eyes of your own kin and fusing them with your own eyes can you obtain the eternal Mangekyou. How do you think Kazue obtained the eternal eye? Her own eyes have long been useless. Only by digging out her younger sister's eyes can she obtain a new life. Setsuna shouted. Bloodkin? Nonsense, our Uchiha clan is the most united. This kind of thing. Idiot, the overly powerful Kekii boundary also comes from the curse of the blood. As a top student, how can you not know this? If you want to break the curse, you must pay the price. This has nothing to do with unity, but the curse of the blood. Setsuna approached step by step, dismembering Sasuke's will with words. In other words, if you want to have the eternal eye, you have to dig out your father or brother's eyes. I really envy you. There are 2 relatives who can be used as sacrifices. 2 pairs of eyes for a stronger pair of eyes. This is the curse of our clan. Sasuke was in a mess. The eternal eye that he had shouted for so long was actually making a declaration that he was going to dig out his father or brother's eyes. Did his brother already know about this? He also had Mangekyou. If he knew, did he want to dig out my eyes? No, his brother wouldn't do such a thing. Sasuke's heart was in a mess. This cruel method of promotion was completely beyond his knowledge. However, his analysis result told him that this was likely to be true. What is my brother thinking? Does he want my eyes? He asked me for them. Should I give them to him? But if he gave them to me, how can I bring Naruto back to the village? If I don't give them to him, do I have to fight my brother to the death? This is an extremely bloody and cruel fact. Not everyone can accept it. You are just an underage young man. There is no need for you to endure this pain and mental torture. Think about it. There are bloodkin eyes in your eyes. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Don't you feel pain? Setsuna walked up to Sasuke and whispered, in that case, why don't we think from another perspective, you offer your eyes to me and let me bear this pain for you. How about it? That way, you can free yourself from the curse. As he spoke, Setsuna's expression suddenly changed. He was extremely violent and attacked Sasuke again.